I'm a king, but I don't want to be one. It's because I don't know the first thing about the art of ruling, nor do I possess the domineering aura of a world conqueror. Yet, those treacherous ministers are insanely determined to push me onto the throne. Just a moment ago, I was admiring a pretty girl on my screen with a newly unwrapped roll of toilet paper in hand. But then, a line of text appeared on the screen. If you could go back to ancient times, which era would you choose? Interrupted, I furiously typed out a blunt, profane reply. By the time I came to my senses, my surroundings had completely changed. Not only had I been transported into the body of a useless fourth prince, but I was also being pushed to become the new emperor by a group of treacherous ministers. Just as I thought my life was over, a voice echoed in my ear. Nation-crushing system successfully activated. You can call me Ben. I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. What the hell is Ben? I thought. And what the heck is crushing a nation to return home? The bracelet on my wrist spoke again. As long as you cause the Qian dynasty to fall, you can return to the real world. My strange reaction made the woman serving me very confused. What's wrong with this good-for-nothing? He used to flash a lecherous grin whenever he saw me, but today he's just staring blankly at a bracelet. I suddenly turned to look at the woman beside me, and a screen of text appeared before my eyes, showing all her information. She was a spy sent by the treacherous ministers to monitor me. The woman, Zhao Shu, stared with wide eyes. For a split second, she felt as if she had been seen through completely. Meanwhile, I was checking out this beautiful lady, my gaze traveling from the peaks down to the valley. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted me. Your Highness, you seem to have something on your mind. Hearing the voice, I noticed two other men below. Their information appeared before me as well. Li Tianyuan, Prime Minister of the right, Qian Dynasty. Zhao Zhuo, Prime Minister of the left, Qian Dynasty. In an instant, a cold sweat drenched my back. These two were the treacherous ministers who had made me the new emperor. Just then, Prime Minister Zhao Zhuo spoke up. Your Highness must be worried that the throne, now within your grasp, isn't secure. Faced with his taunt, I answered calmly, I wish the throne wasn't secure. The sooner the nation falls, the better. Zhao sneered at me again. The late emperor's will was for the Crown Prince Su, who is leading troops at the border, to succeed him. Your Highness must be worried that he won't sit on the throne for long, while the late emperor won't climb out of his coffin to kill us. Prince Tu Shu is another story. He strode towards me and produced a jade seal he had prepared earlier. Your Highness, you only need to issue an edict to have Prince Tu Shu join the late emperor, and all your worries will be over. I knew what he meant. If I killed the crown prince, I wouldn't have to worry about the throne's stability, but the price was to become their puppet. I didn't want to live a single day being controlled by others, with no access to pretty girls on a screen. Looking at the gleaming imperial seal in his hand, I snatched it away. You want to make my life difficult? Then I'll make yours difficult too. With the seal gone, Zhao Zhuo screamed frantically, telling me not to be rash and to calm down. But I didn't hear a word he said. Come on, kill me now. I am the emperor now. The seal will be in my keeping from now on. Who lives and who dies is for me to decide. My words instantly captivated Zhao Shu, turning her into a starstruck fan. So His Highness is this assertive? That line, who agrees and who objects, was just so cool. So his past useless behavior was all just an act. My act of casually placing the imperial seal on my head scared Zhao Zhuo out of his wits. You brat, you're getting arrogant before you've even been coronated. If I have the power to put you on the throne, I have the power to take you off it. Hearing his threat, I just laughed harder. Come on, come and get me. Just as Zhao Zhuo was about to lose control and attack me, Zhao Shu grabbed him from behind, urging him to calm down. At that moment, Prime Minister Li Tianyuan stepped forward to smooth things over. We all share a common goal. Why don't we all calm down first? His calm demeanor surprised me. I suddenly smiled. Let's see if you can stay this calm. And with that, I tossed the imperial seal into the air. With a loud crash, the hall fell silent. I just feigned an innocent look. Oh, my apologies. My hand slipped. The imperial seal symbolized the fortune and authority of the Qian dynasty. It was the instrument through which an emperor commanded his court and ruled the realm. But I had just shattered this priceless treasure into pieces. Destroying the imperial seal was a capital offense. I had provoked them to this extent. They couldn't possibly tolerate it. Now you have to kill me, right? So I can complete my nation-destroying mission? Zhao, his face contorted with rage, pointed a trembling finger at me, unable to form a complete sentence. But just as he was about to explode, Li Tianyuan grabbed him and held him back. Your Majesty is joking. The entire world is yours, let alone a mere imperial seal. If it's broken, it's broken. It's no big deal. Your Majesty should go and rest. With that, Li Tianyuan dragged Zhao Zhuo out of the hall. Seeing this, I yelled after them. The Son of Heaven is subject to the same laws as the common people. Are you really not going to execute me? But they paid me no mind and left the hall. Back in his study, Zhao Zhuo immediately declared that I, Tu Yi, had to be killed. Then he turned on Li Tianyuan, cursing him. You spineless coward. You actually called that brat your Majesty. Li Tianyuan angrily called him a fool. The Crown Prince Tu Shu is still out there. If the late emperor dies a mysterious death in the capital, who do you think Tu Shu will come after first? Us, the two most powerful ministers during his father's reign. Tu Yi shattering the seal cost us a tool against Tu Su. Our only leverage now is the man who is about to ascend the throne. So, are you saying you think Tu Yi intentionally prevented me from killing Tu Shu and broke the seal on purpose? Li Tianyuan answered him. That's right. Tu Shu was originally Tu Ye's obstacle, but with his ascension a certainty, he's reevaluating his relationship with his brother. With Tu Shu and his army out there, we can't might completely sideline Tuyi at court. If we push him too hard, he'll let Tu Shu into the capital, and we'll all be destroyed together. Tuyi might even use this three-way standoff to control us. Xiao couldn't help but laugh. You're saying that brat has the brains to scheme that far ahead? Do you know where the phrase "the Son of Heaven is subject to the same laws as the common people" comes from? It's from the minister of the Qian Kingdom 100 years ago, Lord Wei Xinglu. Back then, Lord Wei was heavily favored by the Qian king and instituted reforms, wielding immense power, second only to the king himself. But when he lost the king's trust, he was executed by being torn apart by chariots. Now, Tuyi has said the same thing. On the surface, he's talking about his own crime, but in reality, he's warning us. Zhao, however, remained furious. I don't care about any of that. I'm going to kill that brat. This time, Li Tianyuan didn't say another word. He had initially supported Tuyi because he seemed the easiest to control among the late emperor's sons. But now, it seemed this fellow wasn't as incompetent as he'd thought. Oh, late emperor, your sons are truly interesting. Meanwhile, I returned to my chambers and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. But this wasn't the life I wanted. The food was terrible, there was nothing fun to do, and I had to review official documents, but I couldn't even recognize a single character. Without my phone or computer, I was going insane. Just then, a figure appeared beside me. Zhao Shu stood before me, completely unguarded. She blushed shyly. Your Majesty, I am here to attend to you in bed. Hearing her words, I froze for a second. Then, a lecherous grin spread across my face. I take back what I said before. This place is heaven. After trying out every Kama Sutra position, I felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Now, only one thing remained: get assassinated and return to the real world. So, I turned to look at Zhao Shu and noticed the hairpin in her hair. All I had to do was provoke her and create the perfect opportunity, and the job would be done. I smugly poured myself a glass of fine wine. Then, I called out her name. You're a spy sent by Zhao Zhua, aren't you? Hearing this, Zhao Shu's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a calm facade. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I don't understand. I told her not to worry. I don't care about your secret dealings with Zhao Zhua. After all, he planted you here to control and monitor me, right? I'm quite enjoying this game with him. Otherwise, being emperor would be far too boring. Zhao Shu felt a chill run down her spine. My foster father went to great lengths to send me to his side, and in his eyes, it's just a game? Now that he's laid his cards on the table, does that mean he's tired of playing? My foster father will surely not spare me. I ignored her thoughts and pretended to be drunk, slumping onto the table. Come on, little one, the opportunity is all yours. Zhao Shu didn't disappoint. She reached for her hairpin, and the sharp tip glinted with a cold light. She tiptoed over to my side. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Nation-crushing system upgrade complete. Ben will continue to serve the host. I was stunned. I'm about to complete the mission and go back. Why the hell are you upgrading now? Ignoring my thoughts, it explained. As long as the host can reduce the national power to 0 or below, the nation-crushing mission will be considered complete. Current national power is 1000. Based on the host's current influence, your death will not affect the national power. I instantly panicked. This wasn't part of the plan. At that moment, Zhao Shu had already raised the hairpin and was stabbing it towards me. With no time to think, I dodged her attack and pulled her into my arms. Close call, close call. Good thing I'm quick. But she had no intention of giving up. She struggled out of my grasp, grabbed the hairpin again, and lunged at me. However, she lost her footing and fell backward, revealing all her charms to my eyes. Seeing her crying, I found it a bit amusing. A total weakling trying to pull off a counterkill. I reached out and took her hairpin. You're too hasty. You fell for my provocation with just a few words. That's not what a qualified spy does. But Zhao Shu just cried harder and then fainted. When she opened her eyes again, Zhao Shu found herself in a dark, confined space. Zhao Shu, have you completed the task I gave you? Seeing the person, Zhao Shu screamed, Foster father, what are you doing here? Zhao sneered and reached for her. You can't even handle a simple task like this. There's no need to keep you around. Zhao Shu screamed in terror, only to find herself still in my bedchamber. I asked with concern if she'd had a nightmare, but she quietly asked me why I didn't kill her. I explained that it was just a game. Not only will I not kill you, but I'll also pretend I know nothing and let you pass information. After all, that's what makes the game interesting. I simply wrote an edict with a brush, and it was enough to make my concubine's face turn pale, even thinking it was a conspiracy tailored just for her. But the truth was, I just didn't know how to write with a brush. After 2.5 seconds, I gave up completely. I turned and called to Zhao Shu behind me. Come and help us write an edict. Before Zhao Shu could react, I had already pushed her in front of the desk. You can do it, my dear consort. I have faith in you. Zhao Shu blushed slightly. What edict does your majesty wish to issue? I said with extreme calm. Strip all members of the Tu clan, including Tu Su, of the Tu surname and demote them to commoners. These words sent shockwaves through Zhao Shu's heart. His majesty is courting death. He's actually revoking the imperial status of his own clan relatives. She gathered her courage and asked me, why issue such an edict? I knew from the system's rules that weakening the influence of the Tu royal family would deduct a large number of points, and I could simultaneously cultivate the image of a cruel, foolish ruler. Zhao Shu looked at the corner of my mouth, which was harder to control than an AK-47, and felt her hair stand on end. She quickly said, this servant has overstepped. Please forgive me, your majesty. But I didn't blame her. I generously told her, of course, it's to increase the difficulty of the game. With this edict, not only do I become an isolated monarch monarch without family support, but I'll also be branded a heartless tyrant. I'm having you write the edict, and then you can tell Zhao Shu the good news. He'll surely be delighted. Consider this information a gift from me." At that moment, Zhao Shu's heart pounded. This was the first time anyone had ever given her a gift. I know His Majesty is tricking me, but why do I still feel happy? The scene shifts to Zhao Shu's residence. After writing the edict, Zhao Shu went there immediately. Seeing her, Zhao Shu asked with displeasure why she was so late. Zhao Shu said she had important intelligence to report. Tu Yi has ordered all members of the Tu royal family to be demoted to commoners. Hearing this, the two old foxes were shocked. What is that kid thinking? We just talked about choosing a new emperor from the Tu clan, and he issues this edict. Li Tianyuan ignored him and asked Zhao Shu, "Is this true?" Zhao Shu, wringing her hands, said sheepishly, "I was the one who wrote the edict for His Majesty." A fierce light flashed in Zhao's eyes, and he slapped Zhao Shu across the face. "Tell me, did you leak our secrets?" Zhao Shu, clutching her bruised cheek, whispered, "I did not." But Zhao Shu didn't believe her at all. "Don't think I don't know. You hussy must have fallen for that pretty boy, and now you're putting on a show for me." Suddenly, a large hand rested on his shoulder. "Minister Zhao Shu, if Zhao Shu had leaked the secret, how would you and I know about this edict? This is Tu Ye's plan to sow discord and warn us not to rashly support a new emperor." Hearing Li Tianyuan's analysis, Zhao Shu realized he had been blinded by anger. He then smilingly helped Zhao Shu up. "It was foster father's fault just now. You won't blame me, will you?" Zhao Shu replied, "I wouldn't dare." Then Zhao Shu looked at Li Tianyuan. "It seems your plan is ruined. In that case, I will rally the court officials to humiliate him during his first court session. I'll let him know who really calls the shots in this Qian dynasty." Li Tianyuan wanted to say something more but quickly gave up. Zhao Shu wasn't cut out for great things. I should make my own plans. Meanwhile, I looked at the finalized edict. Now I just needed a good time to announce it. But even so, I was still far from clearing the national PowerPoints. Suddenly, I remembered the foolish rulers from history. Besides trusting treacherous officials, they also neglected state affairs, abducted common women, and expanded their harems. Knowing this, I decided to follow their example and take all the female relatives from the ministers' households into my harem. Not only would it deduct a large number of national PowerPoints, but it would also provide some benefits for myself. It was a win-win. Immediately, I shouted to a eunuch, "We wish to see Zhao Shu and Li Tianyuan. Have them come to the imperial study at once." A quarter of an hour later, the two slowly arrived at the study. Seeing them, I immediately smiled. "Please, sit. Make yourselves at home." Zhao, however, looked disdainful, grumbling as he found a seat. "You've already ascended the throne. Shouldn't you attend the morning court tomorrow to get familiar with things?" He sneered inwardly. "Just wait until you show up at court tomorrow. I'll make you look like a fool." Little did he know, I had no intention of attending court. In my view, that was a point-gaining activity. So, I raised my cup and took a large gulp of wine. "Let's postpone the matter of court for another day. With you two loyal ministers here, I'm sure there's nothing you can't handle." Li Tianyuan listened with an I knew it expression, so he refused the request to attend court. He's not as simple as he seems. He not only guessed Zhao's plan to suppress him in court but also used the excuse of trusting his ministers, making it impossible to refute. Zhao's crude schemes are no match for him, but I wasn't thinking that far ahead. My mind was filled with the plan to expand my harem. So, I waved my hand and told them, "We have something to discuss with you. We are now the emperor, but my harem consists of only Zhao Shu. This is truly unbecoming. We have decided to search for beauties and expand the harem." Hearing this, even Zhao Shu was so shocked he staggered back a couple of steps. The late emperor has just been buried, and all he can think about is his lower body. This man is shameless. Even the usually calm Li Tianyuan was stunned. He summoned us just to discuss expanding his harem? I ignored their ghost-like expressions and continued, "This matter must be implemented as soon as possible." Both of them were speechless. Zhao Shu was the first to speak. "I support your majesty's search for beauties throughout the land, but on such short notice." I cut him off. "Indeed, this is very rushed. So, let's limit our search to the capital." Zhao was rendered speechless by my words and pinned his hopes on Li Tianyuan. "You have to stop this idiot." But I quickly continued, "I've thought of the most effortless method. Let's just select from the female relatives of the court officials." After leaving the imperial study, Zhao Shu was instantly displeased. That idiot ignores state affairs and wants to expand his harem. This is the classic behavior of a foolish ruler. But with that kid self-destructing on the throne, it saves us a lot of trouble. Li Tianyuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, and angrily told Zhao Shu to shut up. "If you continue to underestimate His Majesty like this, the consequence for us will be the extermination of our entire clans." Zhao was startled by his angry expression. Li Tianyuan also realized he had lost his composure, paused, and then continued, "His Majesty's actions just now were all brilliant moves with deep meaning. You just made a plan to embarrass him in court, and he easily thwarted it. This shows he is fully aware of our intentions. But that plan was just made, and we were summoned to the palace immediately. There was no way the news could have leaked. That's what makes him terrifying. Not only that, but besides not attending court, he also wants to expand his harem. This series of actions seems dissolute and misleading, but it's a chain of interconnected schemes aimed at us." Zhao asked him what he meant, because he is confident that he can control the court even without attending. By taking the female relatives of the ministers into his harem, he can use marriage alliances to directly win over the officials and undermine our power base at court. Hearing this, Zhao Zhuo instantly panicked. Li Tianyuan suddenly laughed and told him not to worry. His Majesty inherited the Tu bloodline. This is only natural. As his subjects, we should of course satisfy him. A few days after that, Li Tianyuan reported to me that the edict to demote all Tu clan members to commoners was being carried out, but because the former Crown Prince Tu Shu was stationed with the army at the border, it had not yet been implemented for him. I raised my hand to stop him from saying more. I don't want to hear about that. Then, I looked at him with a lecherous expression. How is the harem I asked you to select for us coming along? Li Tianyuan quickly explained. Because of the tight schedule, we haven't found the number of people your Majesty specified. He clapped his hands behind him and ordered his subordinates to bring the women forward. Soon, a group of celestial beauties appeared before me. Seeing them, my mouth shamelessly watered. Is this heaven? Just as I was lost in my reverie, they all called out in unison, "Greetings, your Majesty." I put my arm around Li Tianyuan's shoulder and asked him, "Are there any girls here with special skills?" Li Tianyuan's expression stiffened slightly. "Your humble servant does not understand what special skills your Majesty is referring to." His words surprised me. Does this kid not understand the secret language between men? Li Tianyuan's heart pounded. Could something have gone wrong with my plan? It turned out that two of the women were special. Over a decade ago, two prominent families in the Qian dynasty had their entire clans wiped out for offending the late emperor. Their only descendants, however, were secretly saved by Li Tianyuan. For over 10 years, Li Tianyuan had never mentioned their identities to anyone and had personally taught them everything he knew. The day before they came to the palace, Li Tianyuan had summoned the two of them and informed them of the death of Tu Qianjun, the man who had annihilated their families. Although you couldn't take revenge with your own hands, that old dog has another son, Tu Yi. I can give you the chance to eliminate him. However, he is cunning and deeply depraved. Are you afraid? The two of them immediately swore an oath. As long as we can take revenge with our own hands, we are willing to die 1,000 deaths. Thinking of this, Li Tianyuan finally relaxed. Just then, I suddenly exclaimed, "These two young ladies are extraordinary." Li Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at me in disbelief. He found out this quickly, and their information was displayed before my eyes. Zhuge Sha, approaching with the intent to destroy the nation for revenge. Fan Taozhu, also approaching with the intent to destroy the nation for revenge. Seeing this, I suddenly turned to look at Li Tianyuan and secretly praised him for a job well done. I need exactly this kind of special talent. So, I strode over to them. "State your names." The two of them feigned shyness. "This servant is Fan Taozhu. This servant is Zhuge Sha." Hearing their introductions, I stroked my chin and leaned in close to Zhuge Sha. "You seem a little nervous." This made Li Tianyuan's heart sink to the bottom. Zhuge Sha has an introverted personality. Under Tuya's presence, she might expose herself. I lifted her chin and told her not to be afraid. "We are very approachable." Then I happily kneaded her face, but her expression became more and more distorted. The system suddenly popped up with an emergency notification. "Congratulations to the host for discovering Zhuge Sha's hidden attribute." I secretly thought, this is not good. Then I heard a thud. I was just trying to stage a scene of favoritism. I didn't expect Zhuge Sha to be so fragile. Now Li Tianyuan will definitely worry about her being exposed and have her replaced. Sure enough, Li Tianyuan suddenly knelt down. "Your humble servant was negligent and chose poorly, allowing this woman to be disrespectful in your Majesty's presence. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I will have this woman removed at once." I raised my hand to stop him, then scooped Zhuge Sha into my arms. "I like shy women just like this. My dear minister, you truly understand me." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Thank you, your Majesty." To make the act more convincing, I immediately said, "Tonight, Zhuge Sha will attend to me in bed." Suddenly, I noticed a murderous gaze from the side, but I mistook her look for dissatisfaction. Could it be that Miss Fan Taozhu wants to attend to me as well? But just as they were ready to offer themselves, I didn't do any of those lewd things. Although they were beautiful and cute, they were spies sent to eliminate me. But since they were sent by Li Tianyuan, they must have something extraordinary about them. However, the system only displayed their basic information and ability scores, nothing else. Having waited a long time for my affection, Fan Taozhu was now feeling very confused. Why hasn't this foolish ruler come yet? We were all prepared to offer ourselves, even to be subjected to various humiliations and ultimately submit to his debauchery. But now, the scene I imagined hasn't happened. Compared to being treated like that, the inactive Tu Yi seems even more terrifying. Fan Taozhu suddenly remembered what Li Tianyuan had told them before. Tu Yi is a cunning man. Although he is very lecherous, he is hard to fool with beauty. Besides, Zhao Zhuo has already sent Zhao Shu to him. She is both your ally and your competitor. To gain Tu Yi's trust, you must show him value beyond your looks. I believe you know how to display your extra value. While they were still pondering what to do, I suddenly asked them, "Do you have any talents or special skills?" Hearing this, their hearts sank. So it's come to this. Zhuge Sha started counting on her fingers. This servant is skilled in divination, astrology, character reading, feng shui, and alchemy. Hearing this, a smile touched my lips, and I nodded in satisfaction. But she then added, "This servant is also skilled in the arts of the bedchamber." Shu, standing beside her, gave her a speechless look, thinking, "Are you serious?" I didn't say much but looked at Fan Taozhu. "And what are your talents?" Shu's body trembled slightly, not knowing how to answer. She was born into a merchant family and had followed her grandfather to various business venues since she was young. Through observation, she became skilled not only in calculating goods but also in calculating people's hearts. But her grandfather's fate made her understand that possessing both skills could easily arouse suspicion from those in power. The prerequisite for revenge is to protect myself. I must show my value while packaging myself as a harmless person. Thinking this through, she put on a sweet, innocent smile. This servant has no special talents. The only thing I have to offer is the vast fortune passed down from my family. I was floored. Her image instantly became colossal in my mind. Is this the power of a superpower? So, I began to ponder carefully how to make them use their talents to help me destroy this country. Soon, I had a decision. As the ruler of a nation, how could we be interested in Miss Zhu's family fortune? On the contrary, would Miss Fan Taozhu be willing to manage the national treasury for us? Zhu's face showed an expression of utter shock, while I was secretly pleased with my decision. Fan Taozhu comes from a merchant family. She must be a natural at discreetly emptying the national treasury. As for Zhu Bisha, who comes from a family of occultists, she can perfectly emulate the historical Su Fu's alchemy quest. So, I told Zhu Bisha, from now on, you will be our state preceptor, in charge of the Imperial Medical Academy, responsible for concocting longevity elixirs for us. Such an arrangement is the perfect setup for a nation-destroying ruler, isn't it? But soon, something occurred to me. I looked seriously at the still-dazed Zhu Bisha. From now on, you must wear a Taoist robe when you see us. This strange one made Zhu Bisha feel very uncomfortable. However, this line of thought opened up a new door for me. In the future, I must arrange a new set of outfits for my entire harem. Cat ears, maid outfits, all of it must be arranged. On the other side, after forging the edict, Zhao Zhuo became incredibly excited. Once Tu Shu is eliminated, Tu Yi will have no external support. The world will be mine for the taking. Thinking this, he called out loudly for his guard. Soon, the sound of footsteps was heard outside, and a man in armor knelt before him. Zhao took out the prepared box. I want you to leave for the northern commandery at once and deliver this edict to Tu Su, the commander of the northern garrison. You must witness Tu Shu's suicide with your own eyes and bring back his head. I want to present a gift to his majesty. And on the eaves of Zhao's residence, a figure recorded everything he had just heard and passed on this crucial intelligence. Meanwhile, in a dense forest somewhere, a small cavalry squad of several dozen men was riding towards the northern commandery, but their movements had long been exposed. The masked woman leading them had already received the message, but just as she was about to give the order to attack, she slipped and lost her balance, letting out a scream as she fell into the thick grass. Seeing their leader, Xiao, fall, the two men beside her were already used to it. Zhao's disgruntled voice suddenly rang out. Useless fools. The marching Zhao Zhuo Xian also sensed that something was wrong and subconsciously looked towards the bushes. Seeing a suddenly appeared rope, Zhao Zhuo Xian quickly called for his men to stop, but the soldiers behind him were not so lucky. Their fast horses were tripped by the rope. Just as they were about to get up, a burst of fire exploded behind them. Dozens of black figures appeared from the sky, unleashing a volley of hidden weapons they had prepared. Zhao Xian swung his sword, deflecting all the attacks. In front of him were two men in black, holding blades. Zhao Zhuo Xian roared in anger. Mere rebels, how dare you intercept an imperial edict? With just one slash, he killed the two men blocking his path. Suddenly, an eagle's cry was heard. On the high, round moon, a figure stood, but before Zhao Zhuo Xian could react, a sharp dagger was already at his neck. Zhao Xian instantly knew their identity, but the cold blade gave him no chance to speak. A black shadow knelt before Xiao and presented the captured edict. The woman took off her hood. As expected, that foolish ruler ordered Prince Tu Shu to commit suicide. The man beside her hesitated. Since it's His Majesty's edict, was our action tonight a bit presumptuous? A pebble grazed his cheek. Have you forgotten the original purpose of our Shadow Guard? Where there is light, there is shadow. Only Earth can be born from heaven. We, the Shadow Guard, walk in darkness to protect the late Emperor, the Celestial Emperor. We can be sinister and bloody in our methods, but don't forget who we are loyal to, the late Emperor. The late Emperor appointed Tu Shu as the Crown Prince. Now that he is gone, we should follow his will and support Tu Su. Tu Yi not only usurped the throne but now wants to assassinate the Crown Prince. Before the man could recover from the shock of Xiao tearing the edict to shreds, he heard her say, the current son of heaven is the one we must eliminate. Then, Xiao instructed the man to clean up the scene. Prince Tu Shu is far away in the northern border. A round trip to the capital, even at full speed, takes 4 days. For 4 days, Tu Yi will not discover the anomaly with the edict. Before that, I will kill him with my own hands. Meanwhile, I suddenly sneezed. Is another beauty thinking of me? 5 days later, Zhao Zhuo had still not received any word from Zhao Zhuo Xian. Suddenly, a figure walked in. What are you waiting for, Minister Zhao Zhuo? Zhao nervously said he was waiting for nothing, then asked him what he was doing here. Li Tianyuan smiled and told him, I came to bring you news. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Zhao couldn't help but feel puzzled. What bad news could there be? Li Tianyuan revealed a smug smile. Of course, it's that your plan to forge an edict and kill Tu Shu has failed. Zhao's eyes widened, and he grabbed Li Tianyuan's collar in a fit of rage. Li Tianyuan pushed his arm away. Our positions are the same. You don't need to lie to me. Zhao Zhuo Xian was ambushed and killed in the outskirts of the city 5 days ago. The ones who did it were the leader of the Shadow Guard, Xiao. Xiao's heart clenched. How could she? Li Tianyuan interrupted him. Let's hear the good news first. Although Xiao killed Zhao Zhuo Xian, she mistakenly believed the edict edict was issued by Tu Yi. Her next target is Tu Yi, but he quickly recovered and questioned Li Tianyuan about how he could know such top-secret information. Li Tianyuan was disdainful. Minister Zhao Shuo doesn't need to know the specifics, but your luck is good. You could say it's a blessing in disguise. We can use this incident to break the balance His Majesty has created between Tu Su, you, and me. Tonight, His Majesty is holding a grand harem banquet in the Celestial Palace. It's crowded and chaotic. If Xiao wants to make a move on His Majesty, tonight is the best opportunity. So, I made some arrangements to make the Imperial Guard's security exceptionally lax tonight. Now, Xiao and the Shadow Guard represent Tu Su. So, whether the assassination succeeds or fails, Tu Shu will be blamed for regicide. Having lost the moral high ground, even with his army, he will no longer be a threat. After hearing his plan, Zhao's eyes lit up. This one stone, two birds strategy not only gets rid of Tu Yi but also frames Tu Su. But Li Tianyuan told him not to get carried away. The final outcome is still unknown. How could such a surefire plan fail? Zhao Zhuo looked bewildered. However, Li Tianyuan didn't say anything more and walked out the door on his own. Outside, Li Tianyuan looked worried. In this plan, the only variable I can't predict is His Majesty. Logically, Fan Taozhu and Zhuge Xia hate the two clan to the bone. Tonight at the Celestial Palace, they will naturally look for an opportunity to strike at His Majesty. But although they are intelligent and resourceful, in terms of cunning, are they really His Majesty's match? Meanwhile, the cosplay party I had been looking forward to was finally underway. One after another, stunningly beautiful ladies appeared in various strange and wonderful costumes, and they all had one goal: to win my favor tonight. At the same time, a pleasant bell chimed, and a young woman in a purple, exotic-style outfit entered the party. She was none other than the leader of the Shadow Guard, Xiao. But soon, she felt countless murderous gazes on her. They are just ordinary people. Why are their eyes so terrifying? And in their mouths, Xiao became the little vixen who would do anything to climb the social ladder. Soon, someone came up to remind her, although your costume is very creative, you're still too naive to compete with us for His Majesty. Just as Xiao was about to lose her temper from the humiliation, a voice from outside the hall announced, His Majesty arrives. I walked out, flanked by Fan Taozhu and Zhuge Xia. As soon as I appeared, I blew a loving kiss to all my consorts, and my consorts rushed towards me like a crazed mob. But my expression didn't change at all. Suddenly, I saw a special young lady in the crowd. I didn't expect an assassin to come just for me. Noticing my gaze, Xiao also felt it was incredible. She then pulled a short blade from her waist and, ignoring the women in front of her, charged at me. I looked, somewhat stunned, at the woman who had suddenly burst forth. By now, Xiao was already charging at me with her blade, but Zhuge Xia, behind me, still thought this was a pre-rehearsed performance. They shouted in unison, How dare you? How dare you say such treasonous words in front of His Majesty? It turned out that 5 days ago, I had told them I was hosting a cosplay party. The girls below didn't understand why it was called cosplay. I pulled out a student uniform. Cosplay is role-playing. My dear consorts will wear clothes they like and play games happily with us. Although they didn't understand what it meant at the time, now they instantly grasped the meaning of the party, to feel excitement through the fun of role-playing. In their eyes, Zhao's so-called assassination was a display of her fervent love for me. The other consorts instantly realized it too. This woman is trying to have His Majesty all to herself through this trick, but now that I've seen through you, I won't let you succeed. Then, the young lady who had realized it first charged forward. Xiao instantly sheathed her blade, grabbed the woman's arms, and expertly threw her over her shoulder, subduing her. This made Xiao very confused, wondering if the woman was insane. She has no cultivation at all, yet she dares to attack me. But soon, she felt a chill behind her. One by one, the young ladies rushed at her like a horde of zombies. It turned out they all thought Xiao was competing with them for my favor. Watching Xiao being pushed further and further away by the crowd, I couldn't help but feel speechless. At this moment, Zhao's heart was in turmoil. Why is this foolish ruler so loved by these consorts? Does he really have some extraordinary quality? But she was no longer merciful. She reached for her blade. You asked for this. Seeing this, I instantly panicked. Those are the vital human resources that guarantee I can play the role of a foolish ruler and complete my nation-ruining mission. So, I quickly intervened. Spare those girls. Xiao looked at me with confusion. She didn't understand why I didn't take the opportunity to escape but instead came back to stop her. Little did she know, my action made the consorts in the harem even more devoted to me. Although I saved those consorts, I couldn't be killed by that woman now. Otherwise, the nation-destroying mission would be impossible to complete. So, I said to her, it's not my time to die yet. She coldly told me to shut up. You're all talk. But I continued, I can abdicate the throne to Tu Shu in exchange. Isn't your purpose in assassinating me to let Tu Shu ascend the throne? Hearing this, Zhao's heart was greatly shocked. He knows my identity and purpose. Is this a trap? She coldly questioned why I was doing this. Hearing her question, I suddenly laughed, putting on a carefree act. Alright, I'll come clean. My goal is actually to be a lazy, do-nothing foolish ruler. What's a throne compared to the beauties in my harem? I have neither the talent to rule nor the desire to be emperor. It's better to let someone more capable have it. As my speech ended, system alert. Host triggered the nation-ending event rebellion at the outpost. Historically, Zhao Kuangyin seized power in a military coup and took the throne. 1,000 national power points deducted. I was also taken aback. I didn't expect my crazy move to directly trigger a nation-destroying event. Heaven is truly on my side. She looked looked at me with suspicion. Could there really be someone in this world who isn't obsessed with power? This must be his trick. Suddenly, she said coldly, I don't care if you really think this way or if you're just trying to buy time. If I kill you, the result is the same. Her words made my scalp tingle. Why is this girl so obsessed with killing me? So, I spoke again. Killing me now will only make Tushu bear the infamy of regicide. Even if he becomes emperor, his rule will not be legitimate. I'm doing all this for his sake. After hearing my answer, Xiao fell silent. She suddenly remembered what the late emperor had told her. I established the Qian dynasty and quelled the wars in the north. Do you think I count as a good emperor? Your majesty is wise and martial, decisive in battle. You count as a great ruler for the ages. Unfortunately, my methods are only suitable for chaotic times of conquest. The Qian dynasty that follows may not need an emperor like me. Xiao loudly denied it. The Qian dynasty will always need a ruler like your majesty. The late emperor suddenly laughed. I know my time is short, but this may not be a bad thing for the Qian dynasty. I only hope that my successor, even if not as qualified as me, even if lazy and absurd, as long as he is tolerant and uncontroversial, not eager for quick success. Recalling the late emperor's last words, Xiao had once thought the successor he spoke of was his majesty, Tusu. But now, lazy and absurd, tolerant and uncontroversial, these traits on Tu Yi seemed to fit the late emperor's description at the time. But soon, she rejected this answer. Crown Prince Tu Shu is the late emperor's eldest son, the legal heir of the Qian dynasty. How can I be swayed by a few words from Tu Yi? So, she once again erupted with a terrifying killing intent and walked towards me step by step. Since you don't want this throne, then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the northern city of Lincheng and complete the abdication ceremony with His Highness Tu Shu in person. Hearing this, I finally revealed a smile. As long as the abdication ceremony is completed, this nation will surely fall. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Zhuge Xia stood in front of me. You want to take His Highness? Have you asked for permission from the talisman in my hand? This made Xiao feel incredibly troubled. She could sense that the woman in front of her was also a powerful expert. So his previous talk of abdication was just a lie to buy time? This foolish ruler is truly skilled at manipulating people's hearts. In reality, I was just as confused about the current situation. Suddenly, Fan Taozhu put a hand on my shoulder. Your Majesty, don't worry. Zhuge Xia's occult arts are powerful. Her combat strength is probably on par with that assassin. With her protecting your Majesty, the assassin has no chance. After saying this, Fan Taozhu felt that her decision just now was correct because she saw a look of absolute confidence on my face. It turned out that the night before they were sent, Li Tianyuan had asked them if they knew their mission after getting close to Tu Yi. Zhuge Xia had immediately said, of course, find a chance to kill Tu Yi and avenge our families. Li Tianyuan had shaken his head in disappointment. Your vendetta cannot be resolved by just killing one Tu Yi. Your ultimate mission is to bring about the fall of the Qian dynasty. So, for now, you must ensure that Tu Yi stays alive. Hearing this answer, both of them were stunned. Li Tianyuan continued to explain, originally, among all the princes, Tu Yi appeared the most incompetent. I took advantage of Tu Shu being away with the army to support his ascension, precisely to let the Qian dynasty change hands under his rule. Fan Taozhu instantly understood. You want us to be chaotic era femme fatale by his side, seducing him to become a nation-destroying ruler. Li Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. Shu, you are indeed quick-witted. You understood with just a hint, but what you guessed was only my initial plan. After Tu Yi ascended the throne, his actions were like a different person. His previous foolishness and incompetence seemed like a disguise, making him more and more unfathomable to me. So, you must take my place, observe him up close, and find his weakness. Seeing Li Tianyuan's grave expression, Fan Taozhu was stunned. This was the first time she had seen such an expression on Minister Li Tianyuan. Is he afraid, or is it extreme excitement? Li Tianyuan suddenly called out Zhu's name. You have always been clever. You can adapt to the situation by his side. And Zhuge Xia is skilled in occult arts and has strong execution, but she is simple-minded. There is just one thing you must remember. Never let him and Tu Shu stand on the same side. Seeing the faint smile on my lips, Fan Taozhu became even more certain of Minister Li Tianyuan's guess. Tu Yi's foolishness and incompetence must be his disguise. This time, he invited the harem to this strange costume party with the purpose of making contact with the Shadow Guard and then joining forces with Tu Shu to deal with Minister Li Tianyuan. Unfortunately, your scheme was already predicted by Minister Li Tianyuan, and I was not as composed as she imagined. Instead, I was anxiously trying to break up the fight. Realizing it was useless, I suddenly burst out laughing. In the end, I even stopped trying to intervene. I glanced sharply behind me, staring intently at Fan Taozhu. As expected, I saw her guiltily look away. I had almost forgotten that this one was also Li Tianyuan's person. Li Tianyuan wanted to use me as a puppet, so they would definitely stop me from abdicating to Tu Su. I must control Zhuge Xia's actions to complete the rebellion at the Outpost 2.0 event. A powerful general commanding troops is stationed outside. The host is under threat and forced to abdicate in his favor. If the abdication succeeds, the event is considered complete, and 1,000 national power points will be deducted. Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on my face. How could I have forgotten Zhuge Xia's weakness? So, I quietly came up behind Zhuge Xia, wrapped one arm around her, and used the other to lift her chin. As the son of heaven, how could I let my beloved consort protect me? Sure enough, my superb technique made her drop her guard. hard. Zhuge Xia's body went limp and she collapsed. Immediately, I looked at Xiao. Now's your chance. Quick, take me hostage. My inexplicable words made Xiao very confused. Is this guy crazy? But I was still anxiously shouting at her. What the hell are you still hesitating for? The guards will be here soon. This gave Xiao a sense of urgency. Seeing her move, I breathed a sigh of relief and very cooperatively let her grab me from behind. And Zhu, in my arms, fell straight to the ground. Just as she was about to hit the floor, she miraculously stopped in midair, and her Yandere attribute was completely awakened. She would never let any woman other than herself and Fan Taozhu touch me, because once another woman touched me, she would enter a berserk state. That extreme threat made even Xiao feel a chill down her back. Zhuge Xiao looked at her with murderous intent. You dare to fight me for my man? That terrifying aura made even the battle-hardened Xiao feel a sense of fear. Xiao gripped her short blade tightly, as if only this could give her a sense of security. Zhuge Xia's hands quickly formed several complex gestures, and then she took a deep breath, fire style, true samadhi fire. The next moment, a scorching flame appeared in her hand. At this moment, she was like a god of fire, seemingly able to eliminate this man-stealing vixen with a single blow. Alarm bells rang in Zhao's mind, and I was so scared I nearly wet my pants. If Xiao is killed, the rebellion at the Outpost Mutiny 2.0 event will definitely fail. So I shouted at her, quick, dodge, and even threw myself forward. Are you an idiot? At this moment, Zhuge Xia's attack landed. A scorching light exploded at the spot where they had just been, instantly illuminating the entire Imperial City. But what was dramatic was that I had accidentally kissed the assassin on the lips. Xiao, coming to her senses, her face changed drastically. But before she could move, her head hit the ground hard. Her consciousness instantly vanished. Fan Taozhu looked in my direction in disbelief. After the dust settled, I finally recovered from the shock, only to receive a system notification that my mission had failed. Then it told me that the Qin King chases around the pillar event had been triggered. Now that the assassin has been subdued by the host, national power points have increased by 1,000. I roared at the sky in frustration. What kind of stupid rule is this? How can you add points for a failed mission? This scene startled Fan Taozhu behind me. What a terrifying presence. The two masters have both fallen, yet he is completely unharmed. Minister Li Tianyuan, I'm beginning to understand the expression you had when you talked about Tu Yi. After an unknown amount of time, the assassin Xiao finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, I smiled at her and said, "Are you okay?" Seeing her confused look, I laughed and introduced, "This is my bedchamber." Xiao looked down at her hands and cursed me for being a despicable villain. Being insulted for no reason, I was also a bit confused. Then I saw her say to me with great grievance, "Even if you have my body." I quickly cut her off. "What are you dreaming about? If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by Li Tianyuan." It turned out that after Xiao fainted, Li Tianyuan had already rushed into my bedchamber with all his guards. Seeing that I was safe and sound, he immediately knelt down and apologized to me. I magnanimously told him it was fine, but he suddenly said he wanted to take the assassin away for investigation. I immediately raised my hand to stop him, then gave a lewd reason. "I think she's quite good looking. I want to keep her to attend to me in bed." Li Tianyuan looked at me speechlessly. "Your Majesty, this assassin is very dangerous." I'm worried, but I said as if it were a matter of course. I just like exciting games. Or are you saying you don't think I can handle a woman who has lost her weapon and freedom of movement? Li Tianyuan quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." So I said to Zhu, "You take good care of Zhuge Xia." Then I called Zhao Shu to join me and dismissed everyone else. Although the rebellion at the Outpost Mutiny 2.0 event had failed, the assassin lady still had value. As long as I sent her back to Tusu, the nation-destroying plan could continue. Seeing my ill-intentioned gaze, Xiao screamed in fear, "Kill me or do whatever you want, but don't come near me." She was desperately pushing me away, telling me to just kill her quickly. "The messenger you sent with the edict to kill Prince Tu Shu has already been dealt with by me. You will be dealt with by Prince Tu Shu sooner or later." Her words made me very confused. When did I say I wanted to execute Tu Su? But she told me not to argue. Prince Tu Shu is the one designated by the late emperor. If you don't kill him, how can you rest easy on the throne? Zhao Shu, standing nearby, understood everything. This was the work of her foster father. Seeing Zhao Shu's subtle expression, I instantly understood the whole story. It must be that idiot Zhao Shu who forged the edict. But I can use this mistake to my advantage, take the blame, and create more animosity with Tu Su. So I broke free from Zhao's hands, clutched my head with one hand, and laughed loudly. I remember now, it was indeed my edict. Zhao Shu, behind me, looked at my back with surprise. Then she saw me turn and grab a sharp longsword from the side. He holds so much military power. That should have been a gift from my father to me. While Zhao Shu was pondering why I would take the blame for this, she saw me look coldly at Xiao. Thinking about it now, killing him with a single edict is too boring. I've decided to play with him in a more interesting way. In Zhao's terrified expression, I swung the sword down at her. With a clang, the expected coldness did not appear on her body. Then she found that I had actually cut her chains. "Are you wondering why I didn't kill you? Well, I'll tell you. You killed my messenger, so you will be the one to deliver a new edict to Tu Su. Father said Tu Shu is a natural-born god of war. To train him for the throne, he was made the king of the Northern Commandery and the commander of the Northern Garrison. But in my eyes, he's just a brute with no brains, nothing to be afraid of. Today, I will not only strip him of his titles as king of the Northern Commandery and commander of the Northern Garrison, but also strip him of his 2 surname and demote him to a commoner. You tell him, if he's not happy with my decision, he can try raising an army and taking back what was originally his. I'll be waiting for him in the capital. And in my heart, I was secretly pleased. My acting is definitely Oscar-worthy. But soon, the system's notification sounded again. It had actually triggered a second-tier nation-destroying event, the Jingnan Rebellion. I asked the system in my mind, what's the difference between this and a normal nation-destroying event? Triggering the Jingnan Rebellion requires 2 conditions: a royal vassal with significant military power in the north of the capital, and the host, as the emperor, issuing an edict to strip the royal vassal of his power. If the royal vassal raises an army in response, the first stage of the event is considered complete, deducting 2,000 national power points from the host. If the royal vassal leads his army into the capital, the second stage of the event is considered complete, deducting 5,000 national power points from the host. Hearing this, I suddenly burst out laughing. As expected of a second-tier nation-destroying event, if this mission is completed, my national power points will definitely go into the negative. Seeing my uncontrollable laughter, Xiao was even more certain that I had some serious issues. But soon, her expression became determined again. This is good. At least Prince Tu Shu has a chance to reclaim the country. Xiao Shu, on the side, was extremely shocked. I had actually let go of the assassin who had tried to kill me and even deliberately provoked Tu Su. After sending the assassin off, I quickly began to think. Although this plan was very likely to succeed, I still needed the help of the treacherous ministers to prevent any accidents. So, I turned my attention to Zhao Shu. I almost forgot about that guy Zhao Zhua. Didn't he keep urging me to attend court? I can use that. So, I called out Zhao Shu's name. I've been paying a lot of attention to Fan Taozhu and Zhuge Sha recently. I'm sorry for neglecting you. Zhao Shu knelt before me in fear and quickly said she wouldn't dare feel neglected. I reassured her not to be nervous. Didn't I say before that you can tell Zhao Shu everything about me? This time, please pass a message to him for me. Tell him I plan to attend court and listen to state affairs soon, and that he should be prepared. Hearing this, Zhao Shu immediately relayed the message to Zhao Zhua that night. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, all the officials had already arrived. As the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall, the officials respectfully greeted the person. Greetings, Minister Zhao Zhua. Zhao, like an emperor, enjoyed their goodwill. But soon, he noticed something unusual. The seat for Li Tianyuan was empty. Another official came up behind him and reminded him, Minister Li Tianyuan is not feeling well, so he didn't come. Zhao knew he was just making an excuse. Although he was angry, he waved his hand dismissively. Since Minister Li Tianyuan is not feeling well, it doesn't matter if he's not here. His eyes turned fierce. After I'm done with that brat Tu Yi, I'll deal with him. Just then, the eunuch's voice rang out. His Majesty arrives. Zhao looked towards the entrance of the hall with displeasure. Soon, a figure appeared in their sight. However, it wasn't just me. Zhao Shu was following closely behind me. This caused a stir among the court officials. What kind of emperor brings his concubine to court? But I just smiled and swept my gaze over the crowd. You can't handle just one? The officials looked up at me with confusion. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. I had brought all 365 of my concubines with me. The officials in the hall, unable to bear this blow, began to lament to the soul of the late emperor. But my harem didn't care about any of this and curiously walked around the court. Seeing this, I laughed and clapped my hands, even arrogantly telling them, we just wanted our beloved consorts to experience what it's like to attend court. My dear ministers shouldn't have any objections, right? Zhao Zhua, who had been waiting to see me make a fool of myself, was also stunned. What is this kid trying to do? Suddenly, an official's voice broke the silence. He had just realized that the illegitimate daughter he had recently sent to the harem was among them. Could it be that His Majesty deliberately brought them to court to humiliate us? Zhao directly lashed out. Bringing the harem to court is against the rules. What is Your Majesty's intention in doing this? But his words couldn't make me feel the slightest bit of shame. I am the emperor. My words are edicts. My actions are the will of heaven. What are you to dare to judge me? My arrogant words left Zhao Zhua speechless. I looked down at him from my high position. As long as I am shameless enough, as long as I have no bottom line, then no one can do anything to me. Then I turned to the eunuch beside me. Why aren't you getting seats for my beloved consorts? Soon, the eunuch brought over cushions and placed them next to my throne. I directed my consorts to sit down beside me. Everyone, just make do for now. And this action of mine directly triggered the system, deducting 500 national power points. A hugely excited smile appeared on my face. It seems that just by losing the emperor's dignity, I can deduct points. The officials below, seeing my performance, felt a massive headache. This guy is just an incompetent, foolish ruler. Zhao looked at me sitting on the dragon throne with a gloomy face. Just you wait. I'll make you look good. After everyone was seated, I looked down at those who were dissatisfied with me. This is our first time attending court. Do you have anything you wish to report? Hearing this, all the officials present couldn't help but chuckle. The show is about to begin. Then, Zhao Zhua took a step forward. This minister has an important matter to report. Recently, someone discovered an auspicious omen on an island in the far eastern sea and presented it to me. Hearing this, I also became a little excited. I asked him what auspicious omen it was. A cold smile hung on Zhao's lips as he described in a very exaggerated manner. Of course, it's the divine beast, the Azure Dragon. This minister thought this symbolizes the rise of our great Qian dynasty, so I wanted to take this opportunity today to present this auspicious omen to Your Majesty. Majesty. But after hearing this, I became extremely disappointed. I don't want any damn great rise. Zhao also noticed my disappointed expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he already knows my next move? In the end, he still decided to continue with his plan. He said happily, "Your Majesty, please take a look at this auspicious divine beast." Then he clapped his hands behind him. Just as I was wondering what he would bring, I saw two guards leading a giant lizard into the main hall. After seeing the true appearance of the so-called divine beast, the hall fell into a long silence. I even spat out a mouthful of saliva. A divine azure dragon? This thing is just a giant lizard. But Zhao Zhuo thought I was speechless with shock, so he proudly pointed at the giant lizard. "Your Majesty, please look. How majestic is this divine beast, the azure dragon?" And in his heart, he sneered, "Kid, let's see how you handle this." At this moment, the system chimed in again, notifying me of a new nation-destroying event, pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. In the original story, Xiao Gao used this trick to seize imperial power. Now, I've encountered a similar character. Zhao Zhuo, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Is it finally my time to shine? Suddenly, the giant lizard's roar interrupted my thoughts. It was baring its teeth at me. The guards quickly tightened their grip. The ministers also started whispering, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. But I just stroked my head and smiled at Zhao Zhuo. "I don't think this thing is any auspicious azure dragon at all." Hearing my words, Zhao Zhuo sneered even more. He then feigned a very troubled look. "It seems your Majesty doesn't recognize the azure dragon I brought. Well then, ministers, you tell me, is it an azure dragon or not?" Hearing this, a minister immediately stepped forward and stated with absolute certainty that it was an azure dragon. Some even took out ancient books, claiming that there were records of such a creature. Then, all the ministers congratulated me. "Your Majesty is blessed. It truly is an auspicious azure dragon." Hearing their voices, Zhao Zhuo looked at me with great pride. "Let's see what you have to say now, kid." Little did he know, I was even happier than they were at this moment. At this rate, I'll be able to complete my nation-ruining mission. But just then, someone suddenly stood up and questioned it. "This thing is so ugly. How could it be an auspicious beast?" I looked angrily towards the source of the voice. Who the hell dares to help me? It turned out that the one who had backstabbed me was one of the concubines I had brought with me. A miscalculation. I didn't expect these women to be so supportive of me, but I quickly thought of a way to salvage the situation. So, I placed my hopes on Zhao Shu. "My dear consort, don't you have something to say?" Zhao Shu pointed at herself with a bewildered look. I looked at her very seriously and nodded. "I want to hear what you have to say. Is this thing below an auspicious azure dragon or not?" But Zhao Shu just stood there, frozen and bewildered. His Majesty knows I'm my foster father's spy, yet he has kept me by his side. Now he wants me to take a stand here. Does he want me to choose between him and my foster father? Sweet memories flooded her mind. Zhao Shu suddenly understood her choice. She then stood up and looked coldly at Zhao Zhuo below, but Zhao Zhuo just smiled confidently, listening for Zhao Shu's next words. However, Zhao Shu stated with great certainty, "This thing is so ugly. How can it be a divine azure dragon?" While Zhao Zhuo was still stunned, Zhao Shu suddenly shouted angrily, "Minister Zhao Zhuo, are you trying to fool the emperor? This is the crime of deceiving the monarch." Zhao was instantly flustered. The words "how dare you betray me" stuck in his throat, unable to come out. And at this moment, I also felt great pain in my heart. "You actually didn't betray me." But my pained expression made Zhao Shu think I wasn't satisfied. So, she simply waved her arm and shouted to my consorts, "Sisters, am I right?" And I saw that my consorts were all filled with righteous indignation, pointing out Zhao's crimes. Hearing the words "extermination of 9 generations," Zhao's heart instantly grew cold. He looked pleadingly at Minister Xia behind him, hoping he could help. Minister Xia felt this was an opportunity to shine. He rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. "Insolence, is this how I usually teach you? How dare you be disrespectful to Minister Zhao Zhuo?" But the woman on the stage had a louder voice than his. "You are the one who is insolent. Does this world belong to His Majesty or to Zhao Zhuo? Back then, you didn't think highly of a newly enthroned His Majesty and sent me to the palace as a pawn." At that moment, our ties were already severed. Minister Xia was so angered by her words that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A nearby minister quickly called for the imperial physician. Minister Xia is about to die. But the consorts on the stage looked at each other and smiled, and one by one, they started revealing all the dirty deeds their fathers and family heads had done. As they listed all the evidence, the ministers who had been waiting to see me make a fool of myself were instantly silenced. Zhao at this moment also realized something. Li Tianyuan was right. This kid is definitely not to be trifled with. Suddenly, he stared in horror, because from me, he felt an incredibly terrifying pressure, and my action of drawing my sword made his back go cold. Suddenly, I stepped in front of him. My divine dragon drew its sword against him, but at the moment the sword fell, it was not his head that was cut off, but his so-called auspicious azure dragon. I walked past him and reminded him, "It's really not worth hurting the harmony between us, ruler and subject, over such a monster. Whether it's an auspicious beast or not, I've slain it with one blow. As for what happened in court today, I'll pretend it never happened. What do you think, Minister Zhao Zhuo?" Zhao looked at me in horror and said with a trembling voice, "You're right. After returning to the imperial study, I received a notification that I had successfully foiled Zhao's plot. Not only was my imperial authority consolidated, but my national power points had also increased by another 2,000. Zhao Shu, seeing my expression, couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. He has already intimidated the entire court. Why is he still unhappy? So she cautiously said to me, "Are you satisfied with Zhao Shu's performance in court?" I was taken aback by her voice, then forced a gentle smile. "It was alright. It would have been better if you had understood my intentions more accurately." Zhao Shu's heart skipped a beat, so I didn't take the initiative to grasp His Majesty's spirit before. I needed His Majesty's reminder to stand up. I must have disappointed His Majesty, so she secretly vowed to be more proactive in keeping up with my rhythm next time, and I, unaware of what was going on in her head, was instead thinking of new ideas to destroy the nation. I hope Li Tianyuan doesn't disappoint me again, so I called out to Zhao Shu again. "Draft another edict for us. We are promoting Li Tianyuan to the position of Grand Chancellor." This move shocked Zhao Shu immensely, because in her eyes, wasn't this a suicidal act of handing over all my imperial power? And it was right after Zhao Shu had just failed. Could it be that His Majesty wants to make a move on both Zhao Shu and Li Tianyuan, and that's why he's using this edict to divide them? Before she could figure out the meaning of my actions, I had already stamped the imperial seal, and at that moment, the system chimed in again. It turned out that due to my previous actions, Crown Prince Tu Shu had already decided to raise an army and rebel, and my national power points had been reduced by 2,000 because of it. I instantly broke into a crazed smile. The points I just gained in court are gone just like that. As expected of me, half a month later, I suddenly received an urgent report. The northern garrison had defeated the capital's Dragon Guard and captured countless supplies. After capturing a large amount of military rations, General Itsuan excitedly shouted to the army behind him, "We don't have to worry about supplies anymore." Then he rode his horse to Tu Shu's side. "Commander, our army has been marching south for over 10 days. We haven't encountered any loyalist armies along the way, and our advance has been very smooth. But in the battle against the Dragon Guard just now, our victory was too easy. I suspect there's a trap." Tu Shu asked him what was so suspicious. "The Dragon Guard's duty is to defend the capital, and its daily command is in Li Tianyuan's hands. Although their combat strength is not as good as the northern garrisons, they are still considered elite. But just now, they abandoned their supplies and fled before even engaging with our army. It's obvious they intentionally lost to us." Tu Shu praised his analysis. Xiao also stepped forward and said, "That Tu Yi is treacherous and despicable. This must be his scheme." Tu Shu just laughed. "Of course I know he did it on purpose. I know my brother's mind all too well." It turned out that one day, 10 years ago, the late emperor asked Tu Shu what the line "after a friend comes from afar" was. Tu Shu thought for a long time and confidently answered, "A friend comes from afar, and though they are far, they must be punished." Tu Qianjun punched him on the head. "As the crown prince, you have no brains at all. How can I be at ease handing the Qian dynasty over to you?" But Tu Shu became even more confident. "My head is very useful. I just defeated several dragon guards with a headbutt yesterday." The angry Tu Qianjun punished him by not allowing him to eat and making him copy his lessons for the day 100 times. He worked from morning till dusk, but Tu Shu still hadn't finished his task. Suddenly, a stone hit him on the head. He looked back at the boy at the window. "I don't get it. You're the crown prince. How come you live a more tiring life than a useless prince like me? That's why I envy you. Father has high expectations for me. He wants me to be a great ruler for the ages." So, Tu Yi cut him off. "You can't indulge in pleasure and enjoy life. What's the point of being an emperor then?" Tu Shu shook his head and said it was not an option, because my surname is Tu. As the eldest son of the Tu clan, as the crown prince of the Qian kingdom, I have no choice. Tu Yi looked at his brother speechlessly and immediately made a very bold decision. "In the future, I will take your throne, and I will strip you of your Tu surname, so you can live the life you want." When Tu Shu received my edict stripping him of his Tu surname, he immediately ordered his army to march on the capital, and the soldiers behind him let out a roar that shook the heavens. Meanwhile, outside my bedchamber, Zhao Shu emotionlessly refused Li Tianyuan's request for an audience with me. But Li Tianyuan had no intention of giving up and said to Zhao Shu with great seriousness, "The northern garrison is now only 800 miles from the capital. I must inform His Majesty." Zhao Shu smiled faintly. His Majesty is already aware of this matter. However, he believes that Minister Li Tianyuan will be able to handle it. After all, military power is in your hands, and you are also the Grand Chancellor. You should share His Majesty's burdens. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan fell silent. His Majesty wants me to take the fall, so he immediately put on a worried expression. Tu Shu is known as the god of war, and the northern garrison is the elite of the Qian dynasty. Zhao Shu cut him off. "Does His Majesty not know the strength of the northern garrison? That's why His Majesty said you don't need to go to the front lines. You only need to strategize from the rear. Just display the prowess of our Dragon Guard. Even if we are defeated, it will be a glorious defeat." These words shocked Li Tianyuan immensely. Just go out to fight, and it doesn't matter if we win or lose. What is the purpose of His Majesty's move? After giving her instructions, Zhao Shu calmly closed the door, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Acting in front of that old fox is really tiring. I looked at Zhao Shu expectantly. "Did you handle that old schemer?" Zhao Shu happily told me that she had completed the mission perfectly. But this servant doesn't quite understand. Once the northern garrison lays siege to the capital, the consequences will surely be disastrous. At such a critical moment, how can His Majesty be at ease letting Minister Li Tianyuan lead the troops out of the city, and even say that winning or losing doesn't matter? I narrowed my eyes and told her with a chuckle, "Of course I care, but what I want is not to win. If we really let them stay in the capital, it's not certain uncertain whether the northern garrison can break through. Although that old schemer Li Tianyuan is very sinister, commanding battles is not his strong suit. Letting him lead the Dragon Guard, they will surely be disorganized and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. They will also provoke Tu Shu by taking the initiative to attack. In this way, the Jingnan Rebellion event can be easily achieved. Seeing my sinister smile, Zhao Shu became even more certain that this was all a scheme I had set for Li Tianyuan. It seems Minister Li Tianyuan is going to be in trouble this time. After leaving my bedchamber, Li Tianyuan kept thinking about the deep meaning behind my words. What does His Majesty want to do? Suddenly, a very angry shout came from behind him. Zhao Zhuo ran up to him with a ferocious expression. No wonder you pretended to be sick and didn't attend court that day. You had already conspired with Tu Yi to deal with me, right? Li Tianyuan pushed his hand away. Are you crazy? When did I conspire with him to deal with you? Then explain this. Why was I humiliated in court one day, and the next day he appoints you as the Grand Chancellor? Hearing this, Li Tianyuan just felt that Zhao Zhuo was an idiot. Can't you see such an obvious scheme to sow discord? But Zhao Zhuo became even angrier and brought up the matter of Li Tianyuan planting spies. One was made a state preceptor, and the other is in charge of the national treasury. Do you really think I'm a fool? And I also know that those two women are the descendants of the disgraced ministers you took in back then. You don't want Tu Yi to know their identities, do you? Li Tianyuan, who was about to get angry, calmed down again. It seems some of my previous actions have caused you to misunderstand. I think I need to clear things up. This made Zhao Zhuo realize something was wrong. He warily asked Li Tianyuan what he was trying to do, and then, in Zhao's shocked eyes, he saw Li Tianyuan take out a golden tiger tally from his sleeve. It was a simple block of gold. To prevent Zhao Zhuo from being suspicious, Li Tianyuan emphasized again, this is the tiger tally that can mobilize the Dragon Guard. I am now entrusting this item to Minister Zhao Zhuo for safekeeping. Please do not refuse. It turned out that when the late emperor was still alive, for the sake of balancing the power of the prime ministers, he had given them two of the nation's most important artifacts. Zhao Zhuo, as the prime minister of the left, held the imperial seal, responsible for conveying imperial edicts and managing all officials, while Li Tianyuan held the tiger tally, commanding the elite Dragon Guard, responsible for defending the capital. This was why, after the late emperor's death, the Qian dynasty could still maintain its current peace. But now, due to my mistake, Zhao's status had plummeted. This made Li Tianyuan, who held military power, feel very scared. He even thought that my reward for him this time, and the order for him to lead the army against Tu Su, was a reason to send him to his death. This made him feel very uneasy, and he was eager to get rid of this hot potato. But faced with the temptation of the tiger tally, Zhao Zhuo stood there, motionless. Then he looked at Li Tianyuan with a fierce expression. Are you playing tricks on me too? I've received news. If I take this tiger tally, I have to lead the Dragon Guard to fight Tu Shu's northern garrison, right? That madman Tu Shu fights like his life depends on it. I can't beat him. If you want to die, you can go die yourself. He then knocked the tiger tally out of his hand. The repeated provocations made Li Tianyuan's face darken. Minister Zhao Zhuo, is it because my attitude was rather mild just now that you have some misconceptions about your current situation? Li Tianyuan's terrifying appearance also startled Zhao Zhuo. Li Tianyuan continued, your imperial seal is broken. You've lost face in front of the officials. Even Zhao Shu has betrayed you. You have no cards left to play. Zhao asked in disbelief. Are you threatening me? Li Tianyuan didn't answer but walked towards the tiger tally he had knocked away. I am merely stating a fact. This tiger tally may be hot to handle, but it's the only card Minister Zhao Zhuo can get now. You said I was playing tricks just now. That's not right. This is a blatant, open scheme. You are still the prime minister of the left. With this identity plus the tiger tally, you can mobilize the Dragon Guard. So this is the last chance I'm giving you, out of consideration for our past friendship. With that, Li Tianyuan strode away. It wasn't until Li Tianyuan was far away that Zhao Zhuo picked up the tiger tally from his mouth. He's right. This is the last card I have left. Or rather, I have nothing left. Looking at the tiger tally in his hand, Zhao Zhuo suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. Since you're all forcing me, then don't blame me. After that, Zhao Zhuo led the Dragon Guard to plunder all the villages around the capital. No matter how the people begged, no one dared to stand up and object. Inside the carriage, Zhao Zhuo looked at the scene outside with disdain. Can't even handle a small thing like this. If I hadn't ordered the village to be set on fire, who knows how long it would have taken to gather the military supplies. Just then, a man in armor walked up to the carriage and reported to Zhao Zhuo that the military supplies had been gathered. Finally, he gathered his courage and said to Zhao Zhuo, we are supposed to be fighting the rebel army, but why are we plundering and gathering supplies here? He fell silent for a moment, then shouted at the carriage, do you know that the grain we've collected is the winter food for our own people of Qian? This not only tarnishes your reputation, but also hurts the morale of the Dragon Guard soldiers. Zhao opened the carriage curtain. Are you questioning my decision? You just mentioned morale, but even if your Dragon Guard's morale is maxed out, can you beat Tu Shu's northern garrison? These words left General Yuan speechless. Zhao Zhuo continued, I was just making some plans for your victory. As long as we avoid the rebel army's main force and implement a scorched earth policy around the capital, cutting off their food supply, we can drag Tu Shu down. But, sir, the targets of your scorched earth policy are all our own people of Qian. It is precisely because they are citizens of Qian that they should have the awareness to sacrifice for His Majesty Majesty. These cold words made General Yuan feel incredulous. Is this really the Prime Minister of our Qian dynasty? After gathering the military supplies, Zhao Zhuo was extremely pleased because he had no intention of fighting Tu Shu at all. Instead, he was thinking of establishing himself as king. Hearing his almost crazed laughter, the soldiers behind him ran to General Yuan and asked what to do next. General Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, "Minister Zhao Zhuo has the tiger tally. We cannot disobey his orders." He then quietly told the soldier his plan. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Xiao was moving through the woods at great speed. He soon stopped on a tree trunk, looking at the village engulfed in flames not far away with a grave expression. Damn it, it must be the work of that foolish ruler again. And the bark of the tree next to him was crushed to pieces by his grip. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Xiao immediately locked onto the soldier in the bushes. The soldier raised his hands to show he had no ill intentions. "I am here on the orders of Commander Yuan of the Dragon Guard to wait for you." Hearing the soldier's words, Xiao did not relax his guard, and his gaze towards him became even colder. Noticing this, the soldier quickly explained, "The Dragon Guard does not wish to be an enemy of Prince Su. The grain we left behind before is a sign of our attitude." Only then did Zhao's expression finally soften. "So that was intentional on your part?" The soldier looked at the distant fire with guilt. "Unfortunately, all that grain was plundered from these villages." Xiao asked if it was the work of that bastard Tu Yi. The soldier quickly waved his hand and said no. It was Zhao Zhuo. The tiger tally is in his hands now. General Yuan cannot disobey. He plundered the area around the capital, implementing a scorched earth policy, hoping to exhaust the northern garrison through passive avoidance of battle. So, Commander Yuan secretly made these arrangements and had me stay behind to coordinate with the northern garrison. Xiao fell silent after hearing this and replied calmly, "I understand." He then blew a whistle into the forest, and an owl quickly flew to his side. "I will report everything to my master. I believe he will make the right judgment." The soldier was very confused why Xiao didn't go back to report in person. Xiao just told him he had a more important mission. With that, Xiao quickly disappeared into the night sky. "Perhaps we will meet again soon." After that, military banners appeared outside the capital city, and each banner represented a temporary military camp. Seeing the patrolling soldiers inside, I was instantly filled with excitement. It's a sure thing. A sure thing. This time it's really a sure thing. The Dragon Guard has all been taken away by that old dog Zhao Zhuo. The combat-ready forces in the city are less than 1,000. My dear brother, why aren't you here to crush me yet? But I soon froze on the spot. Why aren't those guys attacking? Weren't there supposed to be 100,000 northern garrison soldiers? Why are there so few people here? Does my brother need to attack a good-for-nothing like me in waves? Suddenly, a figure rode forward on a horse. Isn't this my dear brother who raised an army to rebel? At this moment, I saw out of the corner of my eye that some idiot was drawing a bow, ready to shoot. I flashed to his side. "Stop, or I'll smash your brains out." My shouting instantly caught Tu Shu's attention. I was viciously pulling at the soldier's face. "You almost ruined my grand plan to destroy the nation." This scene made Tu Shu feel very amused. "Tu Yi, have you become the foolish ruler you always wanted to be? Just like before, seeking pleasure, stubborn, and disregarding all rules." Hearing his words, I blushed a little. "We're about to go to war, and all you do is praise people. I know you wear these things like clothes to play the part of a foolish ruler, all to hide the kindness in your bones." The war banners that were fluttering in the wind now became still. After a full minute, I finally reacted. "Are you insulting me with such disgusting words?" For a moment, I felt a great sense of denial, but soon, I figured out his intention. He's come to the city alone and is shamelessly flattering me. He's using psychological warfare on me. He doesn't want the northern garrison to suffer losses, so he's come alone to talk me into surrendering. He wants to take the city without bloodshed, but a direct surrender won't fulfill the conditions of the Jingnan rebellion. We have to have a good fight today. So I immediately shouted, "You call yourself a god of war, yet you're so wishy-washy in battle. What's with this pre-battle pep talk ceremony?" Tu Shu shook his head, then drew the sword from his waist. "Oh, my emperor, you're as sharp-tongued as ever. But you were right about one thing." He suddenly became extremely serious. A majestic voice boomed in my ears. "Raise the banners and give the order." As his voice fell, a host of warriors shouted in unison, "Execute Zhao Zhuo, cleanse the court of traitors." That deafening roar and their incredibly straight postures under the night sky were so despairing. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the Jingnan rebellion and converting it into passing the throne to the worthy. Reward, 5,000 national power points. For a moment, I seemed to see that annoying shadow. "Your Majesty, I can no longer help you bring this country to ruin. It's time for me to die. From now on, the great task of destroying the nation is up to you." As that figure gradually faded into the distance, I felt as if all my strength had been drained away, and I collapsed to the ground. But unwilling to give up, I said to Tu Su below the city wall, "You address me as your monarch, which means you acknowledge my status." Tu Su replied with great certainty, "Of course. I have come to the capital this time precisely to congratulate your Majesty on your ascension as the new emperor. After all, we made an agreement 10 years ago." It turns out that 10 years ago, Tu Su had confided in a young Tu Yi about his dream to be a general fighting on the battlefield. In comparison, becoming emperor was a fate worse than death to him. The throne, imperial power, and even the family name were nothing but shackles to him. Now, freed from his bonds, he has become carefree and unrestrained. You have now fulfilled the promise from that year, and and I have been released from those shackles. From this day forward, I am your most loyal subject. Hearing his words, I was speechless for a long while. I could only flatly deny it. This is all nonsense you've made up. Don't you dare slander me. When I realized he was ignoring me, I suddenly remembered the slogan the soldiers had just been shouting. So, you're really going to kill Zhao Zhuo? Hearing my question, Tusu couldn't hold back. A hearty laugh echoed across the top of the city wall. A thick, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Of course, Zhao Zhuo forged an imperial edict and attempted to murder me. He then stole the Dragon Guard's military tally in a treasonous plot. I have already ordered my subordinate, Wang Zhan, to lead 80,000 soldiers of the northern garrison to advance and crush Zhao Zhuo. When the time comes, I will present Zhao Zhuo's head as a coronation gift for your majesty. But when he finished speaking, he found I was no longer on the city wall. In the next moment, a figure appeared at the city gate. I galloped past him on my horse, my target being none other than the traitor, Zhao Zhuo. No one is to take that old bastard Zhao Zhuo's life. Zhao Zhuo's life is mine. Meanwhile, outside Zhao Zhuo's military camp, the face of every soldier was filled with anger. The sound of a whip cracking continuously came from within a tent. Zhao Zhuo watched with great excitement as the man, having been hung up and beaten for half a day, still hadn't made a sound. Quite a tough guy, he remarked. However, you colluded with Tu Su's men in private. Damn you! Betraying the Qian dynasty and failing the emperor's trust is a crime punishable by the execution of your entire clan. With that, another vicious lash struck the man's back. Half an hour later, Zhao Zhuo finally stopped. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. Zhao Zhuo looked at the newcomer with a cold smile. Is this a place you can just enter as you please? He then turned to the beaten man and said, your subordinate has trespassed into a vital military area. Could it be that he intends to kill me and seize the camp? The man endured the tearing pain from his body and shouted, this is none of your business. Get out. Yuan, who wanted to explain, but the man roared again. As a member of the Dragon Guard, seeing the tiger tally is like seeing his majesty himself. Are you truly trying to rebel? Yuan, who trembled all over, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Zhao Zhuo walked up to Yuan, who and took out the golden tiger tally. Are you trying to defy an order? The man's voice rang out again. Get out of here immediately. However, Zhao Zhuo interrupted him. You think you can just leave? Do I look like such an easygoing person? Trespassing in the inner camp, offending a superior officer, and plotting treason. By order, the punishment is death. With that, he looked fiercely at Yuan, who, describing one cruel torture after another. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuo stopped. On second thought, beheading is best. He then raised his long saber and slashed down towards Yuan, who, suddenly, a large hand stopped his swinging arm. The immense force from the wrist sent a shudder through Zhao Zhuo. Their eyes all turned in unison to look behind Zhao Zhuo. The sound of heavy breathing made Zhao Zhuo feel as if he had spikes on his back. He saw my familiar yet terrifying face. I roared at him with immense fury. Zhao Zhuo, stop courting death. Zhao Zhuo trembled all over and looked behind him in terror. Only then did he realize how outrageous he had just been. Suddenly, I grabbed his head. Do you have any idea what you've been doing from just now until now? Then I turned his head towards the outside of the tent. Minister Zhao Zhuo, what do you see? Just as Zhao Zhuo was about to say he saw nothing, I roared and cut him off. 80,000. A full 80,000 northern garrison soldiers are coming to get you. Do you know what they're shouting? Cleanse the court. Execute Zhao Zhuo. After hearing my words, Zhao Zhuo trembled uncontrollably. I'm going to get myself killed. I continued to say to him coldly, to dishearten the Dragon Guard at this critical moment, Minister Zhao Zhuo, your skill in courting death is truly unparalleled. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been beyond saving. But he still didn't believe it, still muttering under his breath. Just as I cut General Yuan's ropes, Zhao Zhuo suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. I was almost fooled by you. He had somehow gotten his hands on a sharp blade. You're being so kind as to save me? The capital must have fallen. That's why you're here. Cleanse the court? As if Tu Shu wants to execute someone, he should execute you first. His sudden attack caught me and the others off guard. Suddenly, a figure crashed into him. The one who knocked him away was Yuan, who. Zhao Zhuo looked at the person who had interrupted him with a ferocious expression and then slashed at Yuan, who with his sword. Bright red blood splattered across my face, and that resolute figure had already fallen. His eyes were filled with tears of disappointment. At this moment, a long sword was already at my neck. Tu Yi, if you don't want to die, just do as I say. After we get out of the camp, I'll hand you over to the new emperor. Not only will I save my life, but it will be a great merit. I glanced coldly at this brainless fool. Zhao Zhuo, you really deserve to die. But he just laughed more proudly, calling yourself we one moment, and now you're at my mercy. After I hand you over to the new emperor, I'll deal with your people one by one. That group of concubines who ruined my plans in court, they all have to die. But don't you worry too much. Those women were just tools we chose to get close to you in the first place. Especially that second-hand Zhao Shu. I've sent her to countless men before. When a tool disobeys its master's will, it loses its value. There's only one end for it. His words filled me with a deep-seated rage. I turned and stared at the man in front of me, and with all my strength, I punched him in the face. Zhao Zhuo was sent flying. He clutched his face and looked at me in disbelief. Do you know how much hope I had for you? But I still can't tolerate the stupid things you've done. In his terrified eyes, I grabbed his collar with one hand and punched him in the head again. Then I kicked him in the groin. The agony made him howl. Looking at Zhao Zhuo writhing in pain, I just said to him coldly, what did you say before? A tool that doesn't suit its masters will should be destroyed. My daily pleasures with the harem were just fitness fitness exercises to practice restraint. I even stayed up for 3 consecutive days without sleep to organize a cosplay event while seriously studying the language of this world. Can a hardworking person like me really be called useless? At this moment, Zhao Zhuo had been completely beaten to the ground by me, and the look in his eyes had turned to utter fear. Just then, a sound from the side attracted his attention. It was a group of soldiers in armor. Zhao Zhuo shouted at them angrily, "Why aren't you protecting me?" But the soldiers just glanced at him coldly and then turned away in unison. This made Zhao Zhuo's last bit of confidence crumble, and at this moment, I had already walked out of the tent and was walking towards him step by step. Seeing my terrifying presence and my undisguised murderous gaze, he finally broke down and shouted, "It was my fault, old minister." He then knelt before me, constantly begging for my forgiveness, but I just glanced at him without emotion. "Are you really sorry?" Zhao Zhuo cried and shouted, "I shouldn't have led the troops without authorization." I slapped him on the head. He immediately exclaimed, "I shouldn't have avoided battle, and I shouldn't have plotted to seize power." But these were not the answers I wanted to hear. I just muttered to myself indifferently, wealth, power, the army, or even the throne, none of these are important to me. What I truly care about is that the people I put my trust in have all failed me. Zhao Zhuo never expected to hear this answer. I shouted at him again, "Say it louder. What did you do wrong?" Zhao Zhuo seemed to ask himself in a self-reflective tone. "I failed you." I immediately swung a punch. "Louder. I can't hear you." A tear streamed down Zhao Zhuo's cheek. "I failed the emperor. I failed the late emperor. I failed the Qian dynasty. I failed the people of the Qian dynasty, plunging them into misery." These words shocked all the soldiers present, but he hadn't stopped yet. He cried out mournfully, "I am a sinner of the Qian dynasty." Seeing his look of deep remorse, even I couldn't help but be moved. If he's going to be whitewashed like this, it seems there's no more use for him in the future. Just as I let my guard down, the prostrate Zhao Zhuo suddenly revealed a very sinister smile. The next moment, he grabbed a short blade and stabbed at me. A spray of blood shot into the sky, but my face was calm as I looked behind Zhao Zhuo. A figure had appeared behind him at some point. I saw the person without any surprise and just quietly called out his name. "Xiao, you still made your move, didn't you?" Xiao was greatly shocked. He knew I was hiding in the army all along. At this moment, her heart wavered. It seemed this person was not as useless as he seemed. She then threw Zhao Zhuo to the side. "This guy is still alive, just unconscious. What do you plan to do with him?" But I didn't answer his question and just looked down coldly. I always placed my hopes on people like this, but now I realize I was wrong. How could I place my hopes on others? Then I looked up at Xiao. "His fate is in your hands. I don't know how to use him anymore." The system's notification sounded in my ear. National power points increased by 5,000. Xiao looked at my departing figure with a complicated expression. "With just one person, you subdued Zhao Zhuo and regained control of the army. What kind of person are you?" Not long after, an army appeared on a mountain peak. The leading general shouted loudly, "Zhao Zhuo's troops are ahead. Prepare for formation." Just then, a soldier stood up and pointed. The general looked in the direction he was pointing, but the scene before him made him stare in astonishment. On the military camp not far away, there was a figure he was very familiar with. It was his target for this mission, Zhao Zhuo. "How on earth can I destroy this damn country? Now the harem is devoted to me. Tu Shu is determined to protect my throne, and even that scheming Li Tianyuan has settled down." Unlike my frustration with wanting to destroy the nation, Li Tianyuan started to speculate on my thoughts again. He has already eliminated a major threat, but why can't I sense any happiness from him? Suddenly, he felt something and looked behind him, and he saw Tu Shu looking at him with a playful expression. Suddenly, Tu Shu made a throat-slitting gesture at him. Li Tianyuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Because I was still alive, the delicate three-way balance had been completely broken. Now, with my wavering attitude towards the new emperor, I had become the only discordant factor, and also the target Tu Shu wanted to eliminate. He looked at me and suddenly had an idea. Noticing Li Tianyuan's gaze, I also looked over. "Your humble servant has heard that your majesty displayed great might and personally executed the national traitor Zhao Zhuo. It is truly heartening. Zhao Zhuo stole the military tally from me and brought disaster to the people. I was negligent in my prevention and am also greatly at fault. I am willing to accept punishment. I hope your majesty will relieve me of my position as Grand Chancellor as an example." I was so shocked I immediately raised my hand to cut him off. "I'm not in the mood to listen to this right now. I've already decided to go on an inspection tour in disguise. As for your matter, we'll talk about it when I get back." Li Tianyuan was left speechless. What is his majesty trying to do now? So he spoke again. "Your majesty, please reconsider." I cut him off sternly. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Li Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Little did he know, the purpose of my trip was to find an opportunity to trip myself up. The Blue Wolf tribe in the northern grasslands frequently raided the border. In the south, there was the Jing Kingdom, which was comparable to the Qian Kingdom. And then there was the Red Sleeve Army, which claimed to have 1,000,000 followers. And within the Qian dynasty itself, this was the most troublesome internal threat. The first two were too far away, and the Red Sleeve Army was the best choice. I'll use their hands to achieve my grand goal of destroying the nation. The Emperor of Qian acting as a spy for the nation-destroying rebels. I like this script, and my inadvertent smile scared Li Tianyuan out of his wits. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Qian dynasty, a group of people in strange costumes had gathered. I have good news and bad news. The new emperor has pacified the court turmoil within 3 months of his ascension. It seems the Qian dynasty's fortune is was not yet exhausted. So what's the bad news? After that, I arrived at the Red Sleeve Army's main camp, but as soon as I set foot here, I was met with the stares of countless natives. Xiao reminded me in my ear, this place is close to the northern grasslands. Even Prince Tu Shu has a headache with this area. I impatiently told him I knew. You've said it countless times on the way here, but there was one thing that puzzled me on this journey. This was clearly the place where the Tu clan rose to power. Why has it become like this now? It turned out that 500 years ago, the ancestor of the Tu clan had beheaded a giant dragon's head in this area, thus gaining the opportunity to compete for the fortune of the world, and this place was named Dragon's Rise. But now, although it nominally belonged to the Qian dynasty, it had long been infiltrated by various forces, and the Red Sleeve Army was even stationed here directly. Logically, both my old man and my big brother should have paid great attention to this place, but now the Red Sleeve Army had already occupied it, and Tu Shu insisted that Xiao follow me, saying he was worried about my safety. Tu Shu is one thing, but why did those two follow me as well? Li Tianyuan suddenly said to Zhuge Sha, His Majesty seems to have discovered us. Are you sure our disguise is really effective? Zhuge Sha confidently said it was no problem, then whispered to him, Why are we secretly following His Majesty out of the capital? Li Tianyuan's expression suddenly became very grave. His Majesty is cunning. He kept my position as Grand Chancellor to put me in a difficult position. What's more, Tu Shu is temporarily staying in the capital to intimidate me, warning me not to follow in Zhao's footsteps. So the capital is a dangerous place for me. The best solution is to get away from there and follow His Majesty secretly. You don't need to know the reasons for this. Just make sure we maintain a perfect disguise. Seeing them following closely, I gave up completely. If you want to follow, then follow. Suddenly, Xiao pulled me behind him, and in front of us was a group of burly hooligans. Seeing their arrogant looks, I knew they were probably the Red Sleeve Army that was entrenched here. Just then, a bald man carrying a large sword walked over. You look unfamiliar. Are you from the south, or are you spies sent by the court? Xiao had already drawn his blade, ready to strike at any moment, but I told him to put his sword down. My heart was filled with excitement. Take me to your leader. Soon after, we followed them to a deserted cave, and behind the crowd of men was the person we were looking for. I saw the woman grab a black centipede and eat it without hesitation. After finishing it, she still felt unsatisfied and turned her attention to me. Do you want to be eaten by me too? I wasn't scared by her words. Instead, I asked her, Isn't the Red Sleeve Army supposed to open its doors to all the refugees in the world? Why can't I come? But with your appearance, I'm afraid you're not some refugee. Although you're dressed in ordinary clothes to hide your identity, that aura of yours can't be faked, and your follower gives me a sharp, spine-chilling feeling. I clapped my hands and praised her. As expected of the Red Sleeve Army's matriarch Wu, I didn't expect you to see through me. To be honest, I am a secret envoy from the Great Jing Kingdom. On His Majesty's orders, I've come to seek cooperation with the Red Sleeve Army during this time of turmoil in the Qian Kingdom. Suddenly, a wine cup shattered in front of me. Then her furious voice echoed in my ear. Seeking cooperation? You make it sound so nice. You've already revealed your identity, so why bother hiding? You also have designs on the Qian Dragon Vein, don't you? We all know what's going on, so why bother being coy? You're also here for the Qian Dragon Vein, aren't you? I looked down in shock. How did you know my dragon? Root is so great. Could my identity have been exposed? Just then, she spoke again. The Dragon Vein that rules the fate of the world is about to appear. Your Jing Kingdom is here for that, right? It turned out there was a legend that every 500 years, an imperial dragon would appear here. Whoever beheaded it and took its root would gain the imperial dragon chi that could rule the world. The last time the imperial dragon appeared, the ancestor of the Tu clan, Tu Tianxia, beheaded the dragon and took its root, gaining invincible divine power. At that time, the imperial dragon was actually slain by the combined efforts of Tu Tianxia and his sworn brother, Chu Wei Wang. But Chu Ren Wang got nothing but a body full of scars. This pair of sworn friends, who could have entrusted their lives to each other, fell out over this matter and eventually broke up. After their breakup, they established their own kingdoms in the north and south and participated in the struggle for supremacy among the warlords. With the help of the imperial dragon's power, Tu Tianxia unified the vast lands of the north for the Qian Kingdom. Although the Chu clan also unified the south of the dragon-taming river, their national strength was no match for the Qian Kingdom. Now, 500 years had passed, and a new imperial dragon was about to be born. The balance of power in the world was about to change. Just then, the system suddenly reacted. It had actually unlocked a new nation-destroying mission. This made me incredibly excited. It seems my decision to visit the Red Sleeve Army in disguise was the right one. So I looked at Matriarch Wu excitedly. Do you also want to seize the world? But she just waved her hand dismissively. I was born to be a rebel. I have no interest in that throne. But your Jing Kingdom has been dying to get its hands on it for 500 years, haven't you? She didn't reject me because of this. Instead, she came up to me and kept tempting me. I am the true master of this land. With my help, the world will be at your fingertips. It's just that. Why should I help you? Or rather, what price can you afford to pay? I looked at her without a trace of emotion in my heart, because I already knew everything about her before I came. It turned out that Wu Dongxian was originally from the Feng Kingdom. Her village was wiped out in the Qian-Feng conflict when she was a child, and she became a refugee. In her exile, she met an immortal who taught her medicine and occult arts. She used these skills to treat people who had suffered the same fate as her. She accumulated prestige and was revered by the refugees as the Taoist matriarch. Eventually, she formed the Red Sleeve Army with the goal of overthrowing the Qian dynasty. In my past life, I had seen too many such rebel leaders in history books. Most of them were pitiful people forced to the brink by war and oppression. Although she was no different from them, I knew that this was all just a disguise. In her heart, she was actually a simple idealist, so I held up 2 fingers to her. I have come on the orders of my lord to discuss cooperation with the matriarch, and I have brought 2 promises. First, to destroy the Qian kingdom. On this point, we and the matriarch should have a common ground, but she cut me off without mercy. You want to unify the world, so you must destroy Qian, so this doesn't count as a promise. However, I didn't care at all. Of course, that's why we have a second promise. Our lord is determined to be a wise ruler for all ages, so he promises to reform the laws and establish a perfect earthly paradise. Sure enough, as I said this, Matriarch Wu was clearly moved. I cleared my throat and continued, then let me introduce you to the governing philosophy proposed by our lord. And in my heart, I sneered, let me show you country bumpkins a little bit of shock with my modern thinking. As I gave my vivid cultural lecture, Li Tianyuan, who was eavesdropping behind me, became extremely anxious because he couldn't hear anything, so he turned to look at Zhuge Xia. Can you let me hear what he's saying? But Zhuge Xia looked a little worried. The other party is also an occult arts master. If we get too close, we might be discovered, but I can try to make him move a little further away. Then Zhuge Xia threw out a folded paper crane. The paper crane flew safely to a small tree next to me, and our conversation was successfully transmitted to their ears. However, because of the distance, the conversation they heard was fragmented. Even so, Li Tianyuan still discovered from these words that what was being presented was a magnificent blueprint that was impossible to achieve. Soon, the words all men are equal floated out. This time, even Zhuge Xia couldn't help but become hopeful. What a romantic idea. But Li Tianyuan's expression completely broke. Absurd. Because back then, Wei Xinglu was executed by being torn apart by 5 horses just for touching the interests of the powerful. The idea I'm proposing now, all men are equal under heaven, would require 100 Wei Xinglis, and it still wouldn't be enough. More importantly, this was proposed by His Majesty himself. Once it fails, there's no possibility of finding a scapegoat. It could even plunge the entire Qian dynasty into an endless abyss. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards me, but my confident appearance made him fall silent. A strange feeling welled up from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt ashamed. Compared to him, and Zhao was still fighting over a little bit of power and scheming against His Majesty. His Majesty's vision and realm had already encompassed the world, aiming to create a great utopia. After a lecture that lasted for several hours, I finally finished all the content, and through my speech just now, I had earned the respect of everyone. Wu Dongxian now had a smile on her face. I have to say, your description has successfully moved me. I stroked my head and replied with great confidence, of course. However, she suddenly became very gloomy. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Trying to trick me with such lies. The Jing Kingdom would never implement these policies, nor would they make such promises. Tell me, who are you? Seeing that I didn't answer, Wu Dongxian became even more certain of her thoughts. You're not from the Jing Kingdom. When Chu Renwang established his kingdom, he didn't have the blessing of the Imperial Dragon Qi, so he had no choice but to compromise with the southern noble families, promising to rule the Jing Kingdom together. But now, even the Emperor wouldn't dare to touch the interests of the noble families. Would the Jing Kingdom really cut off its own arms to benefit us? Only then did I finally realize that the political ideas I had proposed were too advanced and had actually had the opposite effect. Faced with countless burly men, I was at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao stood in front of me, warning the ill-intentioned men to stay away. But faced with Zhao's warning, Wu Dongxian chose to ignore it. Have you forgotten that this is the territory of my Red Sleeve Army? If you don't explain your origins clearly, you will all die. But faced with her threat, I just smiled faintly. So you've seen through me. That's right, I am from the Qian Kingdom. Wu Dongxian laughed lightly after hearing this. So it is true? Then her veins bulged, and she grinned widely. You know, I hate people from the Qian Kingdom the most. I shouted at her to wait. Although I am from the Qian Kingdom, like the matriarch, I want to destroy the Qian Kingdom. Li Tianyuan, who was eavesdropping nearby, suddenly widened his eyes. Suddenly, Zhuge Xia cut him off. His Majesty is in danger. Should we intervene? However, her words were rejected by Li Tianyuan. We must trust His Majesty. Then he looked at me with anticipation, wondering how I would persuade Wu Dongxian in this seemingly desperate situation. And then he saw me pat my chest very seriously and say, I am the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qian, Li Tianyuan. But Li Tianyuan, on the side, almost cursed out loud. If you're Li Tianyuan, then who am I? At this moment, Wu Dongxian also looked at me with suspicion. Are you really Li Tianyuan? I told her with great certainty. Of course, I dream of overthrowing the 2 clans' rule and establishing a utopian society. For this, I have been a loyal servant to that old ghost Tu Qianjun, and I finally outlived him. Wu Dongxian nodded in agreement. I did hear that he passed away not long ago, but I also heard that the powerful ministers Li Tianyuan and Zhao Zhuo jointly supported a good-for-nothing named Tu Yi to ascend the throne, intending to control the court. It's a pity that Tu Shu actually came back to support Tu Yi's ascension. Hearing this, I nodded vigorously. I have no idea what got into that guy Tu Su. Wu Dongxian continued. After that, Zhao Zhuo was executed. Although Li Tianyuan was not dismissed, he has since disappeared. I thought he had been eliminated by Tu Yi. I nodded in agreement. He did want to kill me. Fortunately, I escaped from the capital with the protection of my loyal guards. My emotional performance made Wu Dongxian let down her guard a lot. I've heard before that Li Tianyuan is knowledgeable and a master of strategy. Your speech just now was indeed worthy of that reputation. It's just that the Li Tianyuan I know should be a middle-aged man. At this moment, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I could only vaguely say, it's probably because I take good care of myself. Then I immediately changed the subject. The point is, if that foolish ruler Tu Yi is not overthrown, my ideals of governance can never be realized. So you want to imitate Wei Xinglu, but after that, you still want to use my power to seize the dragon vein and become emperor yourself, right? Faced with her probing, I replied with great sincerity, what emperor? Even a dog wouldn't want to be one. The matriarch and I have the same goal. We just want to destroy the current Qian kingdom. My sincere appearance made Wu Dongxian very certain that what I had just said was absolutely true. However, let's put the matter of cooperation on hold for now. She then turned her gaze to the two eavesdroppers on the side. I need to clean up the rats hiding on the side first. The next moment, Zhuge Xia discovered in horror that her occult arts had been forcibly dispelled. A figure had appeared behind her at some point. You're enjoying the eavesdropping, aren't you? Zhuge Xia immediately drew a talisman, but her attack was dodged by Wu Dongxuan's nimble movements. While dodging, Wu Dongxian commented that Zhuge Xia's skills were not bad. It's just a pity you ran into me. Then, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, and crackling electricity gathered at her fingertips. With a loud bang, Zhuge Xia was covered in black soot and completely lost consciousness. The next moment, a jade-like hand rested on Li Tianyuan's shoulder. You have a pretty good subordinate. To have such a powerful subordinate protecting you, you must be a great figure yourself. Today is truly a lucky day. I've met two great figures in a row. I looked at the discovered fool with a desperate expression. At this moment, Wu Dongxian had already asked the soul-crushing question. Who are you? I instantly broke out in a cold sweat. I just impersonated you. You're not going to impersonate me in return, are you? Don't do something so stupid. The ages don't even match. In my praying eyes, Li Tianyuan suddenly spoke. It turned out that when he was a child, his father had asked him why he studied. At that time, he couldn't answer the question. He only knew that he had been with books every day since he could remember. He then told his father that he didn't know the reason. His father laughed. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to carry on the lost teachings of the past sages, and to create peace for all generations. This is the path that the sages have taught us scholars. But I'm not as noble as the sages. Whether it's establishing a heart or a life, or carrying on lost teachings and creating peace, those are all just means. What your father wants is to have his name recorded in history. The young Li Tianyuan couldn't understand the meaning of these four words at all. His father told him, a person's life is so short, only 100 years. We will eventually decay and turn to dust. Only when our names are recorded in the history books and passed down from generation to generation can the lives of us scholars be eternal. Although he instinctively felt disgusted by this explanation at the time, it also gave him a purpose for studying. And not long after that, the sound of fierce hoofbeats was heard outside the village. The soldiers of the enemy country had invaded. A large number of villagers were forced to leave their homes. And from that day on, Li Tianyuan finally understood that the so-called pride of scholars was just a joke in the face of life and death. And what completely destroyed his faith was a man who was about to die of hunger. With a kind heart, he still gave his only food to the man the moment he saw him. The man snatched the food and devoured it. Just as he was about to comfort the man and tell him not to worry, that no one would fight him for it, he heard a clamor. He saw that a large group of refugees had appeared around him at some point. The man who had finished the food looked at the young man with greed. You still have food, right? One by one, the refugees repeated this sentence, surrounding the young man like a pack of hungry wolves. This scene caused a great shock to the young man. The next moment, the group of refugees had already pounced on him. However, their outstretched hands were blocked by a figure. The young man looked at the man in front of him in surprise, but his father just smiled freely and then pushed him down the mountain. And from the mountain, greedy voices were heard. How come there's no food? But he can be eaten too. Cruel chewing sounds came from the mountain. At this moment, the young man finally couldn't help but scream, and he finally understood what his father had said. What you said back then was just a means. Studying is not for the people, nor for the world. It's only to leave a mark in this world, not to become the leftovers of others, but to become a fierce beast that controls the life and death of all people. It wasn't until the late Emperor Tu Tianjun passed away that Li Tianyuan felt a slight regret, because in his eyes, the late Emperor was just a pawn. He turned to look at the imperial physician behind him. What's the use of an imperial physician who can't cure his majesty? But it's not appropriate to see blood on the day of his majesty's grand funeral. Just bury them with his majesty. But his face was calm from beginning to end. Xiao ran over and asked him what to do next, but he directly ignored the late emperor's will and laughed wildly. Now the Qian dynasty is in our control. At this moment, he also had the ambition to control the world. However, Wu Dongxuan's scolding interrupted him. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? In my expectant eyes, Li Tianyuan just calmly took off his bamboo hat and replied coldly, the celestial emperor Tu Tianjun. I, on the side, just spat out in speechlessness, and then I saw him explain very seriously, indeed, I am not dead yet, but even a fool would know that the celestial emperor had just been buried not long ago. The exasperated Wu Dongxuan Dongxian directly grabbed him by the neck. Do you think I'm an idiot? However, Li Tianyuan didn't feel a trace of fear. The world knows you hate the Qian kingdom to the bone. If I weren't at my wit's end, I wouldn't have risked my life to tell you these things. I hate that rebellious son Tuyi for reducing me to this state. That rebellious son is ambitious and has always pretended to be a useless and lecherous person, making me think he was the most incompetent of all the princes. Hearing his words, Xiao couldn't help but bristle with anger. How dare you usurp the late emperor's name? You are the one with ambition. But Li Tianyuan didn't stop. That rebellious son colluded with the ministers in the court to seize the throne. Over the years, his power has infiltrated the court. Even the prime minister of the left has become his man. But fortunately, Tianyuan is loyal to me. Faced with Tu Ye's attempts to win him over, he pretended to submit but secretly plotted for me. Unfortunately, Tu Ye's power has already been established. I had no choice but to plot a fake death and abdicate, and Tianyuan remained in the court to sow discord between Tu Yi and Zhao Zhuo, creating an opportunity for my restoration. Unfortunately, our plan was only half successful. Although Zhao Zhuo and Tu Yi fell out, another rebellious son, Tu Su, actually chose to help Tu Yi, getting rid of Zhao Zhuo and stabilizing the court. Xiao, on the side, was already exuding killing intent because everything Li Tianyuan said had undoubtedly stepped on her toes. He then looked at me with anticipation, waiting for my order to go up and execute this usurper who had insulted the royal family. Wu Dongxian spoke up. So you ran to me like a defeated dog. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan turned his gaze to me. You've been playing the role of a treacherous minister all this time, and you just went against your conscience to insult me. It must have been hard on you. Just as Xiao was ready and waiting for my order, he saw me clench my fists tightly and look at him with a very serious expression. This minister had no choice but to insult your majesty. I truly deserve 1,000 deaths. Xiao, who was still full of killing intent, instantly froze, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Wu Dongxian also chose to believe Li Tianyuan after hearing this. However, I have a deep-seated hatred for the Qian kingdom. You don't think you can get away with it, do you? But Li Tianyuan just replied very calmly. I am just a powerless man who has lost the throne. But in the end, killing me is not the best choice for you. After all, the Qian kingdom is still there. Killing a former Qian emperor so easily won't give you the pleasure of revenge. Wu Dongxian just snorted coldly after hearing this. Killing one Tu Qianjun is not enough. Of course, the two clan must have their flesh and blood turn against each other, leading to the destruction of the country and the end of their lineage. Li Tianyuan was startled by her terrifying appearance, but I just jumped out and shouted, that's right, the Qian kingdom must be destroyed, and the two clan must be wiped out. At this moment, I also understood Li Tianyuan's thoughts. He was betting on Wu Dongxuan's hatred for the Qian kingdom, that she wouldn't simply eliminate him, but would hope for the two clan to kill each other. This way, not only would he save his life, but he could also incite the Red Sleeve army to overthrow the Qian kingdom. Thinking this through, I cast a look of admiration at him. As expected of you, my little nation-destroying helper. Wu Dongxian spoke again. So you came here not only to take the dragon vein, but also to get the support of my Red Sleeve army? Li Tianyuan had just nodded in confirmation when he was met with Wu Dongxuan's opposition. Don't dream. Even if I'm happy to see the two clan kill each other, to have me use the Red Sleeve army to help an enemy, you're being a bit too naive. Who knew that Li Tianyuan had already anticipated this? But what if it's not to help me, but to help him? I, who was still chuckling foolishly, suddenly stopped. You're not going to backstab me again, are you? He ignored my confusion and continued. I have long grown tired of the throne. My greatest wish now, besides getting rid of those two rebellious sons, is to entrust the country to a reliable person. For example, Li Tianyuan is very good. Wu Dongxian didn't believe him at all. You said so much, but it's all empty words. I've had enough. Have you thought about how you want to die? Li Tianyuan smiled lightly. Empty words? I guess I was being too naive. He then took out the imperial seal. Is this enough to prove my sincerity? This move even made Xiao, who was waiting to watch the show, dumbfounded. It also made Wu Dongxian stunned. Could what he said be true? Then she heard him say, this is my wedding gift to the future ruler and his queen. But before I could recover from the shock, a large hand rested on my shoulder. Wu Dongxian looked at Li Tianyuan with satisfaction. Your proposal is very good. I am very satisfied with your sincerity. Then she said to me, I admire the governing philosophy you proposed earlier. You are worthy of being my man. So, without further ado, let's go straight to the bridal chamber. I was startled by her bold words. The next moment, my head buzzed. This crazy woman dared to sneak attack me. Before I could struggle, she knocked me out again. Just as she was carrying me off to the bridal chamber, she was stopped by Xiao. Wu Dongxian looked at her with a smile. Do you want to join us in the bridal chamber? Xiao, who was about to say something, instantly turned beet red. Having never been with a man, he shouted shyly, shameless. After that, Li Tianyuan left with Zhuge Xia. Your Majesty, I'm betting everything on you. Become a true dragon. Don't disappoint me. You must leave your name in history. And after night fell, I had been completely defiled by that hooligan woman. The room echoed with my faint cries of pain. After a whole night of torture, a rooster's crow interrupted the commotion in the room. A few minutes later, the door suddenly opened. Wu Dongxian walked out of the room full of energy. Just as she stepped out, Wu Dongxian noticed Xiao, who had been waiting all night. Noticing her gaze, Xiao responded fiercely. But then, a pale hand suddenly grabbed the door frame. My suffering appearance startled Xiao. Are you still alive? However, I had no strength to respond. At this moment, I couldn't help but marvel at that woman's madness. But for the sake of destroying the nation, it's all worth it. But that guy Li Tianyuan actually carries the imperial seal with him and sold me out so decisively. He really has a bright future. Wu Dongxian interrupted me with contempt. Stop reminiscing. Let's go back to the main altar and discuss how to seize the dragon energy. Hearing her words, I felt extremely confused. We should just set off directly. It wasn't until after half a day of discussion that we finally settled on a plan. We set off for the place where the true dragon was to be born. But along the way, I always felt very uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Finally, after walking for an unknown amount of time, Wu Dongxian finally stopped and told me we had arrived. It wasn't until I saw the scene in front of me clearly that I was completely shocked. Is this the real main altar of the Red Sleeve Army? Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted me. A lot of the people here are not from the Red Sleeve Army at all. Those with the blue triangle pattern are from the River and Mountain Society, and those with the Heaven Banner are the Yellow Sky Party, and those with the hypocritical smiles are the remnants of the Justice Alliance. I pointed at the fierce bald man over there. Those are the people from the Five Peaks Mountain. And what about those guys who look like savages over there? They are from the Sea Sand Gang. He told me there were many more such rebel remnants, and many of them had been dealt with by our Shadow Guard. Hearing his words, I knew this was bad. Am I walking into a lion's den? But I quickly realized that the talents I was looking for were precisely this group of rebels. Although their gazes towards me were not friendly, I couldn't help but show an excited smile. This is all important resources for the fall of the nation. My unusual behavior was also seen by Li Tianyuan, and he was even more shocked. As expected of His Majesty, even in the enemy's camp, he is still walking with a steady pace and even a joyful expression. He had long expected that the appearance of the dragon vein would attract all the rebels, so he wanted to subdue them all in one fell swoop. This handsome man with well-defined abs was actually flirting with me, a married man. I was so scared I pulled Li Tianyuan to my side. I am the Prime Minister of Qian, Li Tianyuan. He is the former Qian Emperor, Tu Qianjun. Hearing my answer, the man just laughed even harder. Little brother, you have a very unique way of rejecting people. Wu Dongxian suddenly appeared from behind me and told him that what I said was true. The moment they saw Wu Dongxian, the crowd behind her cupped their fists and shouted, "Greetings, matriarch." Suddenly, she turned to look at me. Are you a little disappointed? You thought you had a deal with me last night and would get the full support of the Red Sleeve Army to seize the dragon energy. But the Red Sleeve Army supports more than just you. I told you I'm a businesswoman. A businesswoman doesn't put all her eggs in one basket. Hearing her words, I froze for a moment. So, I was just being used? And then I heard her continue, I don't want to be the emperor, but I'm willing to bet on anyone who has the guts to sit on the dragon throne. This time, with the seizure of the dragon energy as an opportunity, everyone is welcome to compete freely. Li Tianyuan instantly understood her intention. She wants to use the dragon vein to gather all the rebel forces and use it to select a person to destroy the nation. No matter who the final winner is, she will be the victor. So he looked at me with concern again. Can His Majesty really handle a woman with such cunning and schemes? Then he saw me laugh nonchalantly. Of course, the more competitors, the more fun. The final result is the same anyway. After all, it doesn't matter to me who destroys the Qian dynasty. Who knew that my words would instantly make her fall head over heels in love with me? I just love your relaxed attitude. You're truly the man I've chosen. Although there are so many backup options here, I don't think any of them can compete with you. The only one who can probably compete with you is the person from Southern Jing. Hearing this place name, I was also a little surprised. Is Southern Jing really going to compete for the dragon energy? But he suddenly laughed. Didn't you think when you were impersonating them before that the descendants of the Chu clan would really be indifferent to the dragon vein? Counting the time, the people from Southern Jing should be here by now. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. The leader was a man with a full head of red hair, and behind him was a woman sitting on the back of a giant. Seeing the newcomers, Wu Dongxian seemed very angry. Didn't I tell you to go and meet the people from Southern Jing? Why did you come back alone? Who knew that the man would say with great arrogance, going to meet them was the matriarch's order? I wouldn't dare to disobey. I brought the person. He then took out a still bleeding head. This guy with red hair who looked like a punk was even more arrogant than me, an emperor. He even used a head to threaten Wu Dongxian, telling her to hurry up and give him the position of matriarch. Seeing that none of us answered, Chen Siming directly threw the head in his hand over. This scene made everyone present gasp because the owner of this head was none other than the envoy from the Jing kingdom on this trip. Wu Dongxian was trembling with anger. Told you to go and meet the special envoy from Southern Jing to participate in this event. Is this how you meet them? But Chen Siming not only showed no remorse, but also grinned. He then put on an "it's not my fault" look. Who knew this guy was so weak? He then directly crushed his head with one foot. Wu Dongxuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. I know you're not happy with me and have been eyeing my position, but to cause trouble at this juncture, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Chen Siming yawned innocently. My loyalty to the matriarch is as clear as the sun and moon. But since the matriarch wants to destroy the Qian kingdom but doesn't want to be the emperor, then we subordinates must naturally find a person to unify the world for the matriarch. But this Chu Sadeo, the great prince of the Jing kingdom, known as the #1 general in the south, leading the wave-breaking camp and being invincible, he came to seize the dragon energy on behalf of the Jing kingdom, but was wiped out by our friends from the grasslands. Hearing the word grasslands, I instantly pricked up my ears. Then I saw that white-robed woman chuckle and explain. They were all taken care of by my Aya. Aina played with the flute in her hand with disdain. The mere southern Jin kingdom is so weak. The next moment, a rebel leader on the side laughed with great contempt. I heard there's some bullshit saintess from the northern steppes, but in our eyes, she's just a barbarian dog from the north. Hearing the rebel's insults to her, the woman sneered. Are you talking about us when you say barbarian dogs? It's true that we're a bit lacking compared to the prosperity of the Central Plains, but I just want to ask, since the Central Plains are so awesome, everyone's life must be very happy and prosperous. So why are you all risking the death penalty to raise flags and rebel? Is it because you enjoy cosplaying as rebels? Hearing her words, everyone present was filled with righteous indignation. Heresy, you witch, you're a witch. Aina chuckled. I came south to seize the dragon energy to end division and strife and unify the world. If you all want to join the great cause of unifying the world, you can consider joining us. The next moment, a purple light shone in the eyes of everyone present, and they muttered to themselves, unify the world, leave a name in history. Seeing their strange reaction, I felt very strange. They were brainwashed just like that, but what confused me even more was that I couldn't see this woman's information panel at all. Then, Aina opened her arms and said loudly, everyone who wants to join my command must also accept the test, because we only accept the elite. Hearing the familiar lines, I couldn't help but say along with her, we don't accept trash. Hearing this, Aina looked at me in shock. How does this guy know this line? And I quickly tried to cover it up. However, a big man grabbed my clothes. You're saying we're trash? I explained that she wanted to say it. The man then looked at Aina. Do you think we're trash? Aina's lips curled. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying everyone here is trash. This sentence instantly ignited the whole place. Hundreds of people frantically grabbed their weapons and charged at Aina. But faced with their siege, Aina just softly called out, Aya, carry me and carry the whole field. The next moment, Aya under her let out a beast-like roar. The crowd was startled by this angry roar. Then, a figure charged into the crowd. In just an instant, dozens of people had their necks twisted by him. Many of them didn't even realize what was happening before they saw their bodies permanently separated from them. Seeing that terrifying scene, I quickly took Xiao and left. A wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Let's escape first. But even though I was trying to be very discreet, I was still discovered by Aina, who was watching me closely. Aina shouted, Aya, stop. Go and kill that fleeing guy first. Hearing her words, I felt my scalp tingle. I just finished your sentence. You don't have to go this far. Do you? Who knew that in the woman's eyes? Just because I was not affected by her ability, I had become a thorn in her side. In a flash, Aya had appeared in front of me, but the full force blow he swung was blocked by Zhuge Xia. This made Aya pause for a moment. Before he could continue his attack, Wu Dongxian had already kicked him into the ground. To be so presumptuous in the territory of my red sleeve army. Are you looking down on me, the matriarch? Aina smiled slightly. Calm down. We are not enemies. Then she opened her captivating eyes. We have a common goal. And those bewitching words kept repeating in my ear. It felt like someone was frantically hammering my head with a sledgehammer. In contrast, Wu Dongxian, like a puppet, actually stopped moving, repeatedly repeating the phrase, destroy the Qian kingdom. Under Aina's bewitchment, Wu Dongxian suddenly had the idea of killing the former Qian emperor first. Then she turned her head sharply and stared at Li Tianyuan. Aina was also a little surprised. It's actually the former Qian emperor. I didn't expect such a surprise. Zhuge Xia and Xiao both protected us without hesitation. And at this moment, I finally understood what that woman's ability was. Everyone has various obsessions in their hearts, and that woman's ability was to amplify those obsessions and then use language to induce the other party to become a puppet dominated by their obsession. Under Aina's constant incitement, Wu Dongxian had completely lost her reason and was approaching me step by step. This made my scalp tingle. Although I had seen through that woman's ability, what should I do about this bewitched fool in front of me? Suddenly, I reached out and stopped Wu Dongxian. You stupid woman. He's not the Qian emperor anymore. Killing him won't destroy the Qian kingdom. Hearing my words, Wu Dongxian suddenly came to her senses, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, I knew my words had worked. Although that damn woman could induce others with words, I could also use linguistic loopholes to turn her against herself. Just as I was secretly pleased with myself, I felt a murderous intent lock onto me. Looking back, I found that woman looking at me with the eyes of someone looking at a dead person. Then I heard her shout, Matriarch Wu, destroying the Qian kingdom is your lifelong wish. Now the target is right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Has your determination wavered? As Aina's voice sounded again, Wu Dongxian became even more furious. That heart-wrenching roar made me cover my ears. Then, Wu Dongxuan's angry fist slammed into the spot where I had just been standing. The crazy woman's appearance scared me so much I wet my pants. Is she even human? Even so, I stood up again without fear. Wu Dongxian, will you be satisfied if Tu Qianjun dies? What is your true wish? Is it to destroy the Qian kingdom, or to turn the Central Plains into a land of peace without war? Hearing my words, Wu Dongxuan's footsteps came to a screeching halt. She then clutched her head and screamed in pain. Aina behind her shouted, why aren't you doing it yet? I sneered at Aina. A person's obsessions are not necessarily limited to one. For example, Wu Dongxuan's obsession, destroying Qian, is certainly an obsession in her heart, but her greater obsession is to establish a peaceful and prosperous world, and your ability cannot choose which obsession to amplify specifically. So now her obsession to establish a peaceful and prosperous world is also strong. stronger. Then, ignoring their surprised gazes, I delivered the final soul-crushing blow to Wu Dongxian. If you are controlled by that woman, it will lead to the invasion of the northern barbarians and the suffering of the people of the Central Plains. Tell me, who can you save? After saying this, I revealed a very confident smile. When two obsessions in one's heart conflict and cannot be reconciled, the only choice is to crash. Seeing Wu Dongxian's mentally challenged appearance, Aina couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" The moment Wu Dongxian fell, I quickly rushed to her side and caught her. When it comes to verbal battles, I'm a master who has dominated various online forums. After saying this, I wasn't satisfied and looked at Aina. "You stupid woman, who do you think you are to try and fight me?" Just then, the sound of bones cracking suddenly echoed in the field. That Aya who should have been knocked down suddenly got up. Aina looked at Li Tianyuan indifferently. "It's fine not to kill the former Qian emperor. I'll have to go south to the Central Plains later anyway. It's good to keep him alive as a pawn." Then she glanced coldly at me. "As for you, I will kill you today no matter what." Although she had failed to control Wu Dongxian, she had been temporarily disabled due to the conflict between her two major obsessions. Without her combat power as an obstacle, with Aya's strength, there was no longer any opponent for her on the field. At this moment, Xiao and Zhuge Sha stood protectively in front of me. They were both extremely wary of that big fool. Aina looked at me, who was being protected, with burning eyes and shouted, "Aya, kill him." The next moment, Aya stomped his foot hard and charged at me like a mad dog. I didn't even have time to react before his claws were already in front of my face, and they stopped less than 10 centimeters from me. It turned out that Xiao had stabbed his short blade into his arm, just barely stopping him. Aya let out a pained cry. Zhuge Sha seized the opportunity and threw several talismans at his face. 5-element triple break. With a loud explosion, Aya was also sent flying, only stopping after crashing into the camp behind him. Seeing the large foot sticking out of the ruins, Aina finally reacted. The one who just flew past was my little brother, Aya. She looked at the two women opposite her in disbelief, not understanding why those two inconspicuous little girls could defeat Aya. Zhuge Sha called out to Xiao, preparing to continue the attack. Xiao raised his hand to stop her, telling her not to act rashly. "That guy isn't as fragile as you think." Meanwhile, a series of alarms sounded in Aina's ear. Aya had stood up at some point, and his body was emitting a faint green light. Black Fang's beastification threshold reached. Suppress beastification? Aina's eyes were filled with rage. No. The next moment, thick fur appeared on Aya's head, and sharp claws grew from his fingers. Hearing the powerful wolf howl behind him, Aina's lips curled up slightly. This is what makes it interesting. Looking at this half-human, half-ghost creature in front of me, Zhuge Sha was stunned. How did a perfectly good person turn into a dog? Even the onlookers were baffled. Why be a dog when you can be a person? At this moment, Black Fang was looking fiercely at the two women who had knocked him away. The next moment, Black Fang suddenly disappeared from his spot and then kicked at Zhuge Sha. Xiao turned his head sharply and blocked Black Fang's claws with his blade. Black Fang let out a loud roar and, in an instant, had thrown out more than a dozen punches. Aina watched the battle from a distance calmly. Black Fang was raised by wolves. He is bloodthirsty by nature, but now you've knocked off the blindfold I used to suppress his wolf nature. You deserve it. Meanwhile, Xiao was being pushed back by the unsealed Black Fang. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes. He's as hard to deal with as a mad dog. Suddenly, Black Fang opened his bloody mouth and bit down hard on Zhao's shoulder. Suddenly, Black Fang noticed the re-emerged Zhuge Sha. He then bit down on Xiao and threw him out. At this moment, only one thought remained in Zhao's mind. It's impossible to beat this guy. The next moment, the two of them crashed into a wall. I ran over to them, but Xiao suddenly shouted at me to leave. I stood there, a little confused. Then I heard him continue. "This beast's strength and speed are superior to mine. I can't beat him. Now we can only rely on that little girl's talismans to control him." Realizing that no one answered, Xiao turned his head to look behind him. This girl, who had already rolled her eyes back. Xiao then remembered that Zhuge Sha had just been struck by lightning by Wu Dongxian yesterday and beaten by a dog today. Could she be dead? His heart was filled with despair. "Prince Su, I may not be able to assist you in the future. I'm afraid I'm going to die here." Just then, the advancing Black Fang stopped in his tracks, and in front of him were 5 men holding strange weapons. "Since when can we walk dogs in the main altar? If this goes on, the 5 of us masters will lose face. This meaningless farce should end now. Let's start with this beast." Those fanatics shouted excitedly, "Kill them." Even I couldn't help but feel my blood boil. If the national football team had this kind of spirit, would we still be afraid of not winning the World Cup? The 5 men, like dragons emerging from the sea, all brandished their weapons and charged forward. However, the next second, they were instantly killed by Black Fang with one move. The fanatics looked at the back in a daze. Only their untranscended bodies were left. Aina couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Is this your master? This is hilarious." Even Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips and curse. "What the hell are you guys doing here?" Black Fang turned to look at the scene. Faced with this desperate scene, Xiao suddenly thought of a good idea. He then grabbed the unconscious Zhuge Sha and threw her into my arms with a whoosh. "Quick, kiss this woman." He then pressed my head firmly against Zhuge Sha's lips. Sure enough, the unconscious Zhuge Sha suddenly opened her eyes, but then fainted again from the intimate contact with a male. Xiao proactively grabbed my hand and moved it towards her chest. His righteous appearance made me instantly realize something. Zhuge Sha will treat anyone who has contact with that male as a mortal enemy. In an instant, a deathly aura suddenly appeared. At this moment, moment, I also separated from Zhuge. I saw that his body was actually accompanied by wisps of static electricity. A crone-like, teeth-grinding voice came from his throat. Who wants to fight me for my man? Seeing this, Xiao couldn't help but feel scared and immediately rushed towards Black Fang. The next second, I saw Zhuge spit out a purple flame. Xiao looked back nervously, then hid behind Black Fang. As the lightning exploded on Black Fang's body, Aina couldn't help but panic, shouting, "Black Fang!" At this moment, Xiao had already appeared behind him. Before Aina could turn around, Zhuge had already appeared in midair, holding a huge energy ball high. "You dare to fight me for my man?" The heavily injured Black Fang, in order to protect Aina, actually stood in front of him. Aina smiled happily, but was soon engulfed by the huge firelight in front of him. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Black Fang had fallen powerlessly in front of him. Aina's smile also froze on her face. A silvery dagger appeared at her neck. "Not a word, or I'll cut out your tongue." I looked around at the scene powerlessly, as if my whole body had been completely emptied at this moment. My rebel den. Then I turned my head sharply to look at the woman who had ruined my plan. Noticing my almost distorted gaze, Aina actually felt a fear from the depths of her soul. This damned woman had actually ruined the nation-destroying plan I had so carefully orchestrated. Aina was finally scared, constantly trying to distract me with words, trying to get me to put down my longsword. But I was not affected at all. No one can interfere with my grand plan to destroy the nation. Then I swung my blade down without hesitation. In desperation, Aina suddenly shouted, "Magical girl, scheming frog, how much for a bag of rice?" Hearing this, I stopped the longsword I was swinging at him. This made everyone confused. Why didn't His Majesty get rid of this woman who brought chaos to the Central Plains? Even Aina looked at me with a surprised expression. I sheathed my longsword. "The anime concentration is very high. You're one of us." Aina knelt down before me with a thud, crying and shouting, "I'm also a transmigrator." I raised my hand to stop Xiao, who was preparing to silence her. "I have something to discuss with her. It's time to figure out what's going on." Meanwhile, having lost Aina's control, Wu Dongxian suddenly woke up. After waking up, she looked around and found me standing in the crowd, and that woman who had tried to control her. Wu Dongxian pointed at Aina. "How dare you control me?" I stood in front of Aina. "Don't kill him. I still have use for him." A big question mark appeared above Wu Dongxian's head. "Am I not enough for you anymore? You actually have feelings for a foreign woman." Seeing my increasingly serious expression, Wu Dongxian still chose to shut up, leaving a sentence, "You saved my life. Consider it my repayment to you." But I then made an outrageous request. "Get me a well-soundproofed room." Wu Dongxian was a little angry and shouted, "I know." I suddenly had a feeling that she was jealous. Even so, Wu Dongxian still prepared a room for me, but seeing the furnishings here, Aina was shaking like a leaf. I also felt a little embarrassed. She seems to have misunderstood my meaning. But to be on the safe side, I still decided to test it again. If the function is odd, the sign changes. If even, it stays the same. I let out a long sigh. "That's right, he's from the same world as me." So I asked, "How did you transmigrate?" Aina said it was a long time ago. One day, I posted a question on the internet asking which dynasty you would want to transmigrate back to. The idiot king directly started flaming me. Then there was a guy online called King of the Night who said that modern times are so good, and those who want to go back are all retards. I couldn't stand it and started a flame war with that idiot. Then, in my excitement, I knocked over my milk tea. And then, I was shocked to find that the power had tripped. When I came to my senses, I was already a helpless baby. Hearing his words, I suddenly fell silent. "King of the Night, isn't that idiot me?" But Aina actually soul transmigrated into a baby? "So, how did you know I was a reincarnator?" "It's because you caught my reference before." I was a little embarrassed for a moment. It just came out of habit. She suddenly leaned in close to me. "Let's cooperate. Aren't you already Li Tianyuan now?" She then began to use her ability. "Although you're a high-ranking minister, ancient times weren't that great either." I felt like I had found a kindred spirit. In my past life, I played games and watched videos every day. Now, eating, shitting, and sleeping feel like torture. Aina showed a smile. "You've relaxed your guard now that you know I'm a transmigrator, haven't you? You don't even know you've fallen from my skill. Do you have any skills from your transmigration?" I just blurted out everything. "Just a system. It seems your transmigration experience isn't very good, but you're lucky to have met me. Do you want Big Sister to take you under her wing?" I suddenly felt something was wrong. This guy was just a suck-up a moment ago. Why is he acting tough now? Aina turned his head and said, "Your goal is to destroy the nation, right? You want to destroy the Qian dynasty and establish yourself as king, right?" I just felt that the girl in front of me was an idiot. He really thinks I'm Li Tianyuan and want to stay here. Suddenly, I realized, is this guy using her ability on me? She then started taking off his shoes, revealing her smelly feet. "If you agree to follow me, I can let you lick my feet." Seeing her getting more and more out of line, I couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed her, stuffing my 20-year-old smelly socks into her mouth. "You're so talkative, aren't you? Let's see what you have to say now." "And establish myself as king? Seize the dragon vein? Is that what I want?" Ever since I transmigrated, everyone has been making up my mind for me. I can tolerate others, but as a fellow transmigrator, you don't understand my feelings either. Let me tell you what I really want. After that, Aina's eyes widened more and more. The screams coming from the cave grew louder and louder. I settled Aina in just one night. After a night of wind and rain, I waved my sleeve and opened the dungeon door, but the stares that greeted me made me very confused. Everyone looked at me with a strange expression. Then everyone looked at Aina, who was following behind me. He had a flushed face, as if something had happened. At this moment, for words flashed in everyone's mind, shameless and debauched. Li Tianyuan looked at me with a serious and adoring expression, as expected of his majesty. You subdued Wu Dongxian and the witch with your physical body alone, eliminating two major threats for the Qian kingdom. I keenly noticed the change in his expression. This old boy must be imagining things again. So I quickly explained, I just sealed her ability. Wu Dongxian was the first to believe me. Your time shouldn't be that short. Just then, a voice interrupted us. It turned out that the Rebel Alliance had already assembled and was ready to start searching for the Dragon Vein. Wu Dongxian looked at me. The time is about right. It's time to head to the Dragon Vein. Hearing this news, I was also a little moved. After that, we came to a pile of rocks. Wu Dongxuan's eyes burst with a bright light. In an instant, the surrounding scene began to change. I was extremely surprised. If the rebel army had come on their own, they would have definitely gotten lost. To set up a main altar near the Dragon Vein in advance, so that no matter who wants to find the Dragon Vein, they can't escape her sphere of influence. What a good design. Just then, Wu Dongxian suddenly stopped and looked at me with a smile. The next moment, I felt my vision covered by a bright light. When I opened my eyes again, the surroundings had completely turned into a barren wasteland. So, is there really a Dragon Vein in such a desolate place? Even the leaders of the rebel armies ran over to question Wu Dongxian. How can there be a Dragon Vein in such a place? Are you trying to trick us? Just then, a heavy sound came from behind Wu Dongxian. A golden giant shadow appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with shock. I saw a golden gate slowly open. The moment I saw this magnificent gate, I had the answer in my heart. This is the Dragon Vein. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, "Charge!" A group of inexperienced rebels rushed in impatiently. Hearing their very proud laughter, I was not moved at all. I even cheered for them in my heart. Go and grab it. It's best to grab the Dragon Vein and help me lose a lot of points for the Qian kingdom. Suddenly, I turned my head to look at the wide-eyed Shao next to me, who looked like she wanted to kill them all. I looked at her with great disgust. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Tianyuan explained to me on his own. That's right. Rushing in now might trigger some traps. His Majesty is wise. After making sure everyone had gone in, I finally said, let's go. As our figures disappeared into the gate, the golden gate closed on its own, completely disappearing into the barren wasteland. Looking at the splendid surroundings, I couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the person who built it. Before we even entered, we heard a burst of laughter. It's all mine. Li Tianyuan looked at the source of the sound with indifference. It seems we've run into a situation. Then we walked towards the sound. Although we were prepared, we were still shocked by the scene in front of us. I saw those people immersed in countless gold and silver, unable to extricate themselves. Those people shed tears of excitement. With all this, who needs to look for a Dragon Vein? Shao pointed at the rooms behind him. Aren't you going to take a look? It wasn't until we reached the entrances of those caves that we saw two groups of people arguing over the ownership of this place. And there were those martial arts fanatics immersed in peerless martial arts. In a short time, all aspects of human life were on full display. Wu Dongxian seemed to have expected this. To gain the recognition of the Dragon Vein, one must have a corresponding magnanimity. To be tempted by a little bit of profit, in the end, they are just minor characters. It seems this is the first test of the Dragon Vein. We must not be careless on this journey. I dismissed all this with a snort. A small trick. I saw through it long ago. Just as Wu Dongxian was about to praise me, her expression suddenly changed. What the hell are you holding in your hands? At this moment, I was already holding a pile of precious treasures. I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear me just now? She pointed at the ceiling. This is a test of the Dragon Vein. What are you doing? Don't you want to be the emperor anymore? I ignored him and went into another treasury. It seems there are treasures here too. Li Tianyuan's brows furrowed slightly. As the ruler of a nation, what treasures has he not seen? Why is he showing such a greedy and short-sighted attitude at this time? I cleverly thought, if this is a test of the Dragon Vein, then as long as I act a little greedy, I will definitely deduct a lot of points and be destined to have no connection with the throne. Suddenly, I looked down to the side. It was a few fools who were killing each other over treasure. I couldn't help but sigh. Is it worth it for this junk? Compared to the things in my treasury, it's far worse. The only treasure that could really attract me is probably the Maria Ozawa and my phone. Not long after, I ran back under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone. I showed a confident smile. I've carefully selected gifts for all of you. Xiao looked at the broken blade I threw at her and was completely stunned. Could this be? Li Tianyuan looked at the dragon-patterned sword in his hand with mixed feelings. To entrust me with a dragon, what a magnanimity. Even the late emperor never treated me like this. As for the two occult arts secret manuals I threw to Wu Dongxian and Zhuge Sha, even that stupid woman who transmigrated with me got a whip. I glanced down at him. Don't overthink it. This is for us to use together later. Wu Dongxian looked at my back. I thought this Li Tianyuan had some imperial aura. Now it seems he's just like that. Did I misjudge him? The whole palace began to shake violently. Huge stones kept falling from the sky, and those fools who were immersed in their treasures finally realized something was wrong. Before they could dodge, the huge stones had already smashed down on them. Screams filled the air. After the screams gradually subsided, the rooms were blocked by huge stones. Then I looked at the blood flowing from under the huge stones. I felt a great sense of sorrow in my heart. My dear rebels, you are the pillars of my country. How could you be gone just like that? Wu Dongxian glanced at the survivors behind her. A total of 150 58 people entered here before. Now there are less than 50 left. Just one test eliminated nearly 70%. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in everyone's ears. Emperor's training ground. Preliminary test. Test of character. Hearing this voice, I was frozen as if I had been struck by lightning. I looked down at my bracelet and shouted in my heart, "Ben, is that you?" But after waiting for a long time, there was no sound from the bracelet. Then the voice sounded in everyone's ears again. Indulging in worldly things, chasing small profits and forgetting great righteousness, lacking the character of an emperor. Eliminated. With the world in one's heart and a mind as calm as still water, the character of an emperor is initially formed. Passed. Hearing this, I was secretly pleased. I just took so many treasures. I should have been eliminated too, right? Do I walk out on my own now, or do you escort me out to scheme for the world with the hearts of men and to speak and act with material things? That is also great character. The next moment, a golden light enveloped me. My originally proud expression instantly disappeared. What the hell? Hearing the Dragon Vein's evaluation of me, Li Tianyuan was so excited he shouted out loud. He then quickly walked towards me and patted me heavily on the shoulder. As expected of you, Li Tianyuan. I turned my head stiffly and stared at this traitor. Aina was also extremely shocked. As fellow transmigrators, I only considered the second layer, while he is already in the stratosphere. Li Tianyuan is truly terrifying. Just then, someone started to whisper about me. Do you know who this is? He is the famous traitor of the Qian Kingdom, Li Tianyuan. No wonder he has the makings of an emperor. Now that I see it, he is indeed as rumored. At this moment, everyone's gaze was locked on me because of that golden light. I suddenly took a step to the side, trying to dodge the golden light. Who knew that the golden light would follow me directly? I was speechless. I gave the sky a friendly gesture. What the hell is this? Stop shining on me. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the bracelet. Congratulations, host. The host has achieved excellent results in the Dragon Vein's test of character and has obtained the Dragon Vein's blessing, the Emperor's aura. I thought you couldn't talk. Can it increase my combat power? What is the Emperor's aura? Answering the host, the Emperor's aura has no effect. However, it can make the host stand out more in a crowd, just like an emperor. Hearing his long, drawn-out voice, I suddenly understood. This is a trap set for me by the system. Don't you dare let me find you, or I'll feed you shit. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. As someone among the competitors has obtained the Emperor's aura, the subsequent trial is triggered ahead of schedule. Emperor's training ground. Test of strength. When I opened my eyes again, I found that my body seemed to have become heavier. Looking down, I realized that my body was actually covered in armor. The surrounding scenery had also completely changed. Just then, a guard ran in. Marshal, please begin the military council. Soon, the voice began to state the mission for this time. Lead the Muyan army to capture Songdu City. Li Tianyuan looked at the sandbox in front of him and immediately understood the current situation. In the southernmost part of the map, there was a wide Linsong River. The Muyan army, led by Marshal Tu Yi, was stationed on the north bank of the river, and 20 miles north of the Muyan army's camp stood a huge city. This was the city to be attacked this time. Songdu City had a garrison of 5,000, while the Muyan army had 20,000. Both sides had ample supplies and could withstand a war of attrition for several months. If you only looked at the number of soldiers and equipment, although it was extremely difficult to capture Songdu City, it was not absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the soldier spoke up. Our army is infected with a plague. Nearly 5,000 people are currently suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. The army doctors are helpless, and the soldiers' morale is low. What should we do next? Please give your orders. Marshal, Li Tianyuan said in a low voice. The test of strength should be a test of the ability to conquer the world, and since there are no other people here, it means the Dragon Vein has put us in the same camp. So, the so-called trial is just a war-themed dungeon? This dog Dragon Vein is quite playful. Xiao, on the side, spoke up. I once followed the late Emperor and Prince Tu Shu and know a little about military affairs. For a siege battle, to be on the safe side, the attacking force needs to be more than 10 times that of the defending force. Our original numbers were already stretched thin. Now, with this plague, hearing this, I showed a bitter expression on the surface, but in my heart, I sneered. Finally, something good. I love this kind of hellish start. It's so easy to fail the mission. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But I quickly thought, if my start is hellish, doesn't that mean that my competitors' tasks are also the same as mine? If their missions also fail, and my overall evaluation is the highest, what should I do? Seeing my constantly changing expression, Li Tianyuan instantly understood something. His Majesty has also thought of it. The method to turn the tide and capture Songdu by using the plague. But that method is too sinister. His Majesty is probably hesitating whether to use it or not. In that case, I will be the villain. He suddenly spoke in a deep voice. I looked up with some confusion and saw him bowing to me very seriously. Your humble servant has a plan that can easily capture Songdu. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Wu Dongxian also froze on the spot when she saw the scene in front of her. In front of her were soldiers on the verge of death. Wu Dongxian walked up to an old soldier and, under his surprised gaze, stretched out her right hand. The next moment, a blue light shone from Wu Dongxuan's right hand. Water style. The highest good is like water. After casting the spell, the old soldier miraculously sat up. I'm healed. He then looked at Wu Dongxian in shock. A living immortal. The marshal is a living immortal. All the people infected with the plague were attracted by this voice and rushed to Wu Dongxuan's side one after another. Marshal, save me. I want want to live too. Wu Dongxuan's face was filled with fear. In a daze, she seemed to have returned to the past. Once upon a time, it was just like this. But with my strength alone, faced with tens of thousands of patients, it was just a drop in the bucket. She looked at the soldiers in front of her with great determination. Even though I know I can't do nothing. Then she comforted everyone. As long as I'm here, you will all be saved. Then she shouted to the back, everyone who knows a little bit of healing, come and help me save people. Then she wrote out a prescription. The rest of you, prepare the medicine according to this prescription. Make sure the whole army takes it. After saying that, she turned her head again to look at those dying soldiers. On the other side, in the third dungeon, Ina said indifferently, 20,000 men to attack a city of 5,000, and with so many sick people with infectious diseases. How can we fight this? The man opposite him sneered. Why not fight? I say, taking Songdu is as easy as pie. Ina stared at Chen Siming. Then you tell me how. Chen Siming was full of mockery. Songdu city only has a garrison of 5,000. We just need to let them all get infected with the plague. We just need to use catapults to throw the bodies of those plague-stricken soldiers into the city. The next moment, the conference hall fell silent. I looked at Li Tianyuan and shock. You're a real devil. The king of hell would have to have a tattoo of you on him. I directly vetoed his proposal. This plan is too sinister. It's not what a wise ruler would do. Li Tianyuan argued vehemently. Your Majesty, this is war, not a time for mercy. I shouted sternly, enough. In Li Tianyuan's shocked eyes, I had a smile on my face. I already have a better idea. Li Tianyuan was stunned. What better idea? It's a common practice in siege warfare that the attacking force must have at least 10 times the strength of the defending force to have a guaranteed victory. And now the Muyang army not only lacks manpower but is also plagued by a plague and low morale. If we don't use sinister tactics, it's simply impossible to capture the city. I looked at them seriously. Now that morale is low, I plan to retreat to the south bank of the Linsang River and wait for the right opportunity to fight again. Xiao, on the side, gnashed his teeth after hearing this. I thought this foolish ruler had some good plan. In the end, it's just running away because we can't win. If it's running away, is it necessary to be so passionate? You're saying the most cowardly thing in the most domineering way. Li Tianyuan, however, fell into deep thought. His Majesty's strategy cannot be so shallow. There must be some other deep meaning to it. Unfortunately, my understanding of military strategy and conquest is far inferior to my understanding of court politics, so I cannot yet enter His Majesty's level of thinking. I suddenly thought of something and stopped to instruct them. When we retreat, we must take all the plague-stricken soldiers with us. Even those who are too sick to walk must be brought along. Li Tianyuan shouted. No, those infected soldiers are mostly beyond saving. Taking them with us will only slow down our army's march. Why does Your Majesty insist on taking them? I turned my head and looked at him with burning eyes. Not abandoning them is my attitude towards my soldiers. Is this explanation satisfactory to you? Meeting my determined gaze, Li Tianyuan once again felt that so-called dragon's might. In the end, he compromised with me. Your humble servant wouldn't dare. My words also made Xiao look at me with a slight change of expression. Meanwhile, in the third dungeon, two soldiers were putting the bodies of those who had died from the plague into bags and mechanically placing them into the catapult's boxes. In the soldiers' terrified eyes, they heard a whistling sound as the bodies of the plague-stricken soldiers were shot into the city like raindrops. To achieve victory and gain the recognition of the dragon vein, Ina was willing to sacrifice the bodies of countless soldiers who had died from the plague and throw them into the city gates. The soldiers on the city wall shouted take cover when they saw the incoming projectiles, but soon, the guards discovered that they were not projectiles at all. What was flying in the air were cold, dead bodies. The plague-ridden flesh and blood exploded on the city wall. For a time, the city wall was in chaos, and screams of terror were heard. Despite this, the general outside the city still shouted fire. As the orders were given one after another, the general finally couldn't help but cry. The things that were being used as projectiles were his most loyal soldiers. The longsword he used to give orders fell from his hand. In the end, he couldn't hold it back and knelt before his dead soldiers. Those were all my soldiers. How could I do this? Ina's demonic voice sounded in his ear. Continue to give the order. Don't you remember your wish? As long as you finish this battle, you can go home and get married. The bewitched general turned his head stiffly. That's right. I can do it. Then he walked towards the catapult step by step. I can do it. I can do it. Ina wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. These soldiers are so troublesome. They slack off as soon as I let my guard down. Chen Siming came out from behind him, thanks to the Saintess's ability. In my opinion, this Songdu city won't last much longer. When the first batch of bodies was thrown in, the other side still pretended to be on high alert. Now, a day has passed, and the city wall is filled with bodies. Only a few people are moving them. Counting the time, the plague should have already broken out in the city. Ina immediately ordered Aya, climb over the city wall and open the city gate from the inside. The next moment, Aya was ready. All his strength was gathered in his feet. With a whoosh, a cloud of dust was kicked up as Aya charged out. He then ran up the 90-degree vertical city wall. In the blink of an eye, Aya had already appeared behind those defending soldiers. With two bangs, the defending soldiers' heads exploded. Soon, a raging fire was lit on the city wall. A few minutes later, the city gates slowly opened under Aya's almost perverted arm strength. Seeing this, the army burst into cheers of victory, prepared to attack the city. I didn't expect us to win so easily. Chen Siming was also a little surprised. Ina rode to the front of the army. The whole army, listen to my order. The whole army once again burst into an amazing shout. The neat army quickly rushed into the city gate. Aina was even more excited, riding a white horse at the forefront of the army. But soon, her smile froze on her face. In the town in front of her, not a single living person could be seen. Aina thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand what she was seeing. Even if there was a plague outbreak, the city shouldn't be so quiet. Suddenly, several whistling sounds gave her the answer. The soldiers behind her fell one after another. The rising and falling screams finally brought Aina back to her senses. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard in her ear. It was a group of soldiers armed to the teeth. Just then, the man behind them suddenly spoke. "You've finally come in." The man's deep voice sounded. "The chief practitioner of Songdu City, the true master Liu Yu. What I'm good at is manipulating the art of plagues." Meanwhile, in Dungeon 1, Li Tianyuan was sighing because he couldn't understand my thoughts. A passing soldier looked at him with concern. "Sir, are you alright?" Li Tianyuan shook his head. "I'm fine. Hurry up and transport the wounded." Just then, Zhuge Sha's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Minister Li Tianyuan, I've discovered something strange that I want to report to you. This plague, all the patients have a faint fluctuation of occult arts on them, so I suspect." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You mean to say that this plague was man-made?" Zhuge Sha nodded. "I suspect that there may be an occult arts master in the Songdu City army who is skilled in plagues." Li Tianyuan's heart was shocked. If we had followed the plan I proposed, we would have probably fallen into the enemy's trap long ago. And their conversation was also heard by Xiao, who was hiding behind the tent. At this moment, she was also shocked. "Tui, so you saw through everything from the beginning? That's why you made those preparations alone in the camp just now." At this moment, in Dungeon 3, the soldiers of both sides were already fighting together. Aina finally reacted. "You mean, you were the one who caused the plague to break out in our army? This was all your design from the beginning." Liu Yu sneered. "So now you know how foolish your self-proclaimed brilliant plan of throwing bodies into the city was?" Aina bit her lip. "The plague on the bodies posed no threat to you, yet you deliberately made Songdu City look like a dead city to lure us into a trap." Liu Yu looked down at her. "It seems you're not that stupid. If you hadn't met me, your intelligence and ruthlessness should have been of great use." Aina sneered coldly. "I haven't lost yet. As long as you're dead, I still have a chance to win." Aina suddenly looked up and pointed at Liu Yu. "Aya, get him for me." But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from behind. Aina looked back in confusion, only to find that Aya, who had always been obedient to her, was now trembling and prostrate on the ground. "I can't beat him." For a moment, Aina also felt a terrifying presence from that man. Aina opened her mouth, and fear finally overcame everything. She then jumped onto Aya's back. "Quick, get me out of here." By the time Chen Simon came to his senses, the saintess beside him had long since disappeared. At this moment, they had already reached the city gate, but the city gate was blocked by soldiers who had the same idea. "You bunch of good-for-nothings. Get out of my way. I'm a centurion. Let me go first." Hearing this, Aina pointed at the city wall. "We'll climb over the wall." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder. The soldiers held onto their legs tightly. "Saintess, I want to live too. Save me." Seeing the soldiers' frantic looks, Aina was filled with disgust. "Isn't your wish to sacrifice your lives for me? Get out of my way. Use your bodies to hold off that Taoist. As long as I'm alive, I have a chance to turn things around." However, her usually effective ability had lost its effect at this moment. The soldiers' eyes were filled with anger. "Our wish is not this. My wish was to go home and get married. You lied to me. You used witchcraft on me." The next moment, Aina started bleeding from all 7 orifices due to the backlash of her ability. Even Aya threw her down without any hesitation. "You lied to us. You damned woman. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Witch. Die with us." This was an age of cannibalism, but the naive girl attributed it all to her own weakness. "If I become strong enough, there won't be so many pitiful people in this world." Meanwhile, in Dungeon 2, Wu Dongxian was constantly using occult arts to treat countless soldiers. As smiles appeared on the soldiers' faces, Wu Dongxian coughed violently. A soldier on the side couldn't bear it and said, "Boss, don't continue anymore. If this goes on." Wu Dongxian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The next moment, Wu Dongshuan's eyes widened. In the soldier's surprised eyes, Wu Dongxian stood up, swaying. "You're right. We can't continue like this. We'll be able to solve the problem once and for all soon." Then, an urgent alarm bell rang from the watchtower. Not far away, a group of soldiers on horseback were charging towards them. But suddenly, those cavalrymen showed expressions of terror. Not far from them, at this moment, endless lightning was flashing. The ear-piercing sound caused by the electric current was like the horn of death blowing in their ears. As a deep voice sounded, the fear slowly disappeared. "You are the occult arts master who suppressed my plague. My name is Wu Dongxian. Prepare to help me pass this name on to the underworld. I am the chief practitioner of Songdu City, the true master Liu Yu. But you were able to suppress my plague, so you have some skill. But you actually used your precious occult arts power to save those ants, and even got infected with the plague. How foolish." Faced with Liu Yu's scolding, Wu Dongxian said coldly, "So what? But soon there will be a once and for all solution. Kill you, and those people will be saved." Liu Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Wu Dongxian, with your Taoist heart, I approve of you. In return, I will do my best to defeat you." Wu Dongxian shouted. "That's what I was thinking." As she spoke, her body flashed with a dazzling lightning. The next moment, 2 terrifying forces intertwined once more. A moment later, Wu Dongshuan's eyes suddenly opened. A wave of unwillingness flashed in Wu Dongshuan's heart. heart. I was so close. Damn Taoist. Soon, she noticed a white light emitting from her hand. Could it be this thing that protected me while I was unconscious? A sarcastic voice sounded behind her. You're awake. You must have been beaten up pretty badly. Ha ha ha. Wu Dongxian looked back at Ina and couldn't help but mock. It seems you've been awake for a long time. It seems you were eliminated even faster. Ina's face turned cold. Weren't you also killed by that Lu Yu? I was defeated because I was infected with the plague and my strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, I would have definitely killed him. But she quickly realized, if I had chosen to preserve my strength and not treat the plague-stricken soldiers, Lu Yu might not have given me a chance to fight him one-on-one. No matter what I chose, I had no chance of winning. From the very beginning, I had lost. She then suddenly turned her head to look. That guy's overall combat power is obviously not as good as mine. Why did he last longer than me? Seeing my occasional perverted smile, Wu Dongxian couldn't help but secretly think, this seemingly unsolvable trial, perhaps only you can pass it. Li Tianyuan. In order to give Songdu a better chance to attack, I ordered the entire army to retreat. It wasn't until I reached the boundless river that I still hadn't received Songdu's attack. Looking at the pitiful little bridge in front of me, I couldn't help but get angry. Can Songdu be any more pathetic? I made a big show of packing up the camp, and I ran away with the sick. I've been at it all night, and it's almost dawn. Why aren't you attacking yet? If I really lead the army to retreat to the other side of the river, I'll never be able to suffer a crushing defeat. I looked at the vast army behind me, and that nameless fire became even stronger. I'm giving you a chance and you're not taking it. Li Tianyuan, in the rear, couldn't help but guess my intentions. His Majesty wants to set up an ambush after crossing the river, luring the enemy to cross the river in pursuit, and then, while the enemy is halfway across, deliver a crushing blow. His Majesty insisted on taking these soldiers as bait to lure the enemy. So everything makes sense. Seeing him thinking and nodding, I knew this guy must be overthinking things again. But Li Tianyuan still noticed a problem. Although the military map shows a bridge leading to the other side, I didn't expect that the way to the other side is just a pontoon bridge, so he immediately requested my permission. Time is of the essence. Before the enemy's pursuing troops arrive, Your Majesty should cross the river first to make arrangements. I was completely dumbfounded. Are you misunderstanding something again? I've been waiting all this time for the pursuing troops. Then I looked at the small bridge. I said before that I wanted to retreat to the other side of the river. It's not right to just stand here like this. But how can I continue to delay? Just then, Li Tianyuan once again requested my permission to set off. I nodded and put on a righteous look. These sick comrades have not yet escaped danger. How can I cross the river first myself? Li Tianyuan was completely dumbfounded. Your Majesty, do you hear what you're saying? Shouldn't we leave these soldiers with no combat effectiveness here as bait? I raised my arm to the soldiers. These sick comrades have not yet escaped danger. The rest of the generals form a line and guard the bridge. Hearing my words, all the soldiers were stunned. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of their eyes. In an instant, the soldiers surrounded me. With such a lord, what internal troubles could we have? We are already very grateful that you are taking us all with you. Now you are letting us cross the river first. My life will be the marshal's from now on. The healthy soldiers also became determined at this moment. Even if I get sick later, I won't be abandoned. The marshal is different from others. He really treats us as human beings. 1,000 curses flashed through my mind. Li Tianyuan is one thing, but what are you NPCs with no names imagining? I'm trying to lead you to lose this battle, but seeing their loyal gazes, I couldn't bear to burst their bubble for a moment. Under my command, the wounded began to cross the river first. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats came from behind me. I couldn't help but look back. When I saw the dark mass of troops in the distance, a sense of joy welled up in me. They're finally here. Li Tianyuan's face turned pale. It's too late, so he shouted at me. The situation has changed. Please cross the river first. Marshal. I looked at him with a cold face and shouted angrily. Have you forgotten what I just said? Let the sick cross first. Li Tianyuan was silent for a moment, then said coldly, it's time to show your loyalty. As his voice fell, several soldiers surrounded me. Marshal. Looking at these two guys in front of me, I just felt a nameless fire. But no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't break free from their restraint. I shouted for Xiao and Zhuge Xia to come and save me. However, my calls received no response. Only then did I finally realize, where did those two stupid women go? Meanwhile, Xiao and Zhuge Xia were leading a group of men in an ambush in the dense forest. Zhuge Xia looked at Xiao with some confusion. Is your ambush reliable? Xiao couldn't help but snort coldly. I've been following Tu Yi for a while now and have already figured out his tactics. This person likes to play with his opponent's minds by fishing. This time is no exception. Zhuge Xia nodded in deep agreement. You were the one who got caught last time. Being exposed, Zhao's face also became a little embarrassed. This time, he's making a big show of retreating with the plague-stricken soldiers to lure the Songdu army to pursue and then ambush them. Since His Majesty is already going to ambush them, why are we making an extra effort to ambush them here? The ambush spot chosen by Tu Yi must be a battlefield in front that can accommodate more soldiers, and what we need to do is to act as a surprise attack here. Echoing Tu Yi's ambush, we first let the Songdu army pass through this narrow mountain road and then launch a surprise attack from behind them. And when they are in a state of chaos from their accelerated march and then encounter the ambush set up by Tu Yi in front with enemies on both sides, they will definitely collapse immediately. At that time, we just need to kill them to our heart's content and we will surely be able to achieve great things for the Qian dynasty. Just Just then, a carrier pigeon flew to Zhuge Sha's ear. Seeing Zhuge Sha's somewhat panicked expression, Xiao asked him what was wrong. Just now, a large number of Songdu cavalry rushed from a main road a mile away from here towards the river. In other words, we chose the wrong ambush spot. On the other side, the sound of iron hooves trampling grew closer and closer, and the entire land submitted to it. Seeing this, Li Tianyuan's face changed drastically. It's too late. At this rate, most people won't be able to cross the river. Seeing this, a group of soldiers voluntarily stood in front of me. Cover the marshal's escape first. You've already done enough for us. Hearing this, I was very unhappy. They're just a bunch of NPCs. Can't they understand my orders? All of you, cross the river. However, the soldiers' eyes were firm, and they had no intention of obeying. I shouted unwillingly, are you going to disobey a military order? Hearing my voice, a look of determination flashed across the soldiers' faces. They shouted in unison, please let the marshal go first. That sound drowned out the sound of the iron hooves and pierced my heart deeply. I shook off the soldiers who were holding me. Li Tianyuan looked at me walking towards the single plank bridge and was instantly relieved. Your Majesty, just retreat safely. I will hold off the enemy. The next moment, Li Tianyuan's expression froze on his face. I saw that I had suddenly drawn the longsword from my waist and slashed at the only escape route. This move instantly shocked everyone present. Looking at the small bridge I had destroyed, I sighed in my heart. At first, I just wanted to complete the nation-ruining mission, but slowly, something changed. They are just NPCs. Once I return to the modern world, we will have no more connection. But I found that I couldn't treat human lives as the cost of completing my mission. So I shouted to all the soldiers, generals, since none of you are willing to live in disgrace, are you willing to die with me? To be reborn from death? On the other side, the Songdu cavalry was less than 100 meters away, and the only order they had received was to take advantage of the enemy's escape and low morale and kill them all. However, what appeared before them was a forest of long spears led by Tu Yi. Seeing this, a look of fear flashed across the cavalryman's face. But before he could react, a long spear had already pierced his head. In an instant, a rain of blood splattered across the land. Even though they knew they might die, those soldiers still charged forward desperately. The earth-shattering killing sounds shook the hearts of the enemy army. Blood splattered on my face. At this moment, I didn't know how to react. Why are those soldiers so crazy? Li Tianyuan also had a look of fear on his face. I'm still too narrow-minded. What ambush? What halfway attack? They are all just geographical advantages. Faced with the cavalry's charge, His Majesty actually put himself in danger to stimulate the hearts of everyone. The Songdu general in the rear looked at the front with a terrified expression. The scene before him was something he had never seen on a battlefield before. Morale. If the other side is chasing a fleeing enemy, our side will naturally be defeated. But now that our side is fighting with our backs to the river, even the infected soldiers, as long as their morale is high, can hold off the enemy. What's more, our side has the advantage in numbers. This is the human factor. Even the most elite cavalry will be like being trapped in a quagmire. These plague-stricken soldiers know they will die, but His Majesty used the desperate situation of having their backs to the river to stimulate their fighting spirit. Is this the magnanimity of an emperor? But faced with this certain victory, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, what am I doing? I don't want to win. But this time, I actually have a kind of expectation. Just then, Xiao led the remaining troops to the rear of the Songdu army. When she saw the current situation, Xiao was shocked. At the same time, she also discovered the Songdu leader hidden in the rear. Just as she was about to launch a surprise attack on them, she was stopped by Zhuge Sha. Xiao shouted in confusion. Tu Yi didn't choose to ambush as I expected. In this kind of frontal battle, our side won't be able to hold on for long. We must attack the main camp as soon as possible to create a variable. But I feel that the occultist in the enemy's main camp is very strong. Plus, his troops are far more numerous than ours. If we charge over now, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. Xiao's eyes became sharp. Are you scared? Look at the battle situation in front of you. The troops led by His Majesty are not that fragile. I believe in him. Xiao looked at those heroic soldiers and suddenly understood. I never thought that you, who seemed so cynical, could come up with such a strategy. Now I can only cooperate with you. Zhuge Sha, you're right. What we need to do now is wait. Wait until that occultist can't stand it anymore and throws his last troops into the battlefield. That will be our chance. This was an invincible army. Wherever they went, it was a scene of devastation. But today, they encountered the most terrifying nightmare of their lives. Those soldiers had put life and death aside, and their only thought was to constantly swing their swords and kill the enemy. This will also made the Songdu army feel extremely terrified, and they even used their loud voices to force them back. However, their comrades around them fell one by one. For a time, those soldiers just felt as if they were no longer soldiers fighting on a battlefield, but ordinary people trapped in a swamp of blood. As more and more Songdu soldiers fell, the soldiers who had not yet participated in the battle were all in a state of extreme fear. Seeing that the morale was on the verge of collapse, the general turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted, "Retreat! Make space and prepare for the second charge." Soon, the general discovered that the so-called retreat route had already been blocked by a group of soldiers. Only one thought remained in the general's mind. Suddenly, a loud voice came from that army. The Sit brothers are all fighting desperately. We can't let them steal our thunder. Kill them! Kill all these dogs! That overwhelming killing intent completely shattered the general's last bit of luck. Why? Were the ones we were just fighting a group of plague-stricken soldiers? They are clearly really a dying army? Why have they become so resilient? Could it be that one hiding in the rear, using you as cannon fodder? Before he could finish his words, a cold light reflected on his face. With a cracking sound, that general also finished the last journey of his life. At this moment, only one thought remained in my heart. To hell with the trial. To hell with winning or losing. I just want to have a good fight today. And my combat power was also displayed at this moment. It was a terrifying strength of 95. I raised the longsword in my hand high. Brothers, follow me into battle. And our target is the supreme leader of Songdu, the true master Lu Yu. Seeing the charging army, Lu Yu's face was filled with shock. And at that moment, Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly shouted. Now, time seemed to stand still for a moment. Lu Yu had not spoken for a long time. To be able to force me to use my last elite troops. What a thrilling battle. But you've come this far. The next moment, an indescribable aura emanated from the troops behind him. As a military leader, to personally go into battle, I would never do such a foolish thing. As he waved his hand, the iron-like cavalry charged out. Even in the worst-case scenario of the front line collapsing, with my occult arts, I can safely retreat to Songdu City and continue to hold out. Just then, Liu looked behind him in horror. Where did this army come from? Xiao shouted at Zhuge Xia. You go and support Tu Yi. I'll take care of him. Soon, he clearly saw the armor on that cavalry. It's the Muyang army. Liu Yu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Why is there another army? Damn traitors. And as the commander-in-chief, I was fighting at the forefront of the battlefield at this moment, bravely killing the enemy. There was only one thought in my mind. Kill all those who stand in my way. After an unknown amount of time, an unknown iron cavalry army was charging at me. Li Tianyuan, who was always paying attention to me, also noticed this scene. What if His Majesty gets stabbed? Suddenly, the military banner with the character Lu on it shattered. Zhuge Xia raised the Muyang army banner and blocked that iron cavalry. The sudden change made Li Tianyuan's mind go blank for a moment. Then, a majestic voice echoed through the army. The commander of Songdu has been killed. Those who surrender will be spared. That deafening voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. One by one, the Songdu soldiers stopped and stared at the command flag in the rear. All they could see was the banner of the Muyang army. Just then, the originally aggressive cavalry scattered into a group. Don't block me! Quick, run! The Songdu army lost its will to fight, and its morale collapsed. The cavalry suffered a major stampede. Then, the Muyang army took advantage of the victory and pursued, winning a great victory. Lu Yu stared blankly at what was happening in front of him. I'm not dead yet. Xiao spoke up and interrupted him. Whether you're dead or not doesn't matter anymore. She then revealed her sharp scimitar. Hearing of his own failure, Lu Yu suddenly burst into a hysterical laugh. Cracks appeared on his face. I lost. In his final moments, he suddenly shouted, I never thought your plans would be so interconnected. How brilliant! After the great victory, Li Tianyuan ran to me with great excitement. Xiao and Zhuge Xia's ambush was also your arrangement, wasn't it? From the retreat, to the battle with our backs to the river, to capturing the leader, it was a classic. I looked at him speechlessly. What are you imagining? Li Tianyuan's face turned serious. Your humble servant understands. With the current level of trust between your majesty and me, it was not convenient to inform me of such a secret in advance, but I will work harder in the future. I walked towards the camp speechlessly, but suddenly, I noticed a strange feeling in my body. My hands were trembling uncontrollably. I looked around. I saw those surviving soldiers shouting, Long live the Marshal. We can go home. Seeing the genuine smiles on their faces, a strange emotion welled up in my heart. So I still won? In a daze, I had returned from the battlefield to the trial ground. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded, commanding evaluation, never abandoning in life or death, unity of purpose from top to bottom. The three armies are in awe, and the soldiers are willing to die. Superior, military evaluation, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, unknowable as the dark, moving as a thunderstorm. Test of strength passed. Overall evaluation, the talent to conquer the world. Wu Dongxian looked at me with great surprise. You actually won? Aina also ran up to me. What about that stinky Taoist? I looked at Aina blankly. Taoist? Was there a Taoist in the dungeon just now? Xiao pointed at herself. That Taoist blew himself up in front of me. Wu Dongxian looked at me with surprise. In my opinion, this trial was clearly unsolvable. How did you break the deadlock? Hearing her words, I didn't know how to answer for a moment. If I said that from the very beginning, I was doing it with the intention of losing, but ended up winning inexplicably. Would that be too pretentious? Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. Emperor's trial. Final test. Test of governance begins. The next moment, my vision was occupied by the branches of a withered tree, and the place where I was seen to be a city tower. I shouted for Li Tianyuan and the others, but received no response. I walked to the city wall and looked down. Is it a siege defense this time? But from the name of the test of governance, this should be related to governing the country. But when I saw the scene below, I was filled with great fear. Below the city tower, there was a dense crowd of people that stretched as far as the eye could see, and they were shouting in their midst. Those people, as if possessed, kept shouting at the city gate, Save me. I'll do anything. I want to live. A sense of despair continuously spread up from below the city tower. My heart was filled with fear. Could this trial be about saving these refugees? Meanwhile, the scene here was also transmitted back to Li Tianyuan and the others. Zhuge Xia looked at Li Tianyuan for help. If it were you, what would you do? But Li Tianyuan's words undoubtedly made her even more desperate. They can't be saved. It's completely hopeless. They should all just die. A famine cannot be saved. Wherever the refugees refugees pass, the land is left barren and yellow. Rats, tree bark, earthworms, even soft soil will be eaten clean by them. The poor either starve to death or are poisoned by all sorts of strange things. The rich can't buy anything either and will only be burdened by their heavy possessions or become the target of bandits. Without enough food, anyone is doomed to die. However, the famine itself is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that those who cannot bear the hunger will target people. Meanwhile, a terrifying scene appeared in the picture. Past memories suddenly appeared in Li Tianyuan's mind. In an instant, a strong feeling of nausea welled up. Li Tianyuan looked at the dense crowd of refugees in the trial, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even for a strategist like him, whose intelligence was maxed out, it was an impossible task. Wu Dongxian, on the side, agreed with him. But I think this trial should be far more than just this. Xiao snorted coldly. Simple, compared to the previous trial. It's even worse. Li Tianyuan said solemnly. He's right. Don't forget the Taoist named Liu Yu in the previous trial. He didn't appear at the beginning, but he was the key to the trial. So this trial should also have a similar existence. At this point, Wu Dongxuan's voice was trembling. That existence will be even more terrifying than the famine before our eyes. On the other side, I came to the city. A eunuch put on a high and mighty look and said to me, Lord Emissary, this time the famine in Leyland County has gathered refugees. The court has sent us to provide disaster relief. Do you have any brilliant ideas? I smiled obsequiously and said I wouldn't dare. This subordinate has no brilliant ideas. I will follow your instructions. Jia Rushi laughed proudly. I am just a person from the harem. This time, I was entrusted by the Empress Dowager to serve as the deputy emissary for disaster relief. How can I be called Lord? I immediately cupped my hands and flattered him. Lord Jia is being too modest. Jia Rushi corrected my words. My name is Jia Rushi. The scene fell silent for a moment. It was Jia Rushi who couldn't help but speak first. The Empress Dowager has always been benevolent and can't bear to see the hungry people suffer. Isn't her 60th birthday in a month? As her servants, we must naturally share her worries. I cursed in my heart. Who the hell is a servant? But I also caught the goal of this trial from his words, so I tentatively said, it will be a bit difficult for us to quell this famine in a month. Who knew that he would burst out laughing after hearing this? Quell the famine? Are you joking, my lord? Where will these refugees be resettled? How much manpower and resources will it cost? The national treasury is not abundant either. Only then did I realize that I had probably guessed wrong. Jia Rushi continued, as long as the hungry people are still breathing, it's fine. The court has more to consider, so we just need to ensure that the hungry people don't cause any trouble on the Empress Dowager's birthday. Hearing this, my heart couldn't help but tremble. You can play it like this? This is even more foolish than I am. Jia Rushi continued, not noticing my silence. The Empress Dowager did allocate some disaster relief funds. We can use them to buy grain from the grain merchants in the city, plus the surplus grain in the official granaries. If we distribute it sparingly, it will be enough for the refugees outside the city to eat for a month. By then, the refugees will be grateful to the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager is happy, she will promote us both. We don't have to waste all the disaster relief funds on the refugees. We can take the opportunity to make a small profit. How about it? I suppressed the anger in my heart and said word by word, then what about the refugees? Jia Rushi laughed again. We just need to make our money and leave. Their life or death has nothing to do with us. If there's trouble later, someone else will take the blame. We are acting on the Empress Dowager's orders, so we are the Empress Dowager's people. His laughter was like the devil's whisper, constantly echoing in my ears. My voice was cold. To hell with you. I suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What was I even expecting? This world is a pile of shit. It has never changed. I've been lying to myself all along. Not being able to play Honor of Kings. Not being able to drink happy otaku water. Not being able to watch stupid videos. Is it painful? Yes, it's very painful. But these are not the root of my hatred for this place. A barbaric, primitive society, full of the law of the jungle, scheming and backstabbing. The higher-ups are all conspirators, and the common people are all cannon fodder and consumables. I can't stand this kind of life anymore. If I have to be emperor again, I'm afraid I'll go insane. I'm going to ruin this trial. After saying this, I turned my head sharply to look at Jia Rushi. As an NPC, you talk too much. After saying that, I grabbed his hand, expertly stepped, twisted my waist, and with a thud, Jia Rushi had already made intimate contact with the floor before he could react. I shouted at the sky like a madman. Distribute grain? I'll distribute your ass. Not only will I not distribute it, I'll buy it at a high price. I'll tell the refugees directly that the court never intended to help you. If you want grain, go and rob it. Since you're going to starve to death sooner or later, don't be hung up on hope. Jia Rushi, who had been thrown out by me, had just come to his senses when he heard my outrageous speech. He immediately turned his head and cursed at me. Are you fucking crazy? I grinned and laughed. I am crazy. What are you going to do about it? Jia Rushi continued to curse. It's fine if you want to make money, but if you're so blatantly courting death and starting a rebellion during the Empress Dowager's birthday, don't drag me down with you. I kicked him in the face. Fuck you. So what if I want to incite a rebellion? We'll deal with the future later. But for now, you need to know that I am the one in charge. After saying that, I stomped on him a couple more times. The guards who heard the noise immediately rushed in. Sir, we just heard a noise. Is something wrong? Before Jia Rushi could ask for help, I spoke first. Lord Jia has gone mad. Take him to rest. Jia Rushi was completely stunned. He was so angry his face turned red. He shouted, you son of a bitch. You're the one who's mad. Let me go, I instructed the guards. Lord Jia's condition is very serious. Be sure to take good care of him. Don't let him out no matter what he says. Wu Dongxian, who was watching this from outside the trial, was completely dumbfounded. This Jia Rushi is detestable, but if he had done as he said, the refugees would have had a month's worth of food. But Li Tianyuan, in order to fight with him, disregarded the lives of the refugees. This behavior is really inappropriate. Who knew that the real Li Tianyuan, seeing my actions, would also laugh out loud? There it is. There it is. That's it. His Majesty's plane of thought. Whenever he makes a counterintuitive move like this, it means that a series of godlike, tide-turning arrangements are about to begin. Let me see how His Majesty turns the situation around. Meanwhile, as my decree was issued, the refugees outside the city completely erupted. The Leyland government is raising the price of grain by 50%, buying as much as they can get. No one is allowed to. Now all the grain merchants are transporting their grain to the government, and they're even less willing to sell to the refugees. The money we brought with us from our escape was already not much, and we were thinking of exchanging it for some grain in Leyland City. Now we're in big trouble. That imperial emissary, he's not giving us a way to live. That dog official, if I ever meet him, I'll kill him with my own hands. And inside the city, it was the opposite, a chorus of praise. I thought the imperial emissary would forcibly requisition our grain for disaster relief. I had already thought of a way to hide my grain. I didn't expect him to pull this move. I think this official is a reasonable person. He raised the price and bought all the grain, clearly wanting to make a fortune with us. But to be so ugly and willing to be a public villain, that's really rare. The only thing to worry about is how to deal with being robbed by those refugees on the road. Just as he finished speaking, another person immediately shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? Those sick people are about to starve to death. Can they still rob? We can just spend a little more money to hire some guards. The money we make from selling the grain will definitely be a huge profit." I was the disaster relief emissary appointed by the court, yet I took the lead in announcing that 1 pound of grain would cost 1 tael of gold. The refugees were in an uproar when they received this news. How can this person be so shameless? I've emptied my pockets and I don't even have a single copper coin. Isn't he just trying to starve us to death? Inside the mansion, I kept telling myself not to be soft-hearted. I just want to go home. What have I done wrong? And those refugees, they are just NPCs. They are all fake. You haven't killed anyone. End this trial, and this world will disappear. This is the best outcome. Just then, a hurried knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. The guard ran in a panic. Lord Jia escaped under the cover of night. Hearing this, I instantly thought of countless possibilities. He's going to inform the Empress Dowager. Only one thought remained in my mind. Get him back. And so, the originally closed city gates suddenly opened. I led the guards and rushed out of the city. I subconsciously looked at the surrounding refugees. I saw them one by one, emaciated, their eyeballs protruding. Some had even skinned and eaten some of the horses that were passing by. The outside of the city was like a human hell, like the Lion Camel Ridge. Feeling the greedy gazes of those people, the guard couldn't help but shout, "Let's go back." But I seemed not to have heard him at all, and I scanned the area. At this moment, I began to have doubts about my decision. These people have fallen into an even more desperate situation because of me. Did I really do the right thing? Soon, I became firm again. I'm not wrong. They are just NPCs. I kept telling myself, I don't feel guilty, and I don't regret it. Just then, some refugees blocked my path. The guard shouted at them, "Get out of the way." The two brothers waved their hands with a smile. "We mean no harm." Then the man took out a string of copper coins. "You just came out of the city, right? I want to exchange some food with you. My name is Little Wu, and this is my older brother, Big Wu. The price of grain has gone up now, but we don't have enough money. There are many children in our group. If we don't have any more grain, they will all die." His words deeply touched my heart. In the end, I still softened and had the guard throw all the grain to them. The guard was confused by my actions but still followed my instructions and did as he was told. Now those children will be saved. Little Wu then handed over the copper coins. "This is all we have on us." I told them it wasn't necessary. Consider it a loan from me. Little Wu thanked me. "But how will we repay you then?" I didn't know how to answer for a moment. The guard suddenly interrupted me, pointing to the side. "Young master, look." I looked in the direction he was pointing. It was the quietly escaping Jiarushi. I decisively dismounted. "He's in the crowd. We'll pursue on foot." Jiarushi saw us and decisively fled, and I and the guard were chasing after him. Just as I was about to catch Jiarushi felt a great sense of foreboding. He then shouted at the refugees behind him, "He is the disaster relief emissary sent by the court. The order to raise the grain price was given by this brat." Faced with the murderous intent from the tens of thousands of refugees, I was unfazed and had no intention of defending myself. Not only did I admit that I was the dog official they were talking about, but I also admitted that the order to starve them was also given by me. It turned out that Jiarushi, in order to escape capture, had shouted to the refugees, "This person is the dog official who is making you unable to eat." His sudden counterattack also stunned me. A hoarse voice followed, "So that dog official is you. Dog official, are you trying to starve us all to death?" The price of grain was already ridiculously high, and now it's even higher in a year of great famine. In an instant, insults and curses were hurled at me from the mouths of the refugees. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Eat him," and the refugees rushed at me like a crazed mob. But just then, a shout stopped them. Little Wu and Big Wu stood in front of me. "I know everyone is hungry, but please listen to me for a moment." But the refugees became even more furious. "You're taking a side? You're actually helping a dog official." Little Wu directly threw out his doubts. Have you ever seen a dog official who runs into a crowd of refugees on his own? Isn't that just courting death? Hearing this, I lowered my head in shame. I am a person who likes to court death. Sure enough, after hearing Little Wu's words, the crowd began to have some doubts about my identity as a dog official. However, a large man strode up to Little Wu. Get lost, or I'll chop you and that dog official up and throw you in the pot. Little Wu quickly tried to calm him down. Everyone is hungry. If we get injured now, won't it just make things worse? Noticing the two strong men behind Little Wu, the few troublemakers were all terrified. In the end, the leader just snorted coldly, cursed under his breath, and left. Just then, I suddenly felt someone hold my hand. A little girl was looking at me with pleading eyes. Big brother, thank you for the grain. Little Wu also took out the grain I had just given them. Everyone, look at this. They gave us all their grain. Do you think someone like this would really be a dog official? The guy who ran over just now with a high-pitched voice was either a sissy or a eunuch. He's more like a corrupt official. He then suddenly put his arm around my shoulder and tried to clear my name. You must be a hero who chased that dog official from the city to the outside, right? Faced with his confident gaze, I felt like I had been struck by lightning. Your analysis is complete nonsense. What kind of hero chases a court-appointed official's ass and hacks at it all the way outside of the city? Besides, my motives right now are anything but heroic. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but lower my head in shame. The little girl tugged at my arm. My big brother is a great judge of character, she said. Everyone listens to him. I knew that if I just nodded, I could probably bluff my way out of this crisis, but I didn't do that. Instead, I admitted it. The order to raise the price of grain, it was mine. The disaster relief funds wouldn't have been enough to save many people anyway. As soon as I said it, the light in the little girl's eyes vanished. Little Wu turned his head stiffly. Is that your reason for letting everyone starve? The crowd, which had started to calm down, erupted again. Why are we still wasting our breath on him? Let's just... But before he could finish, a loud creaking and groaning sound grew closer. All the refugees instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a caravan of merchants emerging from the city, carrying enough rations to feed an army. The refugees' eyes glazed over. Food. It's food. Suddenly, a voice snapped them back to reality. Don't even look. That food isn't for you. You don't have nearly enough money to buy it. Or, let me put it this way, the voice continued. Are you willing to risk your life for a single mouthful? The greed in the men's eyes vanished without a trace, and so they watched, helpless, as the caravan of merchants passed right before their eyes. At that moment, my attendant screamed for help, but before he could get the word out, I clapped a hand over his mouth. My voice was firm. Don't make a sound. I have a plan. Once the merchant caravan had disappeared behind the city gates, the refugees turned their ferocious gazes back on me, facing their cannibalistic stares. I stepped forward to address them. You all saw that, I began. Merchants are constantly bringing grain into the city. There's no longer a shortage of food inside those walls. A refugee yelled hoarsely. What good is that to us? We can't afford any of it. The damned dog official. I nodded in vehement agreement. I am damned. I raised the grain prices, trying to force you into taking radical action to get food for yourselves. The relief funds were never going to be enough to save you. But just now, I thought of a better way. It's not 100% guaranteed, but there's a chance it can feed every single one of you. The only thing is, I need to go back to Leyland City first, and I'll need your cooperation. Hearing my words, the crowd fell silent. Then, an angry roar erupted from their midst. Dog official, do you take us for fools? Don't waste any more words on him. Kill him. Facing this desperate situation, I offered no defense, no explanation. I just stood in silence. Just then, Big Wu, who had been silent all this time, strode up to me. He furiously grabbed my collar, his voice hoarse as he screamed. Why should we believe you? What right do you have to make promises to us refugees? You, who can decide the fate of thousands with a single order? What reason do you have to keep your word to us? I shouted back at him. I have no guarantee. All I can give you are two choices. You can take me hostage, force them to open the city gates, and then tens of thousands of you can storm the city. You can break into my residence, take everything there, and become a mob. And even if you do that, I won't care in the slightest. Or, you can trust that I can save every single one of you. Trust that I genuinely want to help you. Big Wu was deeply shaken by my words. For a long while, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Just then, the little girl came to my side again. I think Big Brother isn't lying to us. I believe him. Hearing his sister's words, Big Wu let out a heavy breath. He turned to look at the other refugees. What do you all think? Do we trust him this one time? Or do we become murdering, plundering mobs? The common folk looked at each other. I don't have the stomach for robbing and killing. There's no other way. Anyway, let's just trust him this once. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. I had passed this hurdle. Big Wu spoke again. I'll believe you too. Not because of what you said, but because of your eyes. So, I'll take a gamble on you. Little Wu ran to my side. My brother, who usually can't squeeze a word out, just said so much. Then I'll believe you too. The little girl shouted at me excitedly. I was the first one to choose to believe you, you know. And just like that, one by one, the common folk came to stand by my side. No one touches him, or you're my enemy. One voice after another swirled around my ears. If we can't get grain, we'll eat you, kid. Ha ha ha. I'm sick of plain rice. Get me more wine and meat. Don't make me wait too long. I've already gnawed all the bark off the trees around here. Faced with their trust, a strange feeling welled up inside me. I will not let you down. And so, escorted by the two brothers, I returned to the city and we discussed our next steps. Along the way, I kept thinking back on all the knowledge I had ever learned. Let me use 5,000 years of accumulated economic knowledge to change this rotten world. I had promised to feed every refugee outside the city, but after returning to the city, not only did I not take the lead in lowering prices, but I also began buying up grain at an even higher price than before. This move of mine instantly attracted grain merchants from cities 1,000 miles around. Just as they thought they were about to make a fortune, they were greeted by notices posted all over the city announcing a suspension of grain purchases. This left all the merchants dumbfounded. Watching those fools, I sneered. The real show is yet to come. Before long, the gate to my residence was blocked by those merchants. How could you go back on your word? Didn't you say you'd buy as much as we had? But now, I have a huge surplus of grain I can't sell. If you don't start buying again, the cost of transport alone will bankrupt us. I slapped my forehead and feigned a pained expression. This official is in a difficult position as well. I wanted to buy and build granaries at the same time, but I never expected the grain to arrive so quickly. I thought there wasn't much grain around, what with the famine and all. But don't you worry, everyone. I have already ordered the construction of new granaries. It's just, the construction time is a bit long, and it looks like it's going to rain recently, so the construction schedule will be. Hearing this, the merchants instantly exploded. If it rains, the grain will mold. We'll have to find a way to store it. We're going to lose our shirts. I also feigned a look of impending doom and shouted, yes, what are we going to do? Unless we sell it directly to the refugees. As I spoke, the fear in my eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of icy orbs. Hearing my words, the crowd stared at me intently. A few days later, dark clouds indeed gathered over the city, followed by a torrential downpour. The grain merchants gathered together. By now, even the dumbest among them understood they had been played, but someone immediately raised a doubt. But he still has a pile of grain in his hands. But I heard someone is secretly selling grain. Another quickly added, and the price is only 30% of the market price. A third chimed in, I heard that too, and someone is claiming the price of grain will drop even further. At this, all of them couldn't help but feel angry. Who is the damned scoundrel working against us? Unable to figure it out, they came to find me again, hoping I could identify this black sheep. Without a second thought, I admitted it directly. The bastard who's selling grain cheap and ruining the market is me. The grain merchant shouted at me, bewildered, why the hell are you doing this? Hearing this, my face instantly darkened. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Does this official need to report my actions to you? Seeing their pitiful expressions, I continued, actually, I was forced into it. The rain has made this official's grain moldy as well, so I simply sold some of it off. But they're refusing to buy, forcing me to lower the price. Besides, I added, I can also sell it to you at 30% of the original price. How about it? If you buy my grain, you'll still make a profit, right? Hearing my words, the merchant was aghast. My lord, you must be joking. Where would we get the money now? Besides, even if we bought it, the grain would just rot in our hands. I stared at him for a moment, then turned and walked away with a wave of my hand. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's all just fend for ourselves. The merchants, seeing my angry expression, could only slink away. I turned back and sneered, let's see how long you can hold out. It turned out that for the past few days, I had been secretly sending some grain to the Wu brothers. The two brothers then claimed the grain was purchased from within the city and that the price was still falling. This helped them build up their credibility among the refugees. The brothers claimed that if they just waited patiently, the price of grain would come down. The refugees, sustained by the grain Tuyi had secretly supplied, managed to hold on, constantly putting pressure on the merchants. Although the merchants knew someone was secretly transporting grain out, they were powerless to stop it and gradually began to lose their composure. At this point, little Wu threw an arm around my shoulder. You're really something else. You've got those merchants running in circles all by yourself. I chuckled. It's just a bit of a storm in a teacup. I've just been the bag holder in the stock market too many times. Big Wu ignored the strange words coming out of my mouth and asked curiously, what do we do next? My eyes were full of mischief. We wait. We wait until those merchants can't hold out any longer. We wait until they're bound by a chain of suspicion and have to sell at a loss to recoup their costs. Once someone breaks the dam, the merchants will fall into a panic sell-off. At that point, the price of grain won't just drop below 30%. It might even go down to 20% or 10%. That's when the Imperial Relief Silver will truly enter the market and buy at the bottom. Although the two brothers didn't understand my methods, they couldn't help but start applauding. After that, everything went as I had predicted. The merchants gradually buckled under the pressure and started selling off their grain. The price of grain continued to fall, and I bought up the grain in large quantities, while at the same time setting up soup kitchens outside the city to begin disaster relief. By the time the merchants saw my true purpose, it was already too late. Outside the trial, Li Tianyuan was laughing uncontrollably. So that's how it is. First, he did the opposite, deliberately raising the grain price to lure the merchants in with their own greed. Then he used the weather and geography to trap them with their mountains of grain. Finally, he manipulated their human nature, forcing them to accept a lower price to sell their grain. Wu Dongxian couldn't help but sigh. There was never a shortage of grain. It was just in the hands of those beasts. Li Tianyuan played this game well, as expected of the man I chose. However, this only solves the short-term problem. The root of the refugee problem has not yet been resolved. Li Tianyuan suddenly thought of something and froze. Only Xiao hadn't reacted yet, foolishly asking what the root cause was. Hearing this, Wu Dongxian fell silent. Once tens of thousands of refugees had full bellies, they would no longer longer be content with the status quo, but would set their sights on bigger things. Just as I thought I could peacefully wait for the trial to end, an unpleasant voice sounded from behind me. "My lord, you are truly a brilliant man, a god who can turn a dead-end situation around." I turned to look at Jiarushi's disgusting, ugly face, and my hand unconsciously went to the hilt of my sword. "You dare to come back? Aren't you afraid I'll cut you down?" Jiarushi spread his hands and smiled. "My lord, what are you saying? Our goals are not in conflict. Although you forced me away, your brilliant plan has earned our admiration. The Empress Dowager will surely be greatly rewarded when she learns of this. I am also basking in your glory." According to custom, the Empress Dowager's birthday requires the construction of shrines in various places. The Empress Dowager will also bestow her blessings on the refugees. But now that the refugees have filled their bellies, they are not grateful to the Empress Dowager. "I'm afraid this will cause trouble." Hearing this, I cut him off directly. "Spit it out," Jiarushi said anxiously. "Let the refugees work for the court. These bastards can only be considered livestock now. We don't even have to pay them. Spend a little money, hire a few people with whips, and the work will be done in half a month. We can also make a big profit on the side." Hearing this, I couldn't help but fall silent. It took a long time before I finally spoke. "Lord Jia is truly a brilliant man. A head full of endless poisonous schemes, a heart and lungs full of filth, all gathered in one person." I then called 2 people to seize Jiarushi. "Lord Jia has been traveling for too long. This time, tie him up with iron chains. Let Lord Jia rest well. We absolutely cannot let Lord Jia escape again." Jiarushi shouted at me unwillingly. "Do you know how many people want to skin you alive right now? You think feeding the refugees is the end of it? Tens of thousands of refugees with full bellies and nothing to do. If they cause trouble, you'll have a big mess on your hands." It wasn't until Jiarushi's voice could no longer be heard that I began to ponder carefully. What he said was indeed very reasonable. Having so many people gathered together was indeed an unstable factor, and those grain merchants were local tyrants themselves. They might even have powerful figures in the court behind them, but I quickly came up with a countermeasure. Not long after, I summoned the grain merchants whom I had run ragged. I ignored their murderous glares and said, "I have gathered you all here to tell you some good news." But the merchants were unmoved and even sneered. "This kid is trying to trick us again." I ignored their unhappy attitude and distributed the written message to everyone. However, the merchants only glanced at the contents of the paper, and they were so surprised they cursed out loud. Building a shrine for the damned Empress Dowager? Such a big job? One by one, the merchants even thought they were dreaming, because this kind of opportunity to work for the imperial palace often meant great benefits. Immediately, the merchants who had been disdainful of me all crowded around, constantly praising me for being so resourceful. I smiled and told them to keep it down. "I must inform you all in advance that the opportunity to build a shrine for the Empress Dowager is rare. You are all dragons among men, and it is difficult for me to be fair. So I plan to use a bidding process to decide who gets the project." As my voice fell, the merchants, who had been like brothers just a moment ago, instantly let go of each other's arms, because everyone present could be a competitor for this great opportunity. Seeing that the effect was achieved, I waved the paper in my hand. "This is for the Empress Dowager's shrine. It is a great honor, and the shrine is divided into 3 courtyards, so there are only 3 slots. If you are interested, go back and prepare a blank sheet of paper and write down the construction period and cost within your capabilities." In order to win this rare spot from me, they even started fighting in front of me just to reduce the competition before the bidding. However, I did not stop them when I saw this. I even shouted for them not to worry about money. The court's reward is very generous. Don't shortchange yourselves just to win the bid. As long as you meet the requirements, you can boldly give it a try. At worst, it's just the extermination of 9 generations. The merchants laughed instead of getting angry. "My lord, we all understand. Making money is a small matter. Even if we don't get paid, just completing this task is an honor for 8 generations." In fact, they had already thought that even if they lost money here, they could make it back elsewhere. And the most important thing now was to stand out from these people. But they didn't know that their so-called competition was just child's play in my eyes. In order to win this project, they would definitely lower their bids to the minimum, possibly even at a loss. And by dividing this project among 3 families, I could at least improve my relationship with 3 major households. They would also, in order to complete the task as soon as possible, offer high prices to recruit a large number of refugees. Soon, I selected the final 3 winners based on their bids. Not long after, the united and powerful shouts of the refugees echoed from outside the city. I saw one refugee after another orderly completing this great project. Without a single soldier, I made hundreds of thousands of people bow to my will. Seeing this, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This way, the merchant's resentment, the construction of the shrine, and the refugees' work have all been resolved at once. Now I just need to wait for the final trial to end. As the days passed, the progress of the shrine shot up at an incredible speed. Not long after, a magnificent shrine was completed. Inside the shrine, I also felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. "Little Wu," he slurred, grabbing my shoulder with a drunken grip. "Thank you. Thanks to you. I haven't had a drink in so long." Before he could finish, a small hand grabbed him. "Brother Little Wu, you're being disrespectful." Little Wu yelped, I'm sorry. I laughed at this and then asked them about their plans for the future. Little Wu spoke up first. "I'm going to work hard, earn some money, and go back to my hometown. When this is all over, I'll find a place to start over." Hearing their serious answers, I knew I had made this terrible world a little better. The next day, Big Wu and his group came to a mansion, ready to collect their wages and leave. However, when they walked into the courtyard, they didn't see a single person. Just then, a cold laugh was heard. Refugees who are not grateful for the Emperor's grace actually dare to trespass on a government office with ill intentions. This was followed by the sound of dense footsteps. Jiaorushi looked at the few people with a crazed expression. Kill them. The next moment, a rain of arrows poured down on them. Seeing the refugees covered in the rain of arrows, Jiaorushi couldn't help but laugh wildly. This is the consequence of defying me. I want all of you to die. I looked at Big Wu, who was covered in arrows, and my whole body trembled. But before I could react, I heard Little Wu cry out, "Brother, how could this happen? Someone is shooting at us. The wages, it was their trap." Hearing this, everyone's hair stood on end. But then they heard Big Wu's voice again. "You clearly said you wouldn't let us down." With that, Big Wu breathed his last. The next moment, tears streamed down Little Wu's face. He screamed Big Wu's name, his voice raw and ragged. But no matter how he cried, he received no response from Big Wu. He looked at me with fury. "Tell me, what the hell is going on?" On the other side, Jiaorushi looked at those who had failed to escape with indifference. "Get rid of them, then send troops to wipe out those rioters." A general on the side was a little confused. "Why did you let one of the rioters go just now?" Jiaorushi sneered coldly. "Our dear emissary is still among the rioters, pacifying the people. We have to let one person go back and report to him. And when he learns the news here, what do you think the dear emissary will do? You must remember, it was the dear emissary's failure in disaster relief that incited a rebellion and got him killed by the rioters. And we, who quell the rebellion, will naturally be meritorious. But the number of rioters is large. If we force them to rebel like this," Jiaorushi sneered with disdain, "you don't understand refugees. The ones we killed were the leaders. Their deaths will certainly stir up public anger. But after they kill the emissary, that anger will have been vented. All that will be left is the fear of having murdered a court official. Such refugees, no matter how many there are just lambs to the slaughter. We just need to pacify one group and wipe out another, and they won't be able to cause any trouble." Hearing his strategy, an old soldier immediately praised him. "My lord is truly a master of stratagem. A series of interconnected schemes that have played the emissary and the refugees like puppets. You've repaired the shrine, quelled the civil unrest, and even eliminated a political enemy on the side. Truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Jiaorushi laughed. "The time is about right. I wonder how the dear emissary's body is doing." Seeing this, Wu Dongxian fell silent. "You were right. The biggest obstacle in this trial is indeed this Jiaorushi." Only Ina's face remained unchanged. "I knew it was him. That scumbag look of his. He's obviously no good." After holding back for so long, he finally stabbed him in the back at the most critical moment. "This kind of talent is right up my alley," Li Tianyuan told her. "This trial is ostensibly about saving the people, but in reality, it's about the art of being an official. It's even more dangerous than a battle on the surface. So let alone being an emperor, I wouldn't even be a minor official. All these twists and turns, it's more suited for you sinister people." Li Tianyuan didn't answer, but looked at the image with concern. "What will you do next?" On the other side, I came to Big Wu's body. Suddenly, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So that's how it is. This game isn't played this way at all." Then, I snatched a torch from a refugee and ran in one direction without looking back. And my actions were mistaken by the refugees as me playing dumb and running away. They immediately ordered me to be captured. Only Little Wu stared blankly at the direction I was running. On the other side, I had already arrived in front of the shrine built for the Empress Dowager. This is the first time I've ever accomplished something. I've let people no longer go hungry, no longer suffer poverty, so I really did my best. It could be said to be a peak performance, beyond my usual level, plus a little bit of luck. It was the pinnacle of my transmigration. But so what? The dragon vein, the system, playing by their rules is just handing over your fate to someone else. How can you possibly win? I'm not good at chess, but I'm best at flipping the chessboard. To hell with your Empress Dowager's birthday. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "Stop. I just lacquered it the day before yesterday." The next moment, soaring flames engulfed the shrine. I looked back at those who were chasing me. "Next, I have something to say to you. Do you know why? Even though there are so many rich people and so much grain in Leiling City, you are still so poor and could only be refugees who couldn't afford to eat? It's because you only dare to beg them. Beg them for the food they can't finish. Exchange your strength for a little of the money they can't spend. And then you have to be grateful to them. If you displease them in the slightest, you are the rebels in their mouths. The reason they dare to treat you like this is precisely because they are certain that you are a group of trash who don't dare to flip the table. Because to flip the table, you have to risk your lives. Look at yourselves. What do you have left to lose now? Besides this worthless life, what else do you have? If you continue to be silent, that will be the last thing you lose." Outside the trial, Wu Dongxuan's eyes widened at this scene. "This is actually the Emperor's aura." I shouted at them passionately. "Go and fight. Go and pick up your weapons." After hearing my words, the eyes of those refugees were all filled with an aggressive light. The belief in taking up arms and resisting became stronger and stronger. "We must resist. We will no longer be manipulated. We will take up arms to defend our dignity as human beings." I shouted loudly. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and take back what belongs to you." In an instant, a heavy roar erupted from the crowd. "Take back what is ours. The barefoot are not afraid of those with shoes. Let's fight them." Meanwhile, a guard reminded Jiaorushi, "The shrine is on fire." Jiaorushi turned his head and roared at the guard, "I can see that. Damn damn it. Those damn peasants. Isn't killing the emissary enough for them? Now not only have I made less of a profit, but the cleanup is also more troublesome. I won't let you off. He then shouted at the soldiers behind the city wall. What are you still dawdling for? Get out of the city and suppress the bandits. As he gave the order, the city gates slowly opened, but the scene before them made the soldiers' hearts tremble with fear. In front of them were pairs of aggressive, greedy eyes. In an instant, a great battle was about to break out. The two sides clashed. Jiaorushi shouted from the city wall. Are you crazy? Assembling to rebel. Aren't you afraid the court will sentence you to death? Suddenly, Jiarushi's voice trailed off. Where his gaze fell, he actually saw me standing unharmed among the refugees. Jiarushi let out a piercing scream. How are you not dead yet? He quickly forced himself to calm down. They're just refugees who've had a few full meals. Nothing to worry about. As long as I kill him, the credit for quelling the rebellion will still be mine. So he immediately gave the order. Archers, aim at the rebellious emissary. But before he could finish his words, his voice was caught in his throat. Standing behind him were refugees who were like wolves and tigers, and the army he was so proud of had already been completely wiped out at this moment. Faced with the crowd of refugees, Jiarushi's body stiffened. In just an instant, he had made a decision in his heart. He then shouted down from the city wall, "You traitor, you've assembled to rebel and deceive the kind-hearted poor. As a court official, you've spread heresy, embezzled grain, and exploited the good people. Everyone, don't believe such a villain." After saying that, he looked nervously at the refugees behind him. "Do you believe me?" But then, the sound of footsteps was heard. Seeing the approaching figure, Jiarushi's face was filled with terror. "Weren't you shot and killed?" Soon, a scream echoed from the city wall. Jiarushi was lifted high by a group of refugees and then thrown from the city wall. Li Tianyuan was completely shocked. "I have been obsessed with political intrigue my whole life, putting myself in the game, trying to outweak fate, no different from this eunuch. But even if you can control the game, you are still in the game. My vision is limited to the court, but the realm of flipping the chessboard is beyond heaven and earth, and the fate of the self-important pieces on the chessboard is only to fall. Not long before, I was teleported out for failing the emperor's trial." A mechanical voice immediately sounded. "Test of governance, failure." Hearing this result, my heart trembled. The scene from the trial just now flashed through my mind. Just as the trial was about to successfully conclude, I suddenly saw Little Wu fighting frantically in the crowd. I couldn't help but shout at him, "The grain and wages have been received. It's all over. If you don't leave, you'll lose your life. Think about Xiao Yu and the others. If you die, who will take care of those orphans? The future is still long. Only by staying alive is there a chance." Hearing Xiao Yu's name, Little Wu's figure stiffened. He turned to look at me, and at that moment, a soldier seized the opportunity and slashed at Little Wu's back. In the nick of time, I threw Little Wu out of the way, but I wasn't so lucky and was beheaded with one slash. Coming back to my senses, I clutched my neck in fear. How could I do such a thing? It wasn't until I realized that it was just an illusion that I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank God I'm still alive, but at least I lost this time. Suddenly, Wu Dongshuan's voice boomed in my ear. "Get up! How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Seeing her naked gaze, my heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot I promised this woman I would complete the trials test. I smiled at her awkwardly. Just now, it was an accident. However, the expected accusation did not appear. Instead, it was replaced by Wu Dongshuan's praise. "Although you didn't pass the test, I liked your performance very much. Big sister, are you out of your mind?" I looked at this woman with a dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, I realized they saw everything I did just now. Wu Dongxian threw an arm around my head. "Your choice was very much to my taste. Just a little too conservative. If it were me, I would have killed that eunuch at the first opportunity. But considering your background, it was actually quite surprising." "So," she whispered in my ear, "isn't it?" My heart skipped a beat. When did she find out my identity? And the moment my identity was exposed, Xiao charged over with two blades. However, his attack was easily blocked by Wu Dongxian. "Don't be hasty. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago." I gasped for breath and shouted, "How did you find out? Was it my youth and handsomeness that gave me away?" Wu Dongxian chuckled. "The story you made up at the beginning was so outrageous that it actually made me believe it a little. After all, stories have logic, but reality doesn't. However, it was very suspicious that Tu Qianjun would become so disheartened just because of his son's betrayal." Li Tianyuan clicked his tongue in frustration. "So it was my fault? I've investigated all the high-ranking officials in the Qian kingdom, and your reaction to the refugees in the trial just now exposed your identity. At least Tu Qianjun would not have shown such an expression." After saying that, Wu Dongxian looked at me again. "Destroying the Qian kingdom is indeed my wish, but if we can truly achieve a great harmony, that would be a joyous occasion for everyone. But putting this into practice is as difficult as reaching the sky. So if you end up exhausting your national strength in the process and end up with everyone deserting you, dying, and your country being destroyed, I would be happy to see it. After all, I have nothing to lose. Next, I will stabilize the rebel army and won't bother you for the time being. However, if you deviate from my expectations, I will dig out your heart and use it for medicine." Hearing this, my heart became even more terrified. Has this woman always been so fierce? After saying that, she waved at me. After Wu Dongxian left, Li Tianyuan ran over without stopping. "Your Majesty, your humble servant is guilty." I was about to speak when I saw the information above his head. It had undergone a dramatic change. The originally 99 caddies of rebellious spirit was completely gone. The kind that even giving him a slave curse curse would lower his loyalty. I suddenly felt as if I had eaten shit. I could only force myself to say, "My dear minister, what crime have you committed? Your humble servant is ashamed." I was so engrossed in political maneuvering that I failed to see the bigger picture. Your Majesty's performance along the way has been so impressive that it will benefit me for the rest of my life. I quickly helped him up. Not at all, not at all. You should stay true to your original intentions, my lord. Don't be influenced by me. Be brave and be yourself. Just then, Ina tugged at my sleeve. You're pretty good, old friend. I looked at this venomous woman and screamed, "Spit it out. Don't play these games with me. I'm just impressed with you. I thought you were just a good-for-nothing who got lucky and survived until now. But after seeing your performance, I didn't expect you to have some skills." I looked at her with some disgust. Are you being sarcastic? How could I? If you had really played it out to the standard ending, I would have looked down on you. I like it when you don't play by the rules. Isn't that the only pleasure we transmigrators have? I slapped my forehead in frustration. Think whatever you want, but she threw her arms around me. You didn't get the dragon vein. It's not good to go back empty-handed. Why don't you take me with you? I cursed at her to get lost. I hate women the most. Really? And I'm a transmigrator. You know, most importantly, if there are two transmigrators, there will be a third and a fourth. We're all in the same boat. What if other transmigrators are your enemies? In a competition with other transmigrators, don't you think an old friend is more valuable as an ally than these ancient people? Seeing the purple light in Ina's eyes, I threw him over my shoulder. You damned woman, you used your ability on me again, didn't you? Seeing his master being treated like this, Aya charged at me with a roar, ready to tear my head off. Ina suddenly reached out and stopped him. He'll consider it. He just needs more time. As he said, I was indeed considering it. After all, that guy Li Tianyuan was completely useless now. I needed a capable general to fill the void in my nation-destroying plan. So I feigned a difficult expression. I am indeed willing, but there's something I need to remind you of. If you're going to backstab me, you'd better take everything, including my throne. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. After leaving the trial ground, I slept well for the first time. But just then, the system on my wrist started to flash. The next moment, I suddenly appeared high in the sky. I soon recognized this place. It seemed to be the trial ground. But hasn't the trial already ended? Suddenly, a vast scene below shocked me. I saw a funeral procession made up of refugees heading in one direction. I was a little shocked. Why is this world still running after the trial has ended? Before I could get an answer, I saw my body being carried by the crowd. Is this my funeral? After burying me, the refugees all raised their wine glasses and poured the fine wine in their bowls onto the grave. I touched the tombstone in disbelief. If this world is still running, doesn't that mean that a person named Bidwu really died? And it was because of me. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps sounded in my ear. Seeing the person who came, I couldn't help but be startled. The person who came was actually Bidwu. I couldn't help but exclaim, "You're still alive." However, the few words that appeared above his head shocked me even more. Founding Emperor of the Great Harmony. Why? How does he have a data panel? Is this world real? The system's voice sounded in my ear. They were the former rulers of this land, the emperors of the Great Harmony. Influenced by you, they became the terminators of the old dynasty. After your death, they led a wave of resistance all the way north. Along the way, they rallied support, and their ranks continued to grow. After several years of war, the Wu brothers finally won the war. And inspired by you, they attached importance to commerce and brought hundreds of years of peace to this world. In the capital of the Great Harmony, there is a magnificent shrine. It does not worship gods, ancient people, kings, or generals, but an unknown official of the previous dynasty. He is revered as a symbol of commerce, wisdom, courage, and resistance, and is regarded as the founding father by the Emperor of the Great Harmony. Suddenly, two figures appeared in my mind. These two guys actually made me look like the Statue of Liberty. Test of Governance trial successfully created the opportunity for the Wu brothers to establish the Great Harmony. The result is changed to superior. The host has passed the Dragon Vein trial. National power points increased by 20,000. Current national power points, 3,900. I looked at the system with a dumbfounded expression. What? But he just smiled and congratulated me. Congratulations, you big. What is the relationship between the Dragon Vein and you? Do you want me to destroy the nation or not? Are you trying to get me promoted? However, what responded to me were 8 cold words. Insufficient authority. No comment. But congratulations to the host for unlocking the nation-crushing lottery system. I was a little confused and asked, what is the nation-crushing lottery system? A lottery in the literal sense. You can draw related items. Unfortunately, each draw costs 500 points. Hearing this, I was instantly filled with excitement. There's such a good thing? Then can't I just keep drawing? The system denied my idea and told me I could only do a 10 pull at a time, and I was not allowed to draw again until the items were used up. Even so, I was still very excited. After all, I had a way to consume national fortune. Immediately, I did a 10 pull. As a notification sounded, my national power points decreased by 5,000, leaving 25,900. Then, a dazzling light appeared from my hand. Spirit Waking Pills. Increases energy when reviewing official documents. Cinnabar Imperial Seal Paste. A must-have for the Imperial study. Works even better with the Imperial Seal. The Tragedy of Liji. The Boudoir Secrets of a Generation of Beautiful Empresses. A best-selling romance manga. Seeing this pile of trash in front of me, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Are these things really useful for destroying the nation? Just as I was thinking about just consuming the points like this, another book appeared in front of me. The moment I saw the cover, I couldn't help but be greatly shocked. How can there be such a thing? It was actually a book on both military and civilian talents. I picked up the book and curiously flipped through it. I didn't expect to be deeply attracted by the first sentence in the book, a must-read for transmigrators. It talked about basic infrastructure such as planting agriculture, industrial construction, medical first aid, and civil engineering. What was even more terrifying was that it actually taught me how to build an airplane. Seeing this, I finally couldn't hold it back and threw the book away. It's supposed to be a nation-destroying lottery. Why is there such a thing? Let's see if I don't tear you to shreds. But as I used all my strength, I found that this book was as tough as steel. Just then, Li Tianyuan's exclamation exploded in my ear. "Your Majesty." I saw him with a look of terror. "Your Majesty, why are you having a fit in your sleep?" I pushed his old face away with my hand. "It's nothing." As I pushed him away, Li Tianyuan saw the book in my hand through his fingers. "Your Majesty, the way the paper in your hand is arranged is so strange. May I borrow it to have a look?" I smiled and handed him the book. "You might not be able to understand the contents of this book." A few minutes later, Li Tianyuan screamed, "How can there be such a divine book in this world? I thought everything in this world was controlled by political maneuvering, but I didn't expect such miscellaneous knowledge to have such an amazing side." I asked with some suspicion, "Do you really understand?" Li Tianyuan looked at me with a serious expression. "I don't understand at all." I felt a wave of nausea in my heart. "If you don't understand, why are you screaming?" But this also made me breathe a sigh of relief. If he had really understood, the national power points would definitely have increased a lot. Just then, Zhuge Xia walked over timidly. "Can I have a look?" Not long after, Zhuge Xia's face was full of excitement. "Interesting. If this thing called electricity is combined with my occult arts." I still looked at her with a speechless expression. "As if you can understand it." Zhuge Xia's eyes were glued to the book as she said excitedly, "Some parts are half understood, but if I can have more time to combine it with occult arts, maybe it can be realized." Li Tianyuan laughed. As expected of my adopted daughter, a heavenly talent. Hearing this, I couldn't help but burst into tears of laughter. The content of this book requires a lot of scientific knowledge as a prerequisite. Your skill tree is completely messed up. Zhuge Xia didn't care at all and even asked me if she could take the book back. I wiped my tears and laughed. "Not just take it away. How about I give it to you?" But after I said that, I felt a sense of unease. Then I looked back at Zhuge Xia and saw her reading the book as if she were holding a peerless treasure. Seeing this, I looked at Li Tianyuan with some uncertainty. "Tianyuan, I'm just saying, what if I make the Qian kingdom cease to exist? What would you think?" Li Tianyuan was stunned, not expecting me to say that at all, but he quickly smiled with relief. "There is no eternal kingdom in this world. Whether it's the Qian kingdom or the Jing kingdom, in the end, they will only be a few thin pages in the history books." I was a little surprised that he could think this way and couldn't help but praise him. Who knew that Li Tianyuan would say with great conviction, "Your humble servant firmly believes that no matter what happens to the Qian kingdom in the end, at least your Majesty will be able to achieve something amazing that is different from ordinary emperors, and I will definitely be fortunate enough to witness that moment, to witness the peak of the Qian kingdom. I have no doubt about this." Hearing this, a strange sense of joy appeared in my heart. Was he always this passionate? I've been misled by the point system all along, thinking about ruining the country. But if I promote development and abolish the imperial system, isn't that the same as destroying the Qian kingdom? Although this path is much more difficult, but if it can prevent those things from happening in the future, then my order sounded in Li Tianyuan's ear. "Gather everyone. We're going back to the Qian kingdom." On the way, a paper crane slowly flew to Zhuge Xia's ear. Seeing the paper crane, Zhuge Xia's face was full of joy. "It's a letter from Zhu. Does he have something to say?" I keenly sensed that something was wrong and urged Zhuge Xia to read the contents of the letter first. Sure enough, after reading the contents of the letter, Zhuge Xia's face was filled with shock. "The southern Jing has invaded the Qian kingdom. Tu Shu led his troops to meet the enemy and was ambushed. His life is in danger." Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, outside the border of the Qian kingdom, soldiers in armor had already broken through the encirclement. They climbed up the city wall with ladders and fought with the Qian guards on the city wall. Suddenly, a thick hand reached up to the city wall. Then, a giant man, 2.5 meters tall, climbed up. Seeing this man, the Qian guards were greatly shocked. They then brandished their broadswords and charged forward. The giant man took the heavy hammer in his mouth with his hand. Then, with a heavy blow, he sent the few people who rushed up flying. "I am the great general of the Jing kingdom, Pan Fengxian. I have come to take Tu Shu's dog head." But soon, Pan Fengxian's arrogant expression disappeared, and in front of him was a handsome man with a calm expression, wearing a red cloak. Tu Shu's face was cold. "Pan Fengxian? Sounds like an unknown clown. Are you worthy of my head?" After the shock, Pan Fengxian showed a crazy and contorted smile. "We'll know if I'm a clown after we try. You dog thief, your life is mine." Faced with a heavy hammer that could send a dozen soldiers flying, Tu Shu just raised his hand and blocked the attack. Pan Fengxian unwillingly swung his heavy hammer quickly, but not once could he hurt Tu Shu. All of them were easily dodged by him. Soon, Pan Fengxian suddenly found that the Tu Shu in front of him had disappeared. Then, a calm voice sounded from behind him. "I still had expectations for you. It turns out you're just a show-off." Hearing this, Pan Fengxian found that he couldn't answer at all. Then, a cold feeling came from his chest. The Jing soldiers, seeing their own commander-in-chief being newly killed, immediately had the idea of retreating and all retreated down the city wall. wall. It wasn't until all the enemy troops on the city wall were killed that a series of shouts from the victors were heard from the city wall. Die, you Jing pigs! Come on, your grandfather hasn't killed enough yet. But Tu Shu's face did not show any joy. Instead, he looked at the endless army tents outside the city wall with worry. It turned out that 5 days ago, Tu Su, who was stationed in the capital, suddenly received a war report claiming that the southern Jing had learned that Tu Yi had left the capital and intended to send a small force to sneak into the Qian kingdom to assassinate him. Tu Shu led 1,000 elite cavalry to intercept the Jing army. As a result, Tu Shu was unfortunately ambushed and forced to retreat to a small city near the capital. Then, the Jing army surrounded Feng with tens of thousands of troops, and the remaining forces went straight to the capital. And the besieged Tu Shu and his remnants, together with the less than 10,000 defenders in the city, were struggling to defend. Although they had held off multiple attacks, both soldiers and supplies were slowly being exhausted. What should we do next? Faced with such a predicament, the general under him muttered, if it weren't for that Tu Yi, how would we have fallen into this trap and been trapped here? As his words fell, the general suddenly felt a sharp killing intent lock onto him. Only then did the general realize that he had accidentally spoken his thoughts out loud. He quickly knelt down and begged Tu Shu for forgiveness. Time passed by bit. The general's back was also drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't until Tu Shu's voice came that he finally got up. It's not Tu Yi's fault. I was the one who insisted on coming here against everyone's advice. 10 years ago, the late emperor led a large army south to attack, but returned without success because of a strategist from southern Jing. Although I was young at the time, I knew that it was all because the southern nobles of the former kingdom colluded with that Jin state strategist, which led to the failure of the great cause of unification. That Admiral Han being, known as the Hu strategist, relying solely on his glib tongue, caused those people to each hold their own territory at the crucial moment. A batch was executed back then, and now another batch has emerged. They have even cooperated with the Jin kingdom, helping them to penetrate this far. Otherwise, I don't believe that a large army of hundreds of thousands could have snuck under the nose of the capital. It must be that Han being who is playing with people's hearts again, toying with those turncoats. At this point, Tu Shu's anger suddenly stopped. Speaking of playing with people's hearts, in that kid's words, it's old schemer. At least that kid is temporarily safe. That's a blessing for the Qian kingdom. Thinking of this, Tu Shu smiled sadly. I have always advocated strength and looked down on scheming and trickery. I actually believed for a moment that my clever little brother would be ambushed by others. Hearing this, how could the general not understand? Tu Yi is the prince's only weakness. He then reported, Your Highness, Commander Xiao is still by His Majesty's side. Her message is still in the army. Tu Shu understood what he meant. In your letter, do not mention that I am trapped in Feng. Just say that the Jing army has invaded and ask him to return to the capital to take command. He then slammed his fist on the table. To have my younger brother come and save me, where would my face be? I will defend Feng alone. Not long after, the two of them came to the top of the city wall. Let the Jing dogs see the blood of a Qian man. I will defend Feng myself. The general felt a great sense of foreboding in his heart. The prince's old habit of being provoked into a fighting mood has flared up again. Who knew that Tu Shu would smile at him? Wang Zhan, you must be thinking that I'm being arbitrary and about to go crazy again. Wang Zhan quickly said he wouldn't dare. Tu Shu smiled and comforted him. No need to say more. It's not the first time I've been like this. It's just that the reason this time is really different from before. Wang Zhan had 100 reasons not to believe him in his heart. You said the same thing last time, but he didn't say these words out loud. Tu Shu looked into the distance. The night before that kid left the capital, we had a drink alone. It turned out that before I left, I had gotten drunk and cursed him for not being a worthy god of war of the Qian dynasty. I stole your throne, took your surname, and you didn't rebel. You even did something like cleansing the court. But no matter how viciously I cursed, Tu Shu didn't refute a single word. He just smiled gently at me. I'm sorry. That promise from many years ago. I thought it was just a joke between us. I didn't expect you to actually do it. I looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. He chuckled and explained, You've known my ambitions since we were young. If I were made to sit in that position, I would go mad sooner or later. I cursed at him. You also know that position is not easy to sit on. Do you know how tired I've been since I came to this world? My words caught his attention. Came to this world? You mean you've been in a world of endless scheming? I didn't answer and continued, Uncle Zhao, Zhao Zhua, Li Tianyuan, Zhuge Sha, Fan Tao Zhu, and that Xiao. Everyone always makes up their own minds and interprets my words in their own clever way. Only with a fool like you can I get drunk without worry. Hearing my words, Tu Shu was stunned for a moment. Then he casually lifted me onto his back. But you were willing to take that hot seat for me. Between you and me, who is the real fool? You have carried the responsibility that was originally mine and freed me from the shackles that have been on me all along. I don't know which of us is the real fool, but you just have to accept your fate and protect the foundation that the old man laid down. Your brother is only good at fighting, so all I can do is clear all the obstacles in front of you and stand in front of you to protect you. Back to just now. Tu Shu looked into the distance. A month ago, I said I would kill all the enemies. A month later, I'm trapped in a small city by the enemy. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Wang Zhan was extremely shocked. The story just now made him realize that he had underestimated my importance in Tu Shu's heart. Tu Shu looked at him seriously. That was a joke just now, but seriously, the capital is indeed more important than us here. Wang Zhan nodded. With the troops we have have on hand here in Feng, we can hold out for a few months without any problem. But the capital is another story. Although the capital has abundant troops on the surface, it is divided into the Northern Garrison and the Dragon Guard. Although they have strength, the rift between the two armies is a major hidden danger. The highest-ranking general left in the capital, Yuan Tianchu, although he is a general, he can't control the Northern Garrison we left behind. Thus, the coordination between the two armies has become a weak point. Tu Shu is well aware of this importance, but the hidden danger of the two armies is a small matter. After all, the generals know the bigger picture. The bigger hidden danger is in the court. Wang Zhan was a little confused. When His Majesty left, he ordered Zhao Shu to supervise the country and make decisions on political affairs, and Fan Taozhu to be in charge of the treasury, managing the city's money and grain supplies. Tu Shu snorted coldly. Those two women, I don't trust either of them. Only when that kid Tu Yi personally goes back to take charge of the overall situation can the capital be stabilized again. Wang Zhan was a little hesitant, but if His Majesty wants to return to the capital, it will be full of dangers. Tu Shu smiled slightly. No matter, I have confidence in him. In terms of brains, that kid plus Li Tianyuan. In terms of combat power, there's Xiao plus Zhuge Xia. With such a combination, returning to the capital is as easy as pie. At this point, Wang Zhan didn't say any more. I have understood your highness's considerations. Then, let this general help you defend this Feng, and let the Jing dogs see the blood of a Qian man. Meanwhile, a black eagle soared across the sky. Suddenly, a chain shot out from the clouds. The chain instantly controlled the black eagle. With a whoosh, the black eagle disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the black eagle appeared in the hands of a black-robed man. Little brother, the southern Jing dogs have surrounded the capital. Come back and stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Brother believes you can do it. Another person walked out of the shadows. Marquis Xing, should we change it to a fake message? Xing Wushang grinned. No need to go to such trouble. The master just wants to let Tu Yi know that he is in a dilemma. He then put the letter back into the letter tube. Tu Yi, save the capital or save Tu Su? How will you choose? The master is more inclined to have you return to the capital, but I hope you can come back and save Tu Su. I haven't tasted an emperor's eyeball yet. The man's crazed laughter spread throughout the forest, startling a flock of birds. Xiao, who had been following Tu Shu all this time, also felt it was strange. Could it be that His Highness has really encountered a life-or-death crisis? Then Xiao turned to Li Tianyuan to confirm. Is this letter from Fan Taozhu? That person is one of you, right? Li Tianyuan's face changed. He quickly said to me, your humble servant did indeed have ulterior motives in the past, but now, I am sincerely assisting you. However, although I and Zhuge Xia are wholeheartedly on your majesty's side, Zhu's thoughts are still. Before he could finish, I impatiently cut him off. I already knew about your messy affairs. All I want to confirm now is one thing. Is that guy Tu Shu okay or not? Just then, a crow flew over my head. Xiao was the first to react. This is the messenger I specially left for His Highness. It wasn't until he saw Tu Shu's handwriting that Zhao's face finally showed a look of joy. This is His Highness's handwriting in code. He's still alive. Li Tianyuan said slowly. With His Highness's temperament, if he were defending the capital, he probably wouldn't say something like, Your Majesty, please return quickly to relieve the siege. It's likely he's trapped somewhere. And I finally confirmed one thing. Tu Shu was still alive, but he was also in danger. So now I was faced with an important question. Should I save Tu Su or return to the capital to take charge of the overall situation? Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of the Great Jing had already laid siege to the capital. Fan Taozhu walked towards the city wall with a worried expression. She, who had always been good at calculating, couldn't help but feel a headache. Why did things turn out like this? It turned out that 5 days ago, Tu Shu had led 1,000 Northern Garrison Iron Cavalry and left the capital in a hurry. Not long after, a large number of southern Jing troops swarmed outside the capital. The southern Jing army surrounded the roads leading from the capital to the surrounding areas, but they were in no hurry to attack the city. Instead, they shot a large number of messenger arrows with letters tied to them into the city. The letters stated that Tu Yi had been captured by the Jing army and that Tu Shu had been ambushed and killed while leading his troops to the rescue. This made the people of the capital who learned the news panic. A cloud of unease gradually enveloped the court and the common people. In the court, the officials also had their own thoughts. Many were thinking about how to maximize their own interests amidst the chaos. And in this situation, Fan Taozhu, who was in charge of the national treasury and the entire capital's logistics, was in a difficult dilemma. Thinking of this, Fan Taozhu couldn't help but think of Li Tianyuan's ambition. You've always wanted to seize the power of the two clan and let the Qian kingdom fall. But now, success is right in front of you, yet you've changed. Even Zhuge Xia has changed. Now, only I am left. Just then, Zhao Shu also came to the city wall. What are you doing here, sister? You're so lost in thought. Zhuge Xia broke out in a cold sweat but quickly calmed down. Now that the southern Jing has surrounded the city and cut off the supply routes from inside and outside the city, I'm worried about the situation, so I came up to the city wall to have a look. But sister, you have a heavy responsibility. You should be busy in the palace at this moment. Why are you here? Zhao Shu was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting her to ask that. She then looked at the army camp outside the city. I also came to observe the situation of the southern Jing outside the city. Do you believe what the southern Jing army wrote on those arrow letters? That His Majesty was captured by them. Fan Taozhu knew this was Zhao Shu's test for her and gave the answer she had prepared long ago. Of course I don't don't believe it. His Majesty's actions over the past few months, everyone has seen them. He is meticulous in his thoughts and difficult to fathom. Even Zhao Zhuo fell at His Majesty's hands. No matter how powerful and ruthless he was, His Majesty is a person blessed by heaven. However, these were not the answers Zhao Zhu wanted. She just murmured, "A person blessed by heaven?" Fan Taozhu was a little nervous. His Majesty has Minister Li Tianyuan and Zhuge Shao with him, one for strategy and one for combat, always secretly following him, plus Xiao, who is skilled in gathering intelligence. I don't think he would be captured. Hearing this answer, Zhao Shu's eyes lit up. Sister, and I think the same. I don't think Prince Tu Shu would have been ambushed and killed either. Prince Tu Shu is known as the god of war, not for nothing. A person like him wouldn't die so easily on the battlefield. If they had really killed Prince Su, they would have just displayed his head outside the city, and the morale of the defenders in the capital would have collapsed without a fight. Why would they go through all this trouble now? Zhao Shu's analysis gave Fan Taozhu a new understanding of her. She had thought she was only valued by Tuyi for her body. Now it seemed that her cunning and analytical skills were not to be underestimated. Zhao Shu continued, "Although His Majesty and the prince are safe and sound, they are separated by a large army. Whether the capital, as the foundation of the Qian dynasty, can be defended depends on us who are left behind. And the biggest problem now is, do you want to defend it?" Hearing this, Fan Taozhu couldn't help but feel a chill down her back, as if all her thoughts had been seen through. Then, a loud laugh interrupted their conversation. "You two don't need to test each other anymore. We are all in the same boat. I was the one who secretly left a letter and invited you two here to discuss important matters. I hereby represent the Jing Kingdom to recruit you two." Zhao Shu directly stated his identity. Feng Tao, an unknown person in the court. His ancestors were surrendered generals of the Jing Kingdom. Now that the Qian Kingdom is in trouble, you've forgotten the Qian Kingdom's kindness and are busy acknowledging your ancestors. Feng Tao's face darkened, and he cut him off. "There's no need to say these things anymore. I'm here to give you two a chance on behalf of the Jing Kingdom. Fan Taozhu, you want to avenge the Fan clan and restore your family's glory, right? As for you, Zhao Shu, don't you want a new beginning?" Zhao Shu asked him what he meant by that. "You used to be Zhao Zhuo's person. Many people in the court know about this. Your affairs. I'm afraid even Tuyi knows a little. He trusts you now and has pushed you to the position of regent, but your past is always a thorn in his heart. Only by making him disappear forever will that thorn disappear. So you want us to hand over the capital to those people outside the city? Your Excellency is truly discerning. After this is done, no one will remember your past." But before he could finish his next words, a thin line crossed his throat. Bright red blood spurted out. "Why? The generous offer from the Jing Kingdom. What reason do you have to refuse?" Zhao Shu looked at the hairpin in her hand indifferently. "Because all of you have fundamentally misunderstood one thing. Tuyi is not just an ordinary man to me. Tuyi, he is my king, my one and only man." She then stabbed the hairpin into his temple. The girl had been sold into the palace since she was born. She thought what awaited her was endless glory and wealth, but in the end, she fell into an endless dark abyss. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, what greeted her was a whipping full of jealousy, followed by a woman's hateful curses. "You fool, you can't even play this right. What's the use of Minister Zhao Zhuo raising you?" But just as she was about to continue hitting her, Zhao Zhuo's cold gaze made her heart skip a beat. "So it's Minister Zhao Zhuo. I was just teaching these hussies a lesson." Zhao Shu looked at the appearing Zhao Zhuo with anticipation, but what she got was Zhao Zhuo's cold words. "I said, no hitting the face." Then she heard the old slave's pleas for mercy. However, Zhao Zhuo seemed not to have heard her and muttered to himself, "They are much more valuable than you." After saying that, he grabbed Zhao Shu's head. Seeing that Zhao Shu's face was not ruined because of this, he sneered coldly. "It's good that you're fine." Zhao Zhuo pressed his head and entered hell. It wasn't until Zhao Zhuo left the room that Aru dared to come up and care for Zhao Shu. "Does it hurt? I'm so tired of practicing this and that every day and getting beaten." Zhao Shu's eyes were dim. "Be content. If it weren't for our foster father, we would have been dead long ago." A meow suddenly leaned over, a hint of joy on her cheeks. "I have something to tell you. I'm about to leave this damn place. Foster father is sending me to a young marquis's house. I don't think I'll suffer there anymore. Then I can also give you gifts." A faint smile appeared on Zhao Shu's lips, as if she was pleased with his future. A few months later, Aru was anxiously looking for Zhao Shu. It wasn't until she saw Zhao Shu that the tears in the corner of her eyes could no longer be concealed. Her voice was choked. "Shu, I've been looking for you for a long time." A meow. Zhao Shu's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Not long after, Zhao Zhuomei indeed saw the naked, cold corpse. The maid behind her whispered, "I heard that the young marquis of the family Miao went to as a madman. No woman who has been with him has lived for more than 3 months. Her whole body is covered in wounds. How tragic." On the other side, the unit by Zhao Zhuo's side quietly suggested, "We should dispose of the body quickly." Zhao Zhuo looked disdainful. "What's the hurry? Let them know what happens when a tool is no longer useful. Are you afraid? Afraid they can do something? Without me, they are nothing." It wasn't until everyone had left that Aru slammed her fist on the wall in anger. "A meow died just like that? We've been practicing so hard for so long just for this?" Zhao Shu's tone was somewhat indifferent. "At least, we are still alive now." Aru bit her lip. "I'm not resigned. I'm going to find a way out for myself." After that, another 3 years passed. It was no different from before. A cold corpse lay at Zhao Shu's feet. When Zhao Shu saw that familiar figure, her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. She knew that it was her only sister here. Just Just then, Zhao Zhuo suddenly spoke. Do you know why I called you over? This hussy, Aru. I just sent her to Minister Qian a year ago, and she betrayed me. Fortunately, Minister Qian is a reasonable man and said he would return this woman to me. I said, you keep her. Do I have to discipline your own woman for you? He was afraid of being ostracized by me in court, so at this point, he didn't continue, but just moved his foot away in disgust. Then, his unrestrained laughter echoed in the room. At this moment, Zhao Shu's heart was like dead ashes. Zhao Zhuo walked up to her. Zhao Shu, I value you the most. You won't betray me too, will you? Zhao Shu's voice was calm. Zhao Shu only has gratitude and would never dare to betray you. Ha ha ha. Good. Although I'm reluctant to part with you, it's your turn to leave the mansion. I'm going to send you to the most famous wastrel in the Qian Kingdom. How about it? Are you satisfied? As the images flashed back one by one, Zhao Zhuo's image finally froze at the moment of his death. Thinking of the man in her heart, Zhao Shu blurted out, I'm very satisfied with him. The hot blood instantly woke Feng Tao up. You're crazy. What one and only man? You're rejecting the master's opportunity for a wastrel. He then reached out and pulled out the hairpin from his head. He then rushed at Zhao Shu like a madman. Damn woman, I'll kill you now. Don't you forget, I have other choices. He then shouted at Fan Taozhu behind him. Quick, help me deal with this hussy. He's the descendant of a shrewd merchant. I believe you will make the right choice. Suddenly, a talisman was stuck on Feng Tao's forehead. In just an instant, a fiery flame ignited on Feng Tao's body. A piercing scream followed. A few minutes later, Feng Tao had completely turned into a human-shaped piece of charcoal. Fan Taozhu was also a little scared at this moment. I thought the talisman Zhuge Sha gave me was just an ordinary one that could immobilize people. How could it be like this? Zhao Shu just smiled at her. Why did you help me just now? You know the Tu clan is the one who killed your family. If you had chosen him just now, you would have had a good chance for revenge. I want to know what you were plotting. Fan Taozhu chuckled playfully. Is this how you treat your savior? Zhao Shu's eyes lowered slightly as she apologized to Fan Taozhu. My past experiences have made me suspicious by nature. What's more, you are a fan. Fan Taozhu shook his head. You might not believe me if I told you. She then took out a silver ingot from her bosom, because that would be a losing business for me. Our Fan family, during the peak of the Qian dynasty, controlled 30% of the Qian dynasty's currency minting. At that time, 1 out of every 3 silver ingots was engraved with the Fan character, but it was all destroyed because of that old scoundrel Tu Qianjun. But even so, the trading system built by the Fan family is still in operation. This is the root of the Fan family buried in the Qian dynasty. I can't hand over this land, which has the roots of the Fan family, to outsiders. Taking revenge on a dead person might let me vent some anger, but in the end, the Fan family's legacy would probably be gone. As a merchant, what I want is more silver ingots with the Fan character. My grandfather once said that a merchant should control his emotions, not fight for a moment, but predict the overall situation. Don't you think these descriptions fit a certain person very well? Although I don't like Tu Yi, he has something in common with the Fan family. He can help me achieve the goal of reviving the Fan family and making the Qian kingdom value commerce again. So I'm willing to bet my future on Tu Yi. In Tu Yi's words, this is called an investment. Zhao Shu held the heavy silver ingot in her hand, and her lips curled up slightly. Yes, His Majesty often says things that others don't understand, although it's just one side of the story. But for now, I can only trust you. But to be on the safe side, I will spread the news that you killed Feng Tao to make the Jing kingdom wary. When His Majesty returns, I will give this silver to him. Now that I have stabilized the court and have your support, I should be able to hold out until His Majesty returns. However, this is just a stopgap measure. I'm afraid many Feng Taos will jump out soon. Only His Majesty's wisdom plus Tu Shu's combat power can possibly solve the siege of the capital. Otherwise, even if you and I risk our lives, it's only a matter of time before we fall. Suddenly, Fan Taozhu bit her finger and wrote on a piece of white paper, the southern Jing has invaded the Qian kingdom. Tu Shu led his troops to meet the enemy and was ambushed. His life is in danger. She then explained to Zhao Shu, this is the way I and Zhuge Sha communicate. Contacting Zhuge Sha means contacting Tu Yi. Zhao Shu was a little surprised after hearing this. You're downplaying the crisis in the capital. You don't want him to be distracted, didn't you say it? Let Tu Yi go and find Tu Shu first. Zhao Shu paused after hearing this. In that case, the capital will probably be in more trouble. Fan Taozhu suddenly laughed. Are you afraid? Zhao Shu's lips curled up slightly. Afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of, because we will definitely be able to wait for His Majesty's return. Meanwhile, outside the capital, Han Being looked at the secret letter from his informant, a playful smirk on his lips. I sent a pawn to test the waters, and he died before he even did anything. But at least I know my opponents are those 2 women. Everything is still within my plan. All that's left is for Tu Yi to make his choice, and on the other side, I was still struggling with which side to rescue first. Not long after, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. Those guys actually dare to raid my base while I'm away. Why don't I raid their high ground in return? While everyone was still pondering what high ground meant, Aina shouted with joy, raid the high ground. You mean? I told him that was right. I have no soldiers and no supplies. It's pointless to go there, so I'm going to cross the river and go straight for the Jing kingdom. Suddenly, a praising female voice came from the forest. How bold, as expected of the man I have my eye on. Wu Dongxian walked out, smiling faintly. I just dealt with this traitor and got some information. I came to remind you, but looking at you guys, you seem to have already known about the Jing kingdom's siege of the capital. She then then narrowed her eyes and looked at Ina. It seems this young lady knew about this a long time ago, so you didn't tell Tuyi anything. Hearing this, Ina explained to me in a panic. You wouldn't care about such a small matter, right? You also said before that I could backstab you, right? You're not a sore loser, are you? Wu Dongxian cut him off. Let me say one thing first. It might not be easy for you to cross the river, because the key route has already been occupied by the Jing Kingdom. Lu City is a major southern town of the Qian Kingdom, located on the bank of the dragon-taming river. As a strategic point, it has stood on the border between the two countries for 10 years. Even during the rebellion during the Celestial Emperor's southern campaign, it still ensured the smooth retreat of the Celestial Emperor. I immediately understood what she meant. In other words, such an important place has fallen to the Jing Kingdom. Wu Dongxian didn't explain further but waved her hand and walked in the opposite direction. As she left, she shouted at me, "You owe me another favor. Remember to repay it." She then disappeared into the forest again. Just then, Li Tianyuan took the initiative to say, "The general defending Lu City, General Wen, is not only cautious in his actions but also extremely loyal to the Qian Kingdom. With him holding the throat of the crossing, it's impossible for Lu City to fall." Xiao directly refuted, "General Wen is old, and his son is a complete wastrel. And when Bei once went to southern Jing for several years in the name of visiting a teacher, his knowledge and cultivation did not improve, but he became extremely admiring of southern Jing customs. He has repeatedly called the Qian Kingdom barbaric and tyrannical in private. General Wen also has no way to deal with this son. Then according to your intelligence, this Wen Bei is very likely to have become the breakthrough point for Lu City." Thinking of this, Li Tianyuan's face turned ugly. The capital is besieged. Tu Shu is trapped, and if Lu City falls, the Qian Kingdom is probably... I waved my hand and interrupted their conversation. "The plan to cross the river remains unchanged. We just need to deal with that wastrel in Lu City. I'm all too familiar with wastrels. This is right up my alley." Ina smiled and walked in the opposite direction. "You guys handle your own country's affairs. I'll meet up with you later." I stepped forward and grabbed her head. "How can you be missing from such an important matter? I might need to use you on this trip." Meanwhile, in the depths of the dungeon in Lu City, Wen Bei looked at the man in front of him with a playful smile. "It's been so many days. Are you still not over it? Admiral Han has already promised me that once they take the capital, this southern part of Qian will belong to our family. Before that, I'll have to trouble you to stay here." The man was somewhat disappointed in his son. "You fool, you believe that fox's words? You really are a wastrel." But hearing this, Wen Bei laughed wildly. He then kicked over the food in front of him. "You look down on me that much? You're so loyal to that dead emperor. What have you gotten in return? You're clearly guarding the richest land in the Qian Kingdom, yet you're isolated by the noble families here. Even your son has no face." Seeing the overturned leftovers, Wen Bei suddenly had a better idea. He picked up the dirt-covered leftovers from the ground and brought them over. "Come on, eat something. Otherwise, your old bones won't be able to take it." But the man remained unmoved and silent. Wen Bei sneered and left. "Trying to go on a hunger strike with me won't work." Suddenly, the sound of swallowing and chewing was heard from behind. Seeing the man pick up a steamed bun and start eating, Wen Bei was also a little surprised. "You're actually eating?" The man sneered coldly. "I had a dream last night. I dreamt that His Majesty would personally come to Lu City and finish what the late emperor left unfinished. I, your father, am going to stay alive to see that day with my own eyes." Wen Bei suddenly thought of someone. He then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Old man, are you getting senile? Are you talking about that good-for-nothing Tuyi? To be able to quickly reorganize the court after the Celestial Emperor's death, then eliminate Zhao Zhuo, and win over Li Tianyuan and Tu Su, you actually think he's a good-for-nothing? How foolish. How did I raise you to be so useless?" Hearing the man's self-reproachful sigh, Wen Bei's lips trembled with anger. His words were filled with rage. "It seems I need to prove myself to you, father. This place has long been set up with an inescapable net by Admiral Han. Not even a fly can get in. I'd love to see that brat come before me. Then I'll show you what a real good-for-nothing is." Suddenly, a loud clang was heard from outside the cell. Hearing the sound, Wen Bei looked back. The next moment, he saw the good-for-nothing he had just been talking about. My gaze was like a sharp sword, shooting towards this fool who was bad-mouthing me behind my back. "I heard you were looking for me." In the dungeon, I saw this second-generation wastrel who had backstabbed his own father. The moment he saw me, General Wen couldn't help but shout excitedly. Wen Bei's eyes were filled with terror. "Impossible. How did you get in?" I couldn't help but smile with contempt. "Are you trying to say that the outside is heavily guarded?" I held up Ina. "With this person around, any guard is just paper. It's just, I seem to have overused her a bit." Then I raised my eyebrows at him provocatively. "Let's get back to the topic. What did you want from us?" Hearing my words, Wen Bei felt a little choked up, but soon, he adjusted his state and said to me loudly. Before he could speak, a long sword pierced his heart. Seeing his own son's tragic state, General Wen was instantly moved. He shouted with a trembling voice, "Son." Wen Bei, holding on to his last breath, looked behind him. "Why?" Admiral Han clearly, the deputy guard Marquis Duan Yin, sneered and pulled out his blade, his gaze never once lingering on him. Meanwhile, Xiao and Zhuge Sha, who had noticed something was wrong, also rushed over. A shadow began to move in the corner. Two soldiers in armor stood in front of them. Xiao said in disbelief, "You came out of the shadows. You are the Jing Kingdom's shadow infiltration camp." The next moment, they were all engaged in battle. Duan Yin looked at me with great interest. Admiral Han had already calculated that there was a 50% chance you would go to save Tu Su pursue, a 40% chance you would return to the capital, and a 1% chance you would come to me. I didn't expect to be so lucky to have waited for this 1%, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. I turned to look at Xiao and Zhuge. After confirming that they couldn't support me, I looked at Aina, who was giving me the middle finger on the side. Then I looked at Duanin. I didn't expect someone to force me to personally take action. Duanin just snorted coldly. Don't bluff, we know all about you. A good for nothing with no cultivation. You can't even kill a chicken. I was a little amused. Do you really think so? The next moment, I unleashed the Emperor's aura I had recently obtained. Duanin was a little amused. You're going to use the light to illuminate the entire cell to block my ability to sneak into the shadows? You actually thought of this just by seeing it once. But do you think such a boring ability will change the outcome? The next moment, a loud bang was heard. Duan Yin's longsword flew out of his hand. Duanin looked at his arm in disbelief, but it was already empty. He didn't understand what had happened in that instant, but he saw me playing with the all men are equal device with a playful look. However, I was not excited because of this, because I knew that the gun in my hand was still no match for a real gun. After all, it was something Zhuge had casually made on the road. The accuracy is a bit off. I didn't hit the head. Hearing my muttering, cold sweat kept dripping from Duan Yin's forehead, but soon, he regained his composure. His long-held belief made him think that no matter what hidden weapon it was no faster than a blade within 7 steps. The next moment, he decisively raised his hand and charged again, shouting in his heart, for glory and wealth. I can definitely do it. However, I just unhurriedly pulled the trigger. With a bang, Duan Yin was sent flying by the powerful impact. I was a little amused. Originally, if you had stayed hidden in the distance, I would have had a bit of trouble aiming, but you just had to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Then I looked back at Zhuge. You've made a great contribution this time. I'll reward you handsomely later. Hearing my words, Zhuge scratched her head shyly. It's all thanks to the book your majesty gave me. I dare not take the credit. The subdued shadow guard looked at his dead captain in disbelief. Xiao reminded Zhuge to leave a survivor to interrogate for information, who knew that the shadow guard would directly take poison and commit suicide. Although Xiao discovered his small action at the first moment, she still couldn't stop it. Before he died, the man shouted unwillingly, Admiral Han will not let you go. The next moment, 2 black shadows disappeared from their bodies. After that, the freed General Wan kept staring at his son's head. Li Tianyuan was about to say something to comfort him when he was mercilessly interrupted by General Wan. No need to say more. Even if the Jing people didn't do it, I would have cleaned up the family. He then asked me about my next plans. I didn't waste any time with him and directly asked about Lujian City. How many soldiers can be mobilized now? General Wan lowered his head in shame. My loyal subordinates have all been killed, but soon he seemed to have grasped something and said loudly, there is still an unruly captain. After the incident, he led about 1,000 men and fled outside the city. I raised my eyebrows. Unruly? Rebellious captain? He turned to look at the back mountain. They should be hiding in the nearby Dragon Head Mountain. They are undisciplined, and the Jing people didn't take them seriously, so they should still be alive now. Hearing this, I stroked my chin with some excitement. Then isn't that just the capital I need to go to the Jing Kingdom? I went to the back mountain not far away to look for the 1,000 deserted soldiers. On the way, General Wan hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, I must tell you something. Hulu Guan was originally a refugee who fled from the other side. He is brave and skilled, especially in riding and archery. He has a great reputation among the soldiers. I appreciated his martial arts and recruited him, but I found that this person is not fit for great use. So after the mutiny in the city, this person did not put up much resistance and fled outside the city. He probably has the intention of becoming a king of the mountain. Hearing this, I was not too disappointed. I just felt that it was human nature. After all, there were not many people who could die bravely. General Wan saw that I didn't answer and asked with confusion, Hulu Guan has no loyalty to the Qian dynasty at all. Does your majesty really want to rely on him to counterattack southern Jing? I asked him in return, do I have any other choice now? Besides, during the Lu Jian mutiny, he could have defected to southern Jing but chose not to. Do you know why? Li Tianyuan guessed. He's probably waiting for an offer from either the Qian dynasty or southern Jing. Surrendering on his own initiative is equivalent to giving himself to southern Jing for free. I nodded in deep agreement. So people's hearts are the most unreliable. For example, you have all stabbed me before, but now you can walk side by side. So I won't expect unconditional loyalty. I will only make it clear that everyone can be at ease. Just then, General Wan pointed to the front and spoke. Looking in the direction he was pointing, I could faintly see the outline of a watchtower. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air and landed precisely in front of my horse. Then, a scolding voice came from the watchtower. If you take another step forward, I'll shoot your head. And my lack of response made the soldier on the watchtower feel a sense of pride. Big brother's archery is sharp. He gave that upstart emperor a lesson. Hulu Guang said leisurely, I heard that the little emperor rescued old one with just 6 people. He should have some skills, but that's not enough for me to risk my life for him. Look at him standing there for so long. He's just been intimidated by my arrow. But soon, his gaze was filled with confusion. What is he doing with that iron rod? The next moment, a gunshot rang out. A beam of light grazed Hulu Guang's cheek. The belatedly realized Hulu Guang looked behind him with lingering fear, only to find that the pillar behind him had already broken. I blew on the smoke from the gun barrel. With Zhuge Sha's handmade sniper rifle and the special effects of my overlord's aura, the cool coolness factor is maxed out. Not long after, Hulu Guang came galloping on his horse. As soon as he saw me, he hurriedly knelt down and explained that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and didn't recognize me as His Majesty. Seeing his panicked state, I walked up to him and helped him up. I still like your unruly look, but when I got a closer look at his face, I felt a sense of deja vu. Isn't this big woo? Hulu Guang was a little confused. I shook my head and told him it was nothing. I just remembered an old friend. But do you know my purpose for coming this time? He hurriedly explained. Lujiang City is caught between southern Jing and the rebel army. It's an isolated city. I can't defend it even if I want to. I know you can't defend it. You don't have to worry about Lujiang anymore. Southern Jing probably won't make things difficult for the common people to win their hearts. Hearing me say this, Hulu Guang was a little confused. Then what does your majesty want from me? You can't be asking me to lead these old, weak, and sick soldiers north to relieve the siege of the capital, can you? I didn't answer him but continued to ask. I heard that you used to be a refugee from southern Jing who fled here. There must be some unavoidable reason for that, right? Hulu Guang became even more confused. What does this have to do with what we're talking about now? I slapped him on the shoulder. Do you want to go back to your hometown and have a look? Hulu Guang had a sudden realization. You want me to lead troops with you to the other side? I told him that was right. You and I are truly of one mind. We are in perfect harmony. The main forces of the Jing Kingdom have all been deployed. This is a golden opportunity to take a gamble with low stakes and a high potential return. But even if the Jing Kingdom is empty, with just this many troops, it's too dangerous. Isn't it dangerous for you to be hiding in the mountains? Your shabby camp and shabby city walls, can't they all be burned down with one fire? And your soldiers are all disheveled, with tattered clothes and armor, and not even decent weapons. If the enemy comes, are you going to make them all laugh to death? You probably don't even have enough food and supplies, right? I can see the soldiers on your city wall are about to be blown away by the wind. With this setup, how are you going to defend? Under my barrage of questions, Hulu Guang was also at a loss. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, but I have superhuman strength. If you don't believe me, ask Wen Yuan how good I am at fighting. I can defend the mountain top. No problem. That's useless. To be a mountain bandit, you need power and background. What's the use of being good at fighting? You've survived until now not because you're good, but because you're no threat and have no value. My words deeply hurt his heart, but he still didn't fall for it, saying that even so, he wouldn't go across the river with me to die. I flicked my sleeve and turned away calmly. I made a big show of leaving Lu River. Almost everyone in Lu River knows I came up the mountain to find you. What do you think those noble families will think? They will see you as a potential threat who might defect to me, to Yi. And when they think you've defected to a foolish ruler, you'd better have really defected. No matter how stupid Hulu Guang was, he realized it at this moment. You're trying to set me up. Wen Yuan advised, General Hu, His Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. If you follow him, your martial arts will not be wasted. We have brought a lot of armor and food. If you don't take them back, you probably won't even be able to live for half a day. Just as Hulu Guang was still hesitating, the sound of hoofbeats startled him. Hulu Guang saw the newcomers. It was the scouts he had sent out. The man looked terrified. The Xiao family of Huichuan and the Deng family of Qianyang have just led their troops to occupy Lu River. They have now divided their forces into two groups, and 3,000 men are heading towards us. I curled my lips. It seems they want to use you to curry favor with the Jing people. If you want to live, then defend this wave for the Qian dynasty. Meanwhile, those who were eager to seize military merit had already broken through the city gates. But what awaited them was not the military merit they had dreamed of, but a flash of cold blade light. It turned out that Hulu Guang had single-handedly charged into the enemy army. At this moment, his face was full of sorrow and anger. Damn it, my happy days have been ruined by that brat Tu Yi. On the other side, I did not join the battlefield with them, but came to the highest observation point to overlook the overall situation. Sure enough, fighting a war still requires professionals. Xiao, however, reminded me from behind, it's difficult to turn the tide of a battle with personal martial arts on the battlefield. It's only a matter of time before they lose. I smiled and praised her playfully. You seem to have learned a lot after the test of strength. Xiao blushed and snorted lightly. If this goes on, you won't have much capital left. I opened my mouth and told him not to worry too much. I have already considered these things. Seeing my proficient action of raising the gun, Aina couldn't help but curse. Showing off again. There are so many people on the other side. Can you still headshot the commander with one shot? I ignored him and called out to Zhuge Sha. Zhuge Sha didn't say much and immediately responded, her hands forming a strange gesture. As the sound of a machine gun firing echoed, the chaotic battlefield instantly fell silent. What's going on? Is it thundering? While everyone was confused, the command flags of each family broke one after another. At this, I smiled with satisfaction. I never said I was shooting at people. It was the flags. Then, Zhuge Sha softly chanted, wind style, the sound of wind and the cry of cranes. The next moment, a voice like a great bell reached everyone's ears. The marshal is dead. Everyone, retreat quickly. There are people surrounding us from behind. Hearing this news, everyone looked towards their own command flag, only to see broken wooden sticks. In an instant, fear spread through everyone's heart. They shouted that the marshal was dead and scattered in all directions, leaving behind the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were still dazed. After a long while, Hulu Guang sighed leisurely. After that, Hulu Guang came to me immediately. At this moment, he had an unprecedentedly serious expression and said in a deep voice, this humble one will follow you. Not long after, the news reached Han Bing's ears. This Tui, his actions are indeed unexpected. With just 6 horsemen, he ignored the guards of Lu River City, entered the city lord's mansion as if it were his own, assassinated Duan Yin with a hidden weapon, rescued Wen Yuan, and destroyed the backup plan I had laid in the city. Then he emptied the treasury and abandoned the city. Their last appearance was leading the deserter Hu Luguang and his 1,000 men to defeat the 3,000 elite soldiers of the Shao and Deng families. After that, these 1,000 men disappeared without a trace. Just then, the general at the door said in a deep voice, "This subordinate will immediately arrange for the Qian Kingdom's noble family armies to search in the Lu River area. A mere 1,000 men can't cause much trouble." Han Bing smiled faintly. "Don't you understand yet? Even if the Qian Kingdom's noble families have defected to us, they are still Qian people. Pass on my order. The armies besieging the capital and Feng, each will divert half of their forces south to encircle and annihilate them." This move also made the general under him feel shocked and confused. For one Tui, it's not worth it, is it? But even so, Han Bing was still not at ease. He then ordered the Jing Kingdom to send heavy troops to the dragon-taming river crossing to intercept me. After giving his instructions, Han Bing said leisurely, "For an empire, taking the king is enough to control the overall situation. The capital and Tu Shu are not a big concern." However, the already bewildered general became even more confused. Han Bing reprimanded him. "If my guess is correct, Tu Yi is most likely going to cross the river soon." The Jing army attacking Feng slowly retreated. This scene also made the defending Tu Shu feel confused. "What's going on? Why does it feel like there are fewer Jing dogs outside?" Wang Zhan suddenly pointed at the army camp outside the city. "Your Highness, look, it's the dust of a marching army." Tu Shu's eyes twitched slightly. "That's at least half of their forces retreating." Wang Zhan was a little confused. The enemy suddenly retreated. "Are they trying to lure us out of the city?" Tu Shu cut him off. He then put on a confident smile. "It must be my little brother causing trouble again." He then turned to look outside the city. "There's no point in thinking about what you can't figure out. I only care about one thing now. They actually dared to move half their troops away from me." Tu Su, "It seems I've been in the north for too long. The Jing dogs have forgotten my terror." Feeling Tu Shu's suppressed killing intent, Wang Zhan's voice was as firm as iron. "Your Highness, this subordinate understands." He then also showed the dignity a general should have and walked towards the city. He chanted loudly, "Listen to my order. Assemble the whole army. Kill them all." The scene changes. I have already led 1,000 cavalry to the dragon-taming river crossing. Hu Luguang followed closely behind me. This humble one has a question. "I have no objection to fighting the southern Jing, but why are we sneaking around in circles?" Before he could finish, I cut him off. "Are you getting arrogant? You said yourself that with just this many of us, going over there is suicide, right? I've observed with my divine eye mirror. The other side of the dragon-taming river crossing is already heavily guarded." Hu Luguang was stunned. "What kind of demon is that? It can even see across the river?" Zhuge Sha raised the long tube in her hand happily. "I made this based on the divine book. In the fire before too." I cut off their meaningless conversation. "A direct crossing is definitely out of the question, but a living person can't be held back by piss. General Wen has guarded this area for so many years. The terrain along the river is as familiar to him as his own backyard. If they want to guard the crossing, then let them. The dragon-taming river is so long, I don't believe they can guard it airtight." When Yuan suddenly spoke up, "I remember there is a shoal downstream of the dragon-taming river. I think we can cross the river from there. A surprise attack on the other side's breakthrough point." Hearing this news, my expression became strange. "My dear friends, follow me. Let's go and screw the southern Jing's chrysanthemum." After saying that, I led everyone to speed up and gallop towards the southern Jing's backyard. Just as I was leading my troops to the river crossing with high spirits, I found that this remote path was now heavily guarded. When Yuan apologized to me with some shame, "Your Majesty, it was this general's oversight. I didn't expect the Jing people to have noticed the terrain here and filled the loophole." However, not only did I not care, I even comforted him that such a thing was not important at all. "All I want to know now is, can we beat them?" Hearing my words, Wen Yuan subconsciously looked at Hu Luguang. Hu Luguang looked at the other side of the river with a heavy tone. "I estimate there are more than 3,000 people below, and they are different from the noble armies we encountered before. They are the direct troops of the southern Jing." Wen Yuan, afraid that I would be impulsive, quickly explained, "This time is different from the last. The enemy is defending, and we are attacking. If we attack rashly, even if your Majesty is a god of war, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." Even Li Tianyuan couldn't help but remind me that I only had 1,000 troops now. If we suffer too many losses here, how will we fight our way into the southern Jing later? I didn't answer immediately but wanted to hear what good ideas they had. Li Tianyuan said quietly, "Your Majesty appeared in Lu City before and defeated the Noble Alliance. It must have attracted attention. If I'm not mistaken, the armies besieging Prince Tu Shu and the capital will be diverted to encircle and annihilate your Majesty." When Yuan instantly understood Li Tianyuan's meaning and took over the conversation, "If they relax their siege of Prince Su, then we can turn back now, unexpectedly, and join forces with the prince's troops." Hearing this, I impatiently cut them off. "All you're talking about is retreating and finding my brother. Then what was the point of me gathering 1,000 men?" When Yuan's face turned pale, and he tried to persuade me, "Your Majesty, this is a matter of life and death. You must not act on impulse." But just then, Xiao stood up and supported me. The decision he made was not just an impulse. She then gestured for Zhuge Sha to explain my intentions. Zhuge Sha explained, while we were marching these past 2 days, I and Xiao have been scouting the surrounding movements. There are currently 3 teams to our north closing in on us. Looking at the flags, 2 of them are the main forces of the southern Jing, and 1 is a mixed army of rebellious nobles. The total number is over 50,000. Even I almost wet my pants in fear after hearing this number. So many people are coming after our small group, plus the troops blocking us in front. We're basically surrounded on all 4 sides. Li Tianyuan, however, was deep in thought. Compared to the pressure from behind, the pressure of crossing the river is actually smaller. I took over the conversation. We have no way back. If we can't even deal with these small fries in front of us, we might as well just surrender and be slaves to the Jing kingdom. Who knew that Hulu Guang would jump up at these words? I'd rather die than be a dog to the Jing people. Not just him, but everyone present at this moment looked at me with determination. I saw it in their eyes. No one objected. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems everyone's thoughts are aligned. The main problem now is how to take them down with the least cost. We all looked at Aina at the same time. Aina immediately screamed, "What are you looking at me for? 3,000 burly men. Even if I'm drained dry, I can't do it." I clicked my tongue. What a useless fellow. However, with so many of them camping in a low-lying area, aren't they afraid of being drowned by the 7 armies? When Yuan had a sudden realization, drowned by the 7 armies. This place passes through a mountain. To raise the water level here, we must block the river with mountain rocks. But the rocks here are extremely hard. I immediately clapped my hands. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Ha ha ha. Isn't this right up my alley? After saying that, I looked at Zhuge Sha. You can even make something as groundbreaking as a gun. Explosives should be no problem either. Zhuge Sha hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty, I've almost finished studying that divine book. If I want to blow up the mountain rocks, I might need at least a day to prepare. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in my eyes. Now let's see how you're going to stop me. I had called for Zhuge Sha to make explosives to blow up the mountain, causing the river level to rise and drown the 7 armies. Zhuge Sha did not disappoint my expectations and made the explosives in less than a day. With the cooperation of the soldiers, the explosives were quickly and accurately placed at every key node, and Xiao, who was witnessing it from the side, was full of doubts. Such a large mountain, can less than 10 bags of explosives really blow it up? Zhuge Sha was extremely confident after hearing this. The book says this is called directional blasting. As long as you blast specific points, you can destroy the stress structure of the mountain. Not long after, the group that had planted the explosives evacuated from the mountain range. Although the book was very detailed, Zhuge Sha was still full of nervousness when it came to testing the results. As a flame burned out the talisman in her hand, the planted explosives were ignited one by one. Then, one after another, explosions echoed in the valley. But until the firelight dissipated, the mountain in front of them did not move at all. Zhuge Sha, is this what you call no problem? Just as Xiao was leaving in disappointment, Zhuge Sha suddenly pointed at the mountainside and shouted. The next moment, a crack spread from the foot of the mountain to the entire mountain peak. With a loud bang, the entire mountain collapsed. Zhuge Sha couldn't help but scream with joy. It worked! It worked! Xiao, did you see that? Xiao was completely shocked at this moment, her eyes filled with deep amazement at this scene. On the other side, I was waiting downstream for Zhuge Sha's plan to be successfully implemented, and Hulu Guang, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, was a little restless. Your Majesty, you had us build rafts overnight and wait here, but we are surrounded by high mountains. We can't cross the river at all. I, however, acted mysteriously and told him to just wait. My words were soon proven right. A rumbling sound came from upstream. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a monstrous wave rushing towards us. But after seeing this, the crowd was not filled with joy, but with fear. A flash flood. A flash flood is coming. Hulu Guang was greatly shocked and shouted at me. Your Majesty, what should we do? Li Tianyuan snorted coldly. What are you panicking about? This is the result of His Majesty's divine power. There will be many more miracles from His Majesty after this. He then looked at me with anticipation. I, on the other hand, shouted and leaped into the air. Generals, to the rafts with me. I then jumped onto the already prepared raft first. Then I used this momentum to charge towards the southern Jing camp. And my back, charging on the river, also shocked Hulu Guang. After being shocked for 2.5 seconds, the joy on Hulu Guang's face could no longer be contained. His Majesty's divine power. Invincible. The soldiers under him also shouted in unison. His Majesty's divine power. Invincible. Then everyone boarded the rafts and rode the waves. On the downstream riverbank a few kilometers away, the Jing soldiers were still unaware of the impending disaster and were chatting casually. Why are we here instead of staying in the comfortable Zhangkou military post? This is a shoal. The higher-ups are afraid the Qian kingdom will attack from here. That soldier seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed wildly. Are you saying that good-for-nothing emperor will attack? Don't be silly. It'll be a good thing if he can hold out for a few more days without the city gates being breached. So, we're just here for show. There's nothing to worry about. But suddenly, the man was startled. Did you hear something? Before he could answer, the gushing river water had already passed his knees. All the soldiers were greatly shocked and looked behind them. They saw a monstrous wave blocking out all the moonlight they could see. With a loud bang, all the soldiers were sent flying by the huge wave. Even the military camps were easily destroyed as if they were made of paper. Most of the soldiers couldn't even cry out for help before they drowned in the raging flood. After the huge wave subsided, some surviving soldiers climbed onto the surrounding huge rocks. The general looked at his dead and injured brothers around him, and a sense of despair and powerlessness welled up in his heart. But soon, his eyes were filled with nothing but fear. He saw a dark mass of figures appearing on the river surface not far away. Witnessing this tragic scene, a cold smile appeared on my lips. I had no pity. I raised the longsword in my hand high. Generals, listen to my order. Follow me and kill. In an instant, the archers all drew their bows. A rain of arrows was the first to arrive. The general turned back in panic and shouted, "Retreat!" But before he could finish his words, a cold light separated his head from his body. One by one, the soldiers on the rafts were like meat grinders, easily harvesting these pitiful lives. Hulu Guang sat in the rear of the battlefield, constantly shooting arrows to kill the threatening enemy troops, but there was no joy on his face. He even complained, "They're not even fighting back. This battle is too boring." I looked back at this guy who was getting a good deal and still complaining. Hulu Guang was so scared he instantly changed his tune. "It's good that it's boring. The brothers don't have to lose any men." A familiar voice made my expression change drastically. "Congratulations, host." The host cleverly used a water attack to defeat the Jing army with a smaller force, triggering the nation-crushing event water drowning 7 armies. In the host's original world's history, Guan Yu used a flood in the Battle of Fanqing to defeat the 7 armies, capturing Eugene and executing Pangda, his might shaking the land. Water drowning 7 armies has resulted in the host's national power points increasing by 10,000. Current total 35,900. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh deeply. More national power points again. But it doesn't matter anymore. It's harder to lose points than to gain them. I'll just let those guys live for now. When he heard that I dared to attack the Jing Kingdom's home base with only 1,000 soldiers, my god of war brother not only showed no concern but also ordered the entire army not to give me any support, all because he had full confidence in me, the one who frequently broke the rules. Meanwhile, outside the city of Feng, the ground was littered with bodies. Tu Shu coldly picked up the last standing enemy. With a gentle flick, another life was extinguished. "Is this all you've got?" There was an interesting commander before. The commander behind him explained, "You must be talking about the Jing Kingdom's shadow infiltration camp, Xing Wushang. He and half of the troops that were transferred away before have gone south." Hearing this news, Tu Shu's eyes were filled with gloom. "He's lucky." The commander continued with another piece of intelligence. "I just received news that His Majesty has somehow gathered 1,000 men, not only crossing the dragon-taming river but also defeating the enemy at the riverbank with a smaller force, capturing the Zhangkou military post." Hearing this, Tu Shu's face lit up with joy. "So the retreating troops went to encircle him? My little brother's ability to stir up trouble is truly top-notch." The commander's eyes, however, showed a hint of worry. "The siege of Feng is lifted. Should we also march south to reinforce His Majesty?" But Tu Shu just shook his head gently. "We need to reinforce, but not now. I promised him I would guard our home. So what we need to do now is to retake the capital." The commander suddenly realized, as long as we lift the siege of the capital, we will have more than enough troops at our disposal. Tu Shu laughed. "No need to worry about my little brother. So what if he's surrounded on all sides? Hasn't he created enough miracles? I believe my little brother will definitely find a way to deal with it." On the other side, inside the Zhangkou military post, a figure came to the ruined site. A cold laugh kept coming from the black robe. Was this the work of that wastrel? He then stretched out his withered arm. The next moment, that arm suddenly stretched more than twice its length and grabbed a piece of gravel from the riverbed. "This is the smell of firearms, but it seems a little different. This guy has a lot of secrets. Things are getting more and more interesting." The shadow guard behind him whispered, "Marquis Xing, are you planning to make a move on him ahead of schedule?" Xing Wushang ignored him and continued on his own. He must be short on troops, which is why he's resorting to these unorthodox methods. The shadow guard couldn't help but remind him, "Marquis Xing, Admiral Han's orders were for us to investigate the situation and then wait to rendezvous with the main force." But Xing Wushang was still immersed in his own world. Maybe his 1,000-man force is just a bluff. Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for me? I'm going to savor his eyeball on the tip of my tongue. How interesting. The shadow guard finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Marquis Xing." Admiral Han ordered. The next moment, Xing Wushang's head was pierced directly. A voice as cold as an ice cellar came from the black robe. "Since when can Admiral Han order Xing Wushang around? Since when does Xing Wushang have to take orders from others?" The terrifying roar made the remaining shadow guards' hearts tremble with fear. As if that wasn't enough to vent his anger, Xing Wushang completely crushed the guy who had interrupted him. After doing all this, he swept his gaze over the shadow guards behind him. "Now, does anyone else have an opinion?" He then turned and jumped into the river. "If you have no objections, then follow me." And on the other side of the riverbank, laughter echoed from the tent. "I held Zhuge Shao with one arm and Shao with the other. You two have made a great contribution. I will reward you heavily tonight." Hulu Guang raised his wine. "We wiped out the enemy army without a single casualty. The granary in the post is also full. We've made a huge profit." Li Tianyuan, however, was a little worried. "This battle has also exposed our position. Now that we're deep in southern Jing territory, not only will we have obstacles in front of us, but the enemy will also pursue us from behind." Shao forcefully pulled away from my embrace. "The assassin who died in Lu City called himself the Shadow Infiltration Camp. He is a special elite unit like the Shadow Guard. The one in charge of the Shadow Infiltration Camp, Xing Wushang, is even more difficult to deal deal with. From what I know of him, he will definitely not be able to resist making a move on you. But hearing this, I comforted her. Don't worry, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Hearing me say this, everyone turned their gazes to me. I stood up and swept my gaze over everyone. After everyone is rested, we will immediately prepare to march. We will give up attacking the Jing Kingdom. We will cross the river and retreat back into the territory of the Qian Kingdom. Hulu Guan, who heard this, almost choked on his wine from the shock. When Yuan was the first to ask, "Your Majesty, this subordinate does not understand why we must retreat." I spread my hands and said leisurely, "Is this hard to understand? You all said it. We only have 1,000 men. Now that we are deep in Jing territory and there are pursuers behind us, it's suicide." When Yuan's face was anxious, but in the previous 2 battles, we clearly won a great victory. I was a little amused. That was just because of our overwhelming technological advantage and a little bit of luck. Do you really think I'm possessed by a god of war and can lead you to fight all the way through southern Jing? Li Tianyuan suddenly understood and said loudly, "When your Majesty was in the trial, he pretended to cross the river and retreat to attract the enemy to attack and boost the soldiers' morale. Is this the same trick this time?" I was speechless. Stop overthinking. I just wanted to lose back then. I looked back at everyone. This time I'm really going to retreat to the East Bank. Speaking of which, there was once a hero who faced such a desperate situation. Li Tianyuan's face was shocked. He really wanted to know which character could be so admired by me. Xiao agreed with my words and asked in return, "How can we easily bypass the pursuers?" The Jing Kingdom's Xing Wushang is greedy for merit and will definitely lead the shadow infiltration camp to attack us. If we encounter them on our way back, we will surely be wiped out. Hearing this name, I looked down and smiled. No need to worry, I just have some ideas that I need to practice. After saying that, I ignored everyone's thoughts and gave a firm order. The retreat plan remains unchanged. However, I want to leave some small gifts before we go. I then looked at Ina with a wicked smile. "There's something I need your help with." Before I could speak, Ina shouted that she would absolutely not do it. "You're just coveting my ability. I allied with you to backstab you, not to be your gun." I shook my head in disappointment. "Stop pretending. We've been together for so many days. I've long seen through you. You just like excitement, don't you? You're a thrill-seeking masochist at heart. You say you'll backstab me, but if you really wanted to, with that dog's combat power, you would have caused a big mess in the army long ago, right?" Ina's face instantly turned crimson. She stammered, I don't. I'll kill you when I find a chance. I'm not doing it now because I'm afraid you won't lose miserably enough." I pulled her into my arms with one hand. "You're teasing me again. You've always just been teasing me to punish you. Am I right? Being played with by me." Ina's mind was in a mess. What is this guy doing? Why am I so excited? I suddenly took out a chain and looked down at her. "As long as you are obedient and do as I say, I will naturally satisfy you well. If you understand, then nod." Hearing this, Ina lowered her head in silence, not understanding how her little secret was discovered, but the perverted hobby in her heart firmly occupied the upper hand. Not only did she agree readily, but she also asked me not to spare her at all. That night, all kinds of strange sounds came from the military tent. This scene shocked Xing Wushang, who had just tracked them here, so much that his eyes widened. "This Tuyi is really interesting. He's at death's door and still thinking about these boring things with women." After saying that, Xing Wushang's figure slowly dissipated into the night. Soon, Xing Wushang discovered that the outside of the camp looked lax, but the inside had already been set with traps. But this also showed that his strength was weak, and his soldiers were all old, weak, and sick, which was why he was putting up such a bluff. After saying that, he looked up at the watchtower. There were only 2 dark figures. Xing Wushang snorted coldly, wavering. "It's obviously fake. Man, tear it down for me." The next moment, the shadow guard instantly arrived inside the watchtower. But when he saw the talisman on the back of the scarecrow, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. Before he could make a sound, the talisman emitted a strong light. The expected explosion did not occur. It was just a firecracker-like spark. Seeing this, Xing Wushang's lips curled up. "So that's how it is. Even the traps he set are only at the level of a hunter." After saying that, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He then roared, "Get them! Tear down all the traps!" With that, dozens of figures charged out at the first moment. They quickly dismantled the watchtower. Hearing that sound, I, who was still enjoying myself, was suddenly startled. Zhuge Sha's expression was a little worried. "Your Majesty, the trap I set has been destroyed." I just hummed lightly, but the smile on my lips couldn't be suppressed. "They've finally taken the bait. Ina, let's get busy too." Soon, the shadow guards had surrounded this place and all stopped at the door of my room, waiting for Xing Wushang's order. Xing Wushang stared at the door in front of him and let out a sinister, terrifying laugh. "There's not a single living person outside. Are they so short on manpower? They've given up the outer defenses and are preparing for a last stand in there? Since you want to play, let's have a good game." Suddenly, he shouted into the room, "Yi, I'm going to kill you and eat your eyeballs." And my suddenly paused action also made Ina feel confused. "Why did you stop?" I looked at Ina, whose face was flushed, with a chuckle. "If you want to continue, then it depends on your performance next." Ina let out a reproachful hum, then her lips curled up slightly, and she slowly spat out the word kill. Outside the door, the shadow guards who were about to rush in suddenly stopped, all because they suddenly felt a dark killing intent envelop them. That pure killing intent even made their leader, Xing Wushang, feel his scalp tingle. Just then, the group of shadow guards behind him suddenly spoke. "Marquis Xing, do you often kill your own people? I also like killing people. Why hasn't anyone let us kill yet?" A bone-chilling chilling coldness rushed to Xing Wushang's head. Then he saw his obedient subordinates had now become abnormally crazy, shouting the Emperor of Qian while crazily slashing at their companions. Soon, the scene fell into chaos. This bizarre scene completely broke Xing Wushang's defenses. But before he could react, a demonic whisper came to his ear. Do you like killing people? Aren't there plenty of lives to take right in front of you? What are you waiting for? Xing Wushang's eyes widened. I've fallen into a trap. The traps outside weren't important at all. This voice is the real trap. His mind, his desires, and his heart were infinitely magnified. Just as he was about to be completely engulfed by the killing intent, he suddenly pulled out his blade and stabbed it into his thigh. The intense pain pulled him out of that voice. He looked back at his subordinates who were still killing each other. He understood in his heart that only by rushing into the room and eliminating the source of the voice could he win. The next moment, he turned and rushed towards the wooden house. However, the incarnation of desire in front of him blocked him like a stone wall. Unwilling, he shouted, "Yi, I admit you're a bit powerful. The shadow infiltration camp I've worked so hard to build has been half destroyed by you. I'm already in. Die, you bastard. At this distance, even if I lose my mind, I can still kill you." And he finally saw the owner of the voice. So it's you? What a terrifying ability. But the more it's like this, the more excited I get. He directly charged in alone and beheaded Aina in an instant. But he didn't stop there. He flashed and pierced my chest with his fist. Xing Wushang's face showed an extremely wanton smile. So that's how it is. To Yi. But soon, a familiar voice from his ear made him stunned. "You idiot. Look up and see if the person who died in your hands is me. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm not even in the camp." After saying that, I burst out laughing. "Are you so surprised by my little scheme that you can't even speak? You really thought I would personally be nearby to release the voice? I didn't expect the leader of the dignified shadow infiltration camp to be so naive. I'll be merciful and tell you, this was just a prelude to lure you in. The only pity is that I can't see what kind of expression you have on your face right now. I'm sure it would be very exciting. You even said you wanted to kill me. Are you still so cocky now?" Hearing my long speech, Xing Wushang was still in shock, staring blankly at the puppet in his hand. On the other side, I playfully pinched Aina's chin and said in a low voice, "Did I tell you to stop? Keep screaming for me. Scream until there are no survivors." Hearing me say this, Xing Wushang finally reacted. He raised his hand and cut the puppet in front of him in half. However, Aina's bewitching voice did not stop because of this. The bewitching sound of kill, kill, kill still echoed in Xing Wushang's ears. The mental and physical blows finally broke Xing Wushang. He could only cover his ears in pain, trying to reduce the terrifying sound. Soon, figures walked in from the door. It was the surviving shadow guards. At this moment, they had all been reduced to puppets who only knew how to kill. They rushed towards Xing Wushang one after another. Xing Wushang shouted stop while swinging his blade, but soon, he also started to laugh. Interesting, truly interesting. On the other side, I also felt a little strange watching the power Aina displayed. It can work from such a long distance. It seems that the more pain she suffers, the stronger her ability becomes. But let's talk about these things later. As I spoke, I took out a self-destructing talisman. I wonder if this occult arts version of a remote-controlled bomb is useful. As I activated the talisman in my hand, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the camp. Then, the valley below was engulfed by a huge firelight. I looked at the valley below with an appreciative expression. This explosion is so beautiful. This time, no one should be able to survive, right? However, in the center of the camp, there was still a figure standing. It was Xing Wushang, who had survived the siege and the explosion. Suddenly, Xing Wushang laughed without any warning. Blood also kept flowing with his increasingly loud laughter. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky crazily, looking at my position. "Yi, this battle, you won. I lost." After saying that, a firelight lit up again, instantly engulfing him completely. Seeing the raging fire in the forest, Hulu Guan exclaimed in disbelief. "The shadow infiltration camp is really gone? Why? When I was in the Jing Kingdom, they were a terrifying force that made people tremble with fear. But now, they were so easily." Li Tianyuan snorted coldly. "Easy?" His Majesty's plan this time was meticulously planned, calculating every aspect of human nature. It was extremely exquisite. The smarter the enemy, the more likely they are to fall into the trap. On the contrary, a simple-minded person like you. Hulu Guang suddenly realized. "You old boy, are you calling me a fool in a roundabout way?" When Yuan was still confused. "This general also doesn't understand. Please enlighten me, General." Li Tianyuan chuckled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he told an old story. 1,300 years ago, there was a dynasty called the Great Harmony that rose up in a chaotic era, unifying the world. The founding emperor was a man of great ambition and was revered as the martial emperor. Hulu Guang was displeased. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why are you talking about the martial emperor? Who doesn't know the name of the martial emperor?" Li Tianyuan laughed out loud. "But what you don't know is that before the martial emperor rose to power, he was once trapped in an isolated city in a battle. The defenders in the city were less than 500, but the attacking enemy army numbered in the tens of thousands. But the martial emperor deliberately opened the city gates and drank and made merry on the city wall. The enemy commander, seeing this, feared there was a trap in the city and did not dare to advance rashly. And so, the martial emperor used this trick to buy time for reinforcements, and in the end, they wiped out the enemy." When Yuan stroked his beard and thought to himself, "This general has also seen this battle in military books, but it seems a little different from His Majesty's plan." Li Tianyuan smiled. this is where His Majesty is brilliant. His plan this time is a level higher than the martial emperor's. It's also an empty city with feasting and revelry, but His Majesty's purpose was to make the opponent think he was using the empty fort strategy. The smarter the enemy, the more they think they've seen through His Majesty's scheme, and as a result, they rush into His Majesty's trap. Hu Luguang suddenly complained, "I just don't like dealing with people like you. It's too tiring." And I, who was listening to their discussion on the side, was speechless. "Why don't you be the emperor instead?" But if I didn't have enough troops, I wouldn't bother to use my brain. I would just charge. Suddenly, a system notification came out. The host used a fire attack in the Zhanghui military post and wiped out the southern Jing shadow infiltration camp, triggering the nation-crushing event. In the history of the host's original world, Lu Sun used a fire attack in the Battle of Yiling to defeat Liu Bei's army, becoming the turning point of the Zhao Shuhan's decline from prosperity. The burning of Yiling has resulted in the host's national power points increasing by 10,000. Current national power points remaining 45,900. I cursed in my heart. Are you kidding me? I used a bomb, not fire. How can this be judged as a success? Last time it was the drowning of the 7 armies. This time it's the burning of Yiling. Are you trying to give me a 3 Kingdoms settlement achievement collection? Sure enough, as my thought appeared, the system also fulfilled my wish and rewarded me with a special lottery chance. Special reminder, this lottery costs 20,000 points and does not conflict with the regular 10-pull rule. Hearing this, I was instantly interested. There's such a good thing? System, I want to draw. The next moment, as the points disappeared, a wine pot appeared in front of me. Peach Garden Oath wine, the legendary wine drunk by Lu, Guan, and Zhang when they swore their oath. Those who drink this wine can gain a telepathic understanding with the host. This effect has growth potential, ineffective if consumed by multiple people. I suddenly understood. In other words, as long as you drink it, you can automatically understand my intentions, and it has upgrade potential. In that case, you won't be overthinking things anymore. After saying that, I looked at Li Tianyuan, who was frantically overthinking me. Would it be just right to give him a drink? But the thought of being telepathically linked with a man made me sick to my stomach. In the end, I gave up on this immature idea and turned to look at the 3 women. Zhuge Shao was the most well-behaved and least troublesome of all of them, so she didn't need this thing. If I gave it to Ina, in combination with her ability, I would definitely be played to death by her before I could complete my nation-destroying mission. In the end, I locked my gaze on the most unlikely person, Xiao. Xiao also seemed to sense something and looked over. I immediately made my decision and at the same time beckoned her to come over with a suggestive gesture. Xiao looked at my smirking face with a cold expression. "If you're going to say something stupid again, then you'd better shut up now." I pulled her into my arms and pressed the wine pot to her lips. Before Xiao could react, I had completely overwhelmed him. Soon, a blush instantly crept up his face. In less than 3 seconds, Xiao had completely lost consciousness. Seeing the defenseless Xiao, I couldn't help but smile wickedly. As expected of an item worth 20,000 points, it's the first time I've seen Xiao drunk. I just don't know the specific effects of the telepathic link. I can play some tricks later. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. I looked behind me nervously, only to see Li Tianyuan looking at me with an excited expression. "Your Majesty, with this great victory, why don't we go straight for the southern Jing?" I was startled by his enthusiasm and immediately refuted his idea. "We only have 1,000 men in total. It's already a fluke that we've won a few battles. Do you really think I'm a god of war?" After saying that, I looked back at the fire that had not yet been extinguished in the distance. The Jing kingdom has made such a big move, but in the end, it's because of those turncoat nobles in the south. We should still focus on the Qian kingdom. Hearing my words, when Yuan clenched his fists, it was those powerful families that induced my son, causing him to betray the country. I patted him on the shoulder. "When Yuan, I will clean up the family." Who knew that when Yuan would not show any joy but said with a worried expression, "The late emperor's southern campaign failed because of these people." Li Tianyuan was the first to stand up and refute. "If it's His Majesty, then there will be no problem." Hu Luguang reminded him from the side, "The noble families are local tyrants who have been in business for hundreds of years. Their roots are deep and their strength is thick. It's impossible to uproot them completely. What's more, we only have this many people." Hearing this, I already had a countermeasure in my heart. Although we don't have many people on hand now, it's hard to say once we get back to the other side, because I made a bet with Wu Dongxian before I went south. It turned out that before invading the Jing kingdom, Wu Dongxian had secretly snuck into my camp under the cover of night and made a bet with me that would change the fate of the Qian people. I looked at Wu Dongxian, who was like a tigress, constantly moving on top of me, and shouted, "Big sister, you left so gallantly during the day. Why are you doing something as sneaky as a night raid?" Wu Dongxian smiled. "You dared to go to Lu City with just a handful of men. I was afraid you would be in great danger. I thought it would be a pity if you died just like that. Why don't you leave me with some memories?" After saying that, her movements also became much faster. I snorted in dissatisfaction. "You clearly know I'm in great danger, yet you're not willing to help me." Who knew that the satisfied Wu Dongxian would laugh and lie down on the side? If we were to fight the southern Jing head-on, how many more of my men would have to die? Although our relationship is indeed very unusual, you're not worth me betting my entire family fortune on. At this, I did not blame her. Instead, I nodded in agreement. Giving me intelligence was the most you could do to help me. Wu Dongxian chuckled. "If you fail this time and come back with your tail between your legs, I'm willing to take take you in. Don't be an emperor anymore. Just be my consort. I kicked his jade foot off my face. A kept man? I'm not interested in that. But haven't you ever thought that I could turn the tables? Haven't you ever thought that I could defeat the Jing kingdom with a smaller force? But Wu Dongxian seemed to have heard some great joke and burst out laughing. If you can really turn the tables, even if you just win one battle, come back and find me. I will grant you 3 requests. Thinking of this, I grinned. Now it's time to make that woman fulfill her promise. And by the way, test the specific effects of this item. So Xiao, let's go collect the debt together. Xiao was now awake and looked at me with some confusion. Meanwhile, in the capital, countless Jing soldiers had already laid siege to the city. One by one, the Jing soldiers were slaughtering the Qian soldiers in a one-sided battle. Before long, the first Jing soldier had already climbed up the city wall, and in the distance, watching the balance of victory gradually tip, the general in the rear laughed proudly. The capital is already in our grasp. As long as we take the capital, I will be the #1 hero of the Jing kingdom. After saying that, he raised his arm and shouted to the soldiers in the rear, "The whole army, listen to my order. Prepare for a full-scale attack." As his voice fell, he found that no one responded. Instead, they all looked at the mountain peak behind them. When he saw the shadow on the mountain top clearly, a deep sense of dread also appeared in the general's eyes. He saw a figure in a red cloak leading a large army charging towards him. It's Tu Su, that god of slaughter. Fear instantly overwhelmed him. He turned and roared desperately, "Enemy from the rear." The next moment, all the soldiers turned around in unison, assuming their strongest battle stance. However, faced with this impregnable defense, Tu Su seemed to see nothing. The horse under him charged forward without hesitation. Seeing this, the general's face was full of pride. What a fool. Prepare to be turned into a porcupine. However, when he was less than 3 meters from the shield soldiers, Tu Su came to a screeching halt. The defending soldiers thought it was their own intimidating presence that had scared this god of slaughter, but the sound of watermelons exploding beside them immediately brought them back to their senses. Before he could react, a rain of arrows had already engulfed them. One by one, cries of pain came from the enemy soldiers. Watching the constantly collapsing defense line, the general's eyes were full of shock. Could this be the grassland's northern barbarian cavalry archery? Meanwhile, Tu Shu was leading the charge, shooting arrows with a whoosh. Every time he drew his bow, a soldier would surely fall. The enemy general quickly reacted, ordering the infantry and shield soldiers to outflank from both wings. Before his orders could take effect, the city gates of the Qian kingdom were suddenly broken open from the inside. The sudden rumbling sound made his heart skip a beat. He looked behind him in terror, only to see a cavalry unit had already charged out of the city. It was the Qian soldiers led by Yuan Tianchu. In an instant, the Jing soldiers fell into a panic. The general shouted loudly not to be afraid. Before he could make a new decision, a loud laugh interrupted his thoughts. The person who came was Tu Su, wearing a red cloak. The next moment, he struck with a single blow, and dozens of heads fell. Seeing the approaching Tu Su, the general finally couldn't hold it back and shouted, "Quick, send a message to Admiral Han." However, before he could finish his words, a cold light had already flashed across his neck. Without a leader, the Jing army was completely routed. In just half an hour, they were completely wiped out. After dealing with the trouble, Tu Shu walked step by step to the outside of the Qian capital city wall. It really wasn't easy. It's hard to imagine that without that kid, you actually defended for so many days. Soon, a dark mass of figures walked out from the city tower. I saw the ministers, led by Zhao Shu, bow and salute. "Your Highness, you have lifted the siege of the capital. It was hard work." Tu Shu's eyes couldn't hide his shock. "I really didn't expect that. Tu Su would also have times when I misjudge people." Hearing this, Zhao Shu was very confused. Tu Shu did not explain the reason, but just said faintly, "It's nothing. I just think you must have had a harder time defending this city than I did." After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How on earth did my little brother make these women so devoted to him? Zhao Shu did not answer, but asked Tu Shu if he wanted to enter the city to rest and discuss the future. Tu Shu refused. "No need to rest. I don't have the time either. I just came back as soon as possible because I was worried about the safety of the capital. But my little brother is having a great time with the southern Jing. That Han being who humiliated me and trapped me. He should be in Lu City now, right?" As his voice fell, a sharp killing intent erupted from his body. After saying that, he raised his longsword high. "Just right. I'll go and settle the score with them now." Meanwhile, the news of the defeat in the Battle of the Capital and the annihilation of the Shadow Infiltration Camp had also reached Lu City. Han Being looked at the minister bowing before him and muttered, "Tu Yi crossed the river with 1,000 cavalry and won 3 battles in a row, drowning the Zhangkou military post and burning the Shadow Infiltration Camp. Tu Shu led 1,000 remnants and defeated my 2 forces in Feng and the capital with a smaller force. The great situation I had created by persuading the southern noble families of the Qian kingdom, with the fall of the Qian kingdom just a step away, is ruined just like that. More importantly, we don't even know where Tu Yi is now." The ministers were now trembling with fear from the terrifying aura emanating from Han Being. Just then, a general stepped forward. This subordinate has already mobilized the troops in the Zhangkou area and set up layers of defense on all 4 sides. As long as Tu Yi continues to advance into the heartland of the Great Jing, he will definitely be put to death. But Han Being just said faintly, "Is Tu Yi dead now?" But what he got was a long silence. Han Being continued coldly, "Is there a possibility that after he got rid of Xing Wushang, he turned back north and cross the river? As soon as he finished speaking, a general stood up and questioned, if he crossed the river north, wouldn't he be back where he started? Han Bing clutched his head. I had almost calculated everything, but I still misjudged 3 things. First, Zhao Shu and Fan Taozhu were actually loyal to Tu Yi. Not only did I fail to take the capital, but I also lost the pawns I had placed for many years. Second, Tu Shu is brave but reckless. Although he was trapped by my plan, he was able to hold out for a month without his morale wavering. Instead, he turned the tables with an isolated army. Most importantly, Tu Yi, under a desperate situation, always acts unconventionally, disrupting my rhythm every time. I was full of confidence before this northern expedition, believing I could destroy the Qian kingdom in one fell swoop and present Tu Yi to my master. It seems I've been slapped in the face this time. The general below was moved and quickly called out, Admiral Han. Han Bing cut him off directly. No need to say more. Although we lost badly, it was not without gains. He then picked up a brush. If I'm not mistaken, the south of the Qian kingdom will fall into civil strife. Tu Shu has lifted the siege of the capital and will definitely lead his army south to look for Tu Yi. And if the southern noble families want to defend their territory, they will inevitably have to fight a big battle with him. What's more interesting is that Wu Dongxian is also active in the south. With her deep-seated hatred for the Qian kingdom, it's impossible for her not to take the opportunity to cause trouble. When these 3 sides meet, it will inevitably be a mess, and we just need to sit tight in Lu City and wait for them to fight until they are all exhausted. That will be our time to strike again. Hearing this, the confusion in the eyes of the generals did not diminish, but instead became even more confused. He reminded, but we have an alliance with the southern noble families. Han Bing didn't care at all. That kind of thing. Isn't it just for tearing up? The only unstable factor now is where Tu Yi is at this moment. Although he only has 1,000 men, if he joins forces with Tu Su, the outcome will be unpredictable. So this time, we must blockade all the crossings of the dragon-taming river and all the roads leading north. We absolutely cannot give him a chance. Hearing the new orders, the generals below all knelt down. This general will make sure his 1,000 men have nowhere to go. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Red Sleeve Army, Wu Dongxian looked at me playfully. I heard you caused a big scene in the southern Jing, making a mess of the Jing people with just 1,000 men. Where are those 1,000 men? Why do I only see the 3 of you? Even Li Tianyuan is not here. Could it be that all those achievements were just made up by you? I smiled confidently. The southern Jing was guarding too tightly on the way back. It was more convenient for the 3 of us to act than 1,000. I pointed to the war banner behind me. As for them, of course I have other arrangements. Even the resourceful Wu Dongxian didn't know what I was up to. I didn't explain anything to her and went straight to the point. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you remember our bet? I then grabbed the command flag and threw it over. I guess this counts as turning the tables, right? Although Wu Dongxian was surprised, she still agreed. 3 things. You can do whatever you want. Hearing this, I smiled wickedly. The first thing, let's talk about it at night. As for the second thing, I want to give you this land in southern Qian. Do you dare to take it? Seeing my serious eyes, Wu Dongshuan's back instantly went cold. He seemed to be serious. On the north bank of the dragon-taming river, the area of about 200 miles was the richest land in the south of the Qian kingdom. Among them, Lu City, which was close to the riverbank, was a strategic point between the Qian kingdom and the Jing kingdom. Therefore, it was guarded by the southern suppressing general, Wen Yuan, who was sent by the celestial emperor. The rest of the area, although nominally belonging to the Qian kingdom, was actually controlled by the many noble families that had been entrenched here for generations. The noble families intermarried with each other, controlling the local administration, people's livelihood, and economy. They only needed to symbolically submit to the capital and pay taxes. The local noble families of southern Qian, with their special geographical position between the Qian and Jing kingdoms, constantly sought to maximize their own interests. They even raised private armies, becoming like independent kingdoms. And this time, taking advantage of the celestial emperor's death and the turmoil in the capital, the southern Jing and the southern noble families took the opportunity to attack. Many noble families devoured the surrounding land and expanded their own power. It wasn't until Tu Shu broke out of Feng and won a great victory in the capital that the southern Jing and the noble families reigned in a little. Strategically, they turned from attack to defense, wanting to make the partitioned southern Qian a permanent fait accompli. Meanwhile, in the territory of the southern Qian nobles, a series of lewd laughter kept coming from it. Suddenly, the maid's hand holding the cup accidentally overturned on the noble. As the sound of the spilled wine was heard, the tent suddenly fell into a long silence, and Xiao Fangji, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at her with a wicked expression. The maid quickly knelt down and apologized. This servant didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life, my lord. But even though she had already shown the most sincere attitude, the look of fear on her face did not dissipate for a long time. Xiao Fangji suddenly reached out and grabbed her face. I remember your name is Ling Yi. You seem to have a younger sister, right? Hearing this, Ling Yi's heart trembled. Then she saw Xiao Fangji smile wickedly. This maid will be rewarded to the men. Bring her younger sister to me. Ling Yi's eyes were filled with terror. My lord, please spare my sister. I can still serve you. But the man sitting in the main seat did not change his expression. Let's get back to business. I didn't expect that wastrel Tu Yi to have some skills. He actually made Han Bing suffer a big loss. The general below said with a worried expression. Now that Han Bing has retreated to Lu City, and I heard that Tu Shu has also led his army south, The situation is very unfavorable for us. Xiao Fangji looked disdainful. Let them fight. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. We just need to show nominal submission. This land will ultimately be ours to say. But we backstabbed the Jing kingdom by helping the southern Jing. If Admiral Han can't hold out and retreats to the other side of the river, then we will be the ones to bear the wrath of the capital. Did Xiao Fangji expect this? So we have to avoid the storm first. When the battle is over, we can just find an excuse and give them something. Give them a way out. If the one with the surname Tu is a reasonable person, he should know that to maintain stability in the south, he needs the power of our noble families. Suddenly, a figure quickly ran towards the tent. He didn't even have time to report before he lifted the tent flap. Reporting to my lord, Tuye's tracks have been found in the Fuhu Mountain, 30 miles north. Hearing this, Xiao Fangji was stunned for a moment. How did he break through the southern Jing's layers of defense and get near here? How many troops does he have with him? From the looks of it, there seemed to be less than 50 people. Xiao Fangji, who was originally worried, immediately burst out laughing. Great, he must have abandoned his 1,000-man team and taken a shortcut to escape. This is a gift from heaven. As Xiao Fangji's voice fell, the generals were all a little stunned. My lord, aren't we going to avoid the storm first and not provoke them? Xiao Fangji didn't care. Who said I was going to provoke them? I'm going to extend the hospitality of a host and invite him to be a guest at the Xiao family for a few days. The generals instantly realized that this was a blatant hongmen banquet. They immediately burst out laughing and praised. My lord is wise. As long as we have Tu Yi in our hands, we will have enough leverage. Then, whether Tu Shu wins or the southern Jing wins, we can use him to get more benefits. Just then, the messenger reported another piece of intelligence he had discovered. The Deng family of Qianyang, the Yang family of Fengyin, and the Shi family of Shiling seem to have all learned of Tu Ye's whereabouts. They are also on their way to Fuhu Mountain. Hearing the movements of the other families, Xiao Fangji's heart tightened. He also gave the order to set off. Xiao Fangji's face was gloomy. Those old foxes, they run faster than anyone when it comes to snatching the fruits of victory. We absolutely cannot let them get there first. Meanwhile, the other three families had already met. Yang Jiwei stroked his beard and said majestically, Fuhu Mountain is the territory of the Yang family. You two seem to be a little out of line. Deng Tong sneered. When Tu Yi sneaked in from the south, he passed through the territory of our Deng family. What's wrong with us following him all the way here? Shi Jining was not to be outdone. The tone of you two, you seem to treat his majesty as your own prey. My Shi family is different. I am loyal and came only to rescue him. Hearing this, he was immediately criticized by both the Yang and Deng families. Come on, who doesn't know your little thoughts? You fat pig, are you treating us as fools? With this round of insults, the three families immediately started arguing. But soon, the sound of neat footsteps attracted their attention. This was followed by Xiao Fangji's voice. Everyone, stop arguing for now. Listen to me first. We are all noble families of southern Qian and should advance and retreat together. There is no need to hurt our harmony here. I suggest we first invite His Majesty down. As for how to distribute the benefits later, we can discuss it then. Shi Jining looked at him with disdain. I remember you and clan head Deng attacked His Majesty before. The grudge you have, it's probably not appropriate for you to go and invite His Majesty now, right? Xiao Fangji sneered without a care. Weren't we beaten so badly that we lost our armor? Instead of saying we attacked him, it's better to say we used the lives of these good-for-nothings to give His Majesty a victory. If it weren't for the cannon fodder I sent, how could His Majesty have achieved the prestige of defeating a larger force with a smaller one? He should thank me. Yang Jiwei laughed out loud. Old Xiao, your shamelessness is truly beyond my imagination. To be able to twist a previous defeat into such a flowery story. Xiao Fangji took a step forward and put his hand on their shoulders. The four of us clans have been able to defend this land for so long, not because of our martial prowess, but because of our flexibility. We can stoop when we need to. After saying that, he patted Yang Jiwei's right cheek insultingly. Am I right? Yang Jiwei was instantly angered by his action and angrily pushed his hand away. Xiao Fangji chuckled. I was just joking. You're not angry, are you, Brother Yang? He then continued to suggest, the four of us clans have been intermarried for hundreds of years and are already a family. No matter how we divide it, it's a family matter. What I'm worried about is that if we keep dawdling here, and Han Bing gets the news and brings his troops to interfere, things will become troublesome. Hearing this, Deng Tong couldn't help but nod. Indeed, we must first get our hands on Tu Yi, this bargaining chip for our southern Qian noble families. We can't delay any longer. With Deng Tong's support, Xiao Fangji looked at the other two families. What do you two think? Although the Yang and Shi families were dissatisfied with Xiao Fangji, they still nodded and agreed to the terms of the alliance. Just then, a voice interrupted them. I don't agree. I slowly walked out from a valley on the side. The four clan heads looked at me with some annoyance, but when they saw my appearance, they were all shocked. After a slight shock, Xiao Fangji said in a deep voice, so it's your majesty. I raised my chin and looked at him with a proud expression. So what if it's me? Xiao Fangji suddenly burst out laughing. Since you've already heard, then I won't beat around the bush. He then showed a warm smile. Are you going to come with us on your own, or do we have to personally invite you? I didn't answer directly but said to him, you were just worried that the southern Jing would receive news of me being here. Actually, you don't have to worry, because this news, only you four families could possibly know. Xiao Fangji was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Your majesty still likes to joke at a time like this. You don't believe me? Then think carefully. Why did you all arrive here at about the same time after after receiving the news. Noticing the abnormality, Xiao Fangji was suddenly shocked. Then Wu Dongxian came out from behind me and told him the answer. Because this news was intentionally spread to you by my Red Sleeve army. She then snapped her fingers. Then, the personal guards behind the 4 major families all made a move, throwing away the command flags that symbolized the face of the 4 major families. The few clan heads looked behind them in disbelief. By the time they came to their senses, they suddenly found that they were surrounded by their own personal guards, and in the hearts of those soldiers, shouts rang out. Arise, oppressed people. Faced with that cohesive resentment, a loud laugh came from Xiao Fangji's mouth. The 4 of us have been operating in this place for hundreds of years. You think you can set us up with just these little tricks? Isn't that a bit naive? He then shouted, Supervision camp. As his voice fell, a sound of heavy footsteps was heard from not far away. I saw one by one, fully armed elite soldiers with battle axes surrounding them from behind. Xiao Fangji laughed and shouted, anyone who wavers the army's morale and has ill intentions will be killed without mercy. As this order was given, the soldiers who were originally prepared to take up arms and resist instantly lost their confidence. One by one, they lowered their heads. The uneasy Wu Dongxian was about to go up and stop the soldiers when I grabbed her as she passed by. Don't be hasty. Everything is under my control. Let's see how he wants to perform first. Xiao Fangji muttered to himself. I originally wanted to control Tuyi as a bargaining chip for us to maneuver between Tu Shu and Han Being, but he actually got together with the Red Sleeve army. It's too dangerous. Hearing Xiao Fangji's muttering, the other 3 clan heads also realized the danger. Dang Tong made a decisive decision. While we can still control the situation, let's finish him off here. Yang Jiwei looked at the rebellious soldiers around him and couldn't help but feel scared, but he also said with some worry, if we kill him, then there will be no room for reconciliation with Tu Su. Shi Jining directly refuted, no need to worry, we can blame his death on the Southern Jing. At this moment, Xiao Fangji's face also darkened. Suddenly, he looked at Wu Dongxian, who wanted to rush out from my side. Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, the one standing next to you is the rebel leader of the Red Sleeve army, Wu Dongxian, right? I directly asked him back about his question. So what? Your Majesty, why are you rebelling? Hearing this, the scene instantly fell silent. An unknown pressure came towards me. The system also triggered a prompt at this moment. Congratulations to the host for triggering the nation-crushing event. Gao Cheng forces the palace. In the history of the host's original world, the powerful minister of the Eastern Wei, Gao Cheng, controlled the court. The Emperor Yuan Shanjian wanted to dig a tunnel to escape the palace and find a chance to turn the tables, but was intercepted by Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng forced the palace on Yuan Shanjian, questioning why Yuan Shanjian was rebelling. Hearing the system's long-winded introduction, I impatiently interrupted it. Stop blabbering. Just record the points for me there. I don't have time to listen to your useless talk right now. After all, I'm not as pathetic as Yuan Shanjian. Then my loud voice echoed in the field. I am the ruler of a nation, the son of heaven. What mother's rebellion are you talking about? You 4 southern bumpkins, bringing such a large group of people here to block me. No matter how you look at it, you're the ones rebelling, right? But as the ruler of a nation, I can give you a chance. Being told this by me, Xiao Fangji was stunned for a moment. Then he clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. Interesting, truly interesting. Give us a chance. Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid you haven't seen the situation clearly yet. You want to kill us, but you don't have the ability, right? You are the ruler of a nation. Why would you cooperate with rebels? I guess you don't have any troops on hand. That 1,000-man force from before, they're all dead, right? I don't know what conditions you promised Wu Dongxian to get her to stand up for you. Unfortunately, you made a mistake. We 4 great families have been operating in this place for hundreds of years. How can a rebel who only knows how to do small tricks in the dark shake us? Slave soldiers, behead the traitorous king. I will pardon your past crimes. In an instant, the soldiers who had just lost their will all turned their murderous gazes on me, but I didn't care at all. Instead, I began to sing loudly. Arise, you who refuse to be slaves. Arise, all you who suffer in the world. A hot-blooded passion is already boiling. We must fight for the truth. Hearing my passionate singing, the soldiers who had lowered their heads raised them again. I saw that their eyes were all red and swollen. At this moment, the painful memories of a few days ago seemed to reappear before their eyes. Just 3 days ago, he had been whipped for 3 days and 3 nights under the scorching sun just for trembling while pouring wine for a personal guard. But the personal guard was still not satisfied and grabbed his head, ordering him to lick up all the wine that had been spilled on the ground. The soldier looked at the wine mixed with dirt, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness, but the thought of his wife and children waiting for him at home made his dignity seem worthless at this moment. Then came the personal guard's undisguised mockery. Ha ha ha, a lowly creature like you is only fit to lick the wine on the ground. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted the personal guard who was carrying out the evil act. Stop! The personal guard looked at the source of the voice with a gloomy expression. What? You want to rebel? It turned out that the person who came was a slave soldier just like the one on the ground. But the man did not care about the personal guard's threat. Instead, he brought up the matter of the 2/10 of the military rations that had gone missing from the camp last month. If the master finds out, what will happen? Hearing the threat from the newcomer, the personal guard's momentum instantly weakened, but he still retorted stubbornly, nonsense. And just because of you lowly people, you think you can get close to the master? But if we start a mutiny here, do you think the master will know? Will he ask for the reason? Hearing this, the last line of defense in the man's heart completely collapsed. He cursed and quickly ran away, and the punished soldier struggled to his feet and thanked the man who had just saved him. But what he got was a scolding. "You were just about to," the man stammered. "He's the manager." The soldier scolded again. "Lift your head. Do you still have any soldierly spirit left? We are not lowly slaves. Those masters are no different from us. They only have one life. Whoever dares to ride on our heads, I will fight to the death." The man murmured, repeating those two words. "Fight?" The soldier didn't say anything more this time, but just said to himself with self-deprecation, "Forget it. I'm not good with words. You're our brother now. I'll take you to meet someone tonight." "Meet who?" "His Majesty." Back to just now, remembering the experience of a few days ago, and seeing me standing in front of them reciting loudly, the cowardice in their hearts dissipated a little. Xiao Fangji, however, looked at the farce in front of him with amusement. "Are you putting on a song and dance show? But even so, I won't let you go anymore." Just then, a voice came from those slave soldiers. It was the soldier who had been insignificant just now. "Arise, all you who suffer in the world." His companions, who were beside him, looked at the man who was singing along with me and couldn't help but shout along. The scene before them completely terrified Xiao Fangji. He immediately opened his mouth to stop them. "Shut up, or I'll let you all starve to death." But this time, not a single slave soldier in the field was passive. They all sang loudly, "We must fight for the truth." I had once again triggered a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for triggering the nation-crushing event besieged on all sides. In the history of the original world, at the end of the Qin dynasty during the Chu Han contention, the hegemon king of Chu, Xiangyu, was besieged by the Han army. At night, he heard the songs of his homeland coming from all four sides. The Chu army, from top to bottom, thus lost their will to fight. I waved my hand and interrupted the system. "Now is not the time to talk about this. I'll settle the score with these old dogs later." Then I turned my gaze to Xiao Fangji, who was surrounded by layers of people. "This old fox is more sinister than the other three good-for-nothings. He not only thwarted Wu Dongxuan's arrangements in the army, but also saw through her lack of sufficient manpower in the south. This person must not be kept." So I changed my tone and said to them, "Everyone has thought it through, right? If we really fight, I might die. But how much better off will you be? My brother is leading his army south. Do you really think he will believe you if you blame my death on the Jing kingdom?" Sure, Jining looked stunned. "You heard all that just now?" I chuckled. "It's just that my hearing is better. Besides, you guys playing these little tricks of backstabbing and blaming others. Do you think that old fox Han being from the Jing kingdom can't figure it out? So in the Qianjing war, no matter what the final outcome is, the victor will settle the score with you later. By then, the foundation you've built for hundreds of years will all be gone." Seeing the fear gradually appearing on the faces of the four major families, I spoke again. "But it's still the same. I'm a kind person. The chance I promised you to choose again is still valid now." The few of them looked at each other and were about to give an answer when they heard me continue. "But I have one more condition. I think, for great families, I think that's too many now." Xiao Fangji felt a sense of unease. He suddenly looked behind him. "Don't fall for it. He's trying to sow discord among us." Seeing this, I couldn't help but say sarcastically, "So the so-called four great families are actually just following the Xiao family's lead?" Even Wu Dongxian chimed in at this moment. "It seems the four great families are just the Xiao family and their three dogs." I looked at the fully armed soldiers behind the Xiao family. "Speaking of which, it does seem that the Xiao family is the strongest. Then I might as well just cooperate with you." Xiao Fangji felt something was wrong and was about to explain when he was interrupted by Wu Dongxian. "The three of you can just wait for death." Xiao Fangji turned his head nervously, only to find the three clan heads looking at him with ill intentions. Xiao Fangji cursed angrily. "You bunch of fools. You can't have really believed what he said, can you? We four great families are connected by the same breath. We've been allies for hundreds of years." Dang Tong said slowly. "That salt field in Dun County last year, it was originally my Dang family's property." Clan head Xiao, "How did you get it under your name? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Sure, Jining also added. "And those 500 acres of fertile land by the Wanchuan River." Xiao Fangji was very helpless. "What time is it now? You're still thinking about old scores?" Before he could continue, a long sword instantly pierced his chest. Xiao Fangji looked at his chest in disbelief and looked back at the owner of the sword. "Yang Jiwei, are you crazy?" Yang Jiwei snorted coldly. "It's fine if we don't bring up old scores. Let's talk about now." He then pulled out the long sword. "The family soldiers have all been incited to rebel. We are already trapped. Without your family, the three of us can still live." They're right. I also feel that four great families is a bit too many. After doing all this, the three clan heads cast hopeful gazes over. Wu Dongxian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. Continue. Why did you stop?" But hearing this, the faces of the three clan heads turned terrified. Seeing this, I had no choice but to explain. Fewer people means more things to divide. But three families, isn't that still a bit too many? As my voice fell, the slave soldiers behind me all shouted, "Kill! Kill them for me!" The pressure from the surroundings made the three of them chuckle, but the judgment from hell was still ringing in their ears. Only one family left. Only one family left. Dang Tong's face was pale, and his voice trembled. "You actually went back on your word." But what responded to him was the pressure from countless slave soldiers. In the end, Yang Jiwei was the first to break down. He suddenly screamed like a madman and rushed towards Dang Tong regardless of anything. Dang Tong retreated while shouting for him to calm down. "Can't you see that this is their scheme?" But the irrational Yang Jiwei didn't care about any of this and continued to chase after Deng Tong. Seeing this, I continued to say to their personal guards, you see, the so-called four great families, the masters who are usually high and mighty, when death comes, they are no different from wild dogs, biting each other ugly. Look at them carefully. For such people and their armies, I ask you, what is there to be afraid of? The slave soldiers looked at what was happening in front of them in a daze. They then walked step by step towards the supervision camp under the four great families. Seeing the approaching slave soldiers, the supervision camp shouted, what do you want? Are you trying to rebel? However, what responded to them was the ruthless swing of the slave soldiers' blades. As the first splash of blood came out, more and more slave soldiers raised their weapons and charged forward. I saw that the originally one-sided situation had now been completely reversed. In just a short while, the majestic supervision camp had been completely wiped out. On the other side, as Shi Jining gradually lost his life, Yang Jiwei finally recovered from his near-mad state. Ha ha ha, I won. He turned his head to look at me with a ferocious expression. Is it okay now? But seeing that I just looked at him with a smile, he roared at me again. Speak. Why aren't you speaking? I've already killed them. What else do you want? Hurry up and speak. You witchcraft emperor who made us kill each other and bewitched our family soldiers. I couldn't help but chuckle. I don't know any witchcraft, and they weren't bewitched by any witchcraft. I just gave them a chance to fight for themselves, and you so-called noble families of the old era. In my eyes, you are just animals desperately trying to protect your own interests. Killing each other is most suitable for you. In the face of the great righteousness I brought, you are nothing. Large tears began to appear at the corners of Yang Jiwei's eyes. So you're saying, tell me quickly, does what you said before still count? But I just looked at him playfully. You guess. But I just looked him up and down playfully. You guess. Hearing this, cold sweat instantly covered Yang Jiwei's entire body. Meanwhile, I walked towards him step by step with a longsword in my hand. When I was less than half a meter away from him, I suddenly leaped up and swung the longsword down at him with both hands. Yang Jiwei let out a miserable cry and struggled to move backward. However, my longsword did not cut him in half, all because I had no intention of getting rid of him at all. I smiled and teased him. I'm different from you. I keep my word. However, in the future of Southern Qian, I will only recognize your Yang family. Wu Dongxian interrupted me at this moment. Only recognize the Yang family? I remember you also promised to give Southern Qian to me before. At this point, Wu Dongshuan's tone became icy. Could it be that the words spoken to me don't count? I smiled at her. My promise to you still stands. Why don't we go over there and talk alone? Then I took Wu Dongxian to a quiet, dense forest. She questioned me first. The four great families of Southern Qian. How much blood is on their hands? You just let him go like that? Your performance in the Dragon Vein trial. I misjudged you. You are still an emperor after all. However, I was still unhurried. It's easy for you to kill him. But then what? Wu Dongxian still insisted on her own thoughts and said loudly, I will let the Red Sleeve Army's main altar move south and rebuild an earthly paradise here. I laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. With what? Wu Dongxian immediately refuted, but couldn't say a single decent sentence for a long time. My face turned cold. The four great families have been operating in Southern Qian for many years, and their foundations are deep. If you kill the four family heads, they can immediately choose four more to come out. What's more, besides the four great clans, there are countless small noble families waiting to replace them. Wu Dongshuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then I will wipe out all the noble families. Have you ever thought about how many Red Sleeve Army soldiers will die in the process? Have you thought about it? Wu Dongxian was silent, just stubbornly saying, there are always casualties in war. I was a little disappointed with this simple thinking and just asked flatly, after the war, after you've wiped them all out, what will you get? Southern Qian is rich. So many of the four great families' salt fields, markets, workshops, and fertile land. How much will be left after the war? Even if there are leftovers, will your Red Sleeve Army know how to manage them? What you want is an earthly paradise, not a ruin. Seeing my unquestionable appearance, Wu Dongxian was greatly shocked. I told her, to rebuild an earthly paradise, the power of destruction alone is not enough. Keeping him alive and controlling him is the only way to take over everything with the least cost. We must learn to unite all forces that can be united, and then transform them. But Wu Dongxian was confused by my words. These things you're saying, I've never thought about them before. Seeing that I didn't answer, Wu Dongxian suddenly understood something and turned to say, so, I and my Red Sleeve Army are also the targets of your unification and transformation, right? I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I realized I had said a little too much, but soon she spoke again. I said before that I never had any intention of becoming king. As long as I can achieve my goal, it doesn't matter if I retire after my work is done. I spoke again and denied it. You and the Red Sleeve Army will not retire after your work is done. You are a balancing force. As long as you exist, you will be a sword hanging over the heads of the noble families, making them dare not deviate from the path. Military deterrence is a must. Hearing this, Wu Dongxian did not stay any longer. She just replied that she understood and turned to leave. Just then, the still-dazed Yang Jiwei happened to run into us. Wu Dongxian went up and grabbed his collar, turned her head, and said to me seriously, I will cooperate with him well and reorganize the Southern Qian noble families. This ends the second bet. As for the matter of retaking Lujiang City, we of the Red Sleeve Army will not interfere. It wasn't until I saw them all disappear into the dense forest that a loud eagle's cry came from the sky. I suddenly recognized this as Zhao's pet. Zhao also walked out of the forest at this moment. I've received news news that Prince Tushu is leading a large army south. He is now less than a day's journey away from us. Hearing this news, I couldn't help but be ecstatic. I told Xiao to pass the location here back and rendezvous with Tushu. As soon as Tushu arrives, it will be time to settle all old scores with the southern Jing. And what I didn't know was that a black shadow was now at the foot of the mountain, looking at my shadow with a sinister smile. It turned out that the explosion last time did not really kill the leader of the shadow infiltration camp, Xing Wushang, and this made his hatred for me even more twisted. Tonight, I will definitely kill you. On the other side, I came to a temple to pray for good luck in the future, and in a place I didn't know, a dark shadow was constantly approaching. Suddenly, a head popped out of the shadow. Just then, Xiao, who was guarding here, also noticed him. He quickly threw a flying knife. However, just as he was about to succeed, it was casually knocked away by Xing Wushang. A sneak attack is a good move. It's just a pity your breathing is too loud. Even a dog on the side of the road can hear it clearly. However, Xiao seemed not to have hurt him at all and threw 5 or 6 more hidden weapons. Xing Wushang moved his body and easily dodged the attacks. The next moment, Xing Wushang had appeared behind Xiao. I know you. You are the shadow guard of that old dog Tu Qianjun. Xing Wushang's wrist turned and a blade slashed down. Although Xiao used all his strength, her arm was still cut by Xing Wushang's blade. Damn it, this annoying teleportation ability. Xing Wushang, however, unhurriedly chased after him, constantly taunting him. We've fought a few times before. When have you ever won? If you weren't so good at running, I would have strangled you with your own intestines long ago. But just as he was about to succeed, a loud shout was heard. Wind style, flying swallow. Xing Wushang's eyes were filled with fear, but the blade was already at his eyes. Then, an explosion was heard. The person who came was Zhuge Xia, who was hiding in the dark. Xing Wushang looked at the two people who appeared and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, if you're all here, that means Tu Yi has no one to protect him anymore. I'll finish my business first, then I'll come and play with you. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. Xiao's heart was tense. That fool will definitely be killed in minutes. Then the two of them quickly ran towards the back mountain. Suddenly, Xiao's body trembled. Even with a combat power of 93, she couldn't withstand that pain. Zhuge Xia asked Xiao in a panic what was wrong, but soon, Zhuge Xia found that this was a reaction to being poisoned, and if she wasn't detoxified, she would definitely be in mortal danger. And with this delay of a few seconds, Xiao knew that he could no longer catch up with Xing Wushang. She then pointed her finger at her temple. I didn't expect to have to use this move so soon. The next moment, the thoughts in her mind were instantly transmitted. Xing Wushang is coming to the back hall. Hide first. Be careful. He can move through shadows. Zhuge Xia looked at Zhao's strange movements with some confusion. What are you doing? Xiao suppressed the pain and explained. After Tu Yi forced me to drink that wine last time, I can sense his mind to a certain extent. Just then, Xiao suddenly received a response. Don't worry about me. It's just the shadow infiltration camp. You focus on letting Zhuge Xia heal you. Shadow jumping? So what? My aura is a natural counter to all shadow skills. My combat value of 95, and this American-style Iajutsu, any assassin who came would be no match for me. However, before I could be happy for 2.5 seconds, the system couldn't help but remind me, your previous combat value of 95 was the result of a numerical correction bonus during the Dragon Vein trial. Your actual combat value in the real world is less than 70. Hearing the system's reminder, I instantly panicked. You're full of it. Didn't I just take out an assassin with a shadow skill in Lu City? That was because other objective factors interfered with the enemy. Plus, it was the first time a pistol had appeared in this world. According to Ben's judgment, the enemy in front of you has a combat value far higher than the Lu City assassin. The possibility of the host defeating the opponent with conventional tactics is infinitely close to zero. In my moment of hesitation, Xing Wushang had already arrived in front of me. After seeing me, 2 words came from his almost hoarse throat. Tu Yi. I didn't pay any attention to him and turned my head to run towards the back door. As I ran, I couldn't help but curse at the system. You fucking system. Why didn't you tell me something like this sooner? At this moment, a cold laugh came from my shadow. Running away is just a meaningless struggle. Hearing this voice, goosebumps instantly rose on my back. Then I saw Xing Wushang jump out of my shadow. Because I'm always in the shadow behind you. Hearing this, I swept away my previous panic and sneered coldly. Now, you can't run away. The next moment, a light fell from the sky, illuminating Xing Wushang, who was hiding in the shadows. And my surprise attack caught Xing Wushang off guard. He was completely stunned, and I seized the opportunity to throw the hidden weapon I had prepared long ago at him. Seeing the black iron ball bouncing off the ground, there was a loud bang. Seeing the plan succeed, I couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha, art is an explosion. Meanwhile, Xiao and Zhuge Xia also rushed to the temple. At this moment, I couldn't care less about my face and frantically shouted for Xiao to save me. Zhuge Xia's rune bomb could only slightly delay his speed. If it really doesn't work, then I'll have to use that move. Feeling my thoughts, Xiao was instantly panicked. No, the side effects of that move are too great. I won't use it unless it's a last resort. The poison on me is almost gone. Wait for me. We absolutely cannot use it. On the other side, at this moment, I only had 4 bombs left, but that guy behind me was still chasing me relentlessly. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll really die here. Xing Wushang laughed and thought, glowing. Interesting. I've never seen that in the intelligence before. It can also limit my ability. But even if you can limit my ability, I can still easily catch up with you. But just as he was about to close in on me again, I decisively threw 2 more bombs. One was a specially made super flashbang, and the other was a powerful sticky bomb. After seeing Xing Wushang get hit, I decisively took out my cannon. I don't believe you can block me this time. However, my confident shot was easily blocked by Xing Wushang with his arm. Ha ha ha, firearms, talismans, and that glowing ability. If that's all you have, then I'll be able to eat your eyeballs soon. Hearing his words, I turned and ran without hesitation. However, this made Xing Wushang even more excited. He easily broke free from the trap. Seeing this, I had no choice but to throw another pellet. Then, a hurricane appeared out of thin air, overturning the surrounding forest along with it. But this still did not get rid of Xing Wushang. His crazed laughter came from the hurricane again. My heart was greatly shocked. I threw the last life-saving pellet. Then, a bolt of lightning appeared. But even in the midst of the lightning, Xing Wushang's laughter never stopped. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little bit of despair. Is he really human? Just as I was thinking this, I found that there was no longer a way to escape in front of me. Seeing my helpless look, Xing Wushang also slowed down. No way out. Your firearm is out of ammunition. Even your glowing ability can't be maintained anymore. Now, you've used up all your trump cards. Then it's my turn. However, just then, Zhao's voice came from the forest. After a brief surprise, Xing Wushang walked towards me again. Just in time. To be able to kill Tu Yi in front of you makes me even more excited. I'm going to tear the Emperor of the Qian Kingdom to pieces in front of them. Hearing this, I couldn't hold it back anymore and shouted at Xiao. If I don't use that move now, I might go to see the late Emperor before you do. Xiao no longer hesitated and threw his personal dagger at me. Xing Wushang's figure suddenly paused. Then he suddenly jumped up and dodged a fatal blow. Is this another small trick? A mere dagger is your last struggle? But suddenly, he saw Xiao holding her head with both hands and doing a strange posture. Meanwhile, I was doing the same action as Xiao. The next moment, our souls had already swapped. Then, the soul-swapped Xiao expertly caught the flying blade. Xing Wushang looked at the strange scene in front of him with some surprise. But before he could react, Xiao had already slashed at his chest. Xing Wushang's eyes widened. What's going on? Why does it feel like he's suddenly changed? And I, controlling Zhao's body, shouted excitedly, well done. As expected of you. This horrifying scene scared Xing Wushang so much that he turned his head and questioned me about what was going on. Why can you two swap souls? I, while experiencing the joy of being a girl, said with disdain, a dead person doesn't need to know so much. But Xiao suddenly interrupted me. Can you stop touching? But I didn't care about Zhao's scolding at all and even took the opportunity to squeeze a couple of times. The enemy hasn't fallen yet. How can you be distracted by trivial matters during a battle? Xiao, you still need to continue to train. Xing Wushang sneered coldly. Even if you swap, this woman is no match for me. If it weren't for being injured by your unorthodox firearms before, which slowed me down by a third, your body and her soul would have been pierced by me just now. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. So, you die. And Xiao, who was in my body, was not optimistic at this moment, all because she found that my constitution was too poor, and she had used almost all her strength in that blow just now. However, he did not expose his weakness and even called for Zhuge Sha to attack with him. Hearing this, Xing Wushang felt a great sense of dread. This injury won't kill me. I'll let you go this time, now that I know all your trump cards. Next time. Before he could finish his words, a scolding interrupted him. There will be no next time. Hearing the voice, Xing Wushang suddenly turned his head, only to see a tall and mighty beast had already slashed his claws across his neck. The next moment, Xing Wushang felt that he had lost control of his body, and his head flew out with a whoosh. Ina's domineering voice sounded leisurely. Why are you so useless? In the end, I still have to clean up the mess. I pointed at her nose angrily. You damn grass dog, stealing my kill. Xiao felt something was wrong. She scolded me while secretly sending a message. I'm not used to your body yet and have no fighting strength. Don't let that woman see through it. Hearing her say this, I reluctantly let go of her soft chest and agreed. The next moment, our souls swapped back again. Meanwhile, the system's voice also followed. In view of the host successfully stimulating the growth potential of the Peach Garden Oath wine, soul swapping, and using it to defeat a strong enemy, Ben will give the host an additional reward settlement. Current Peach Garden Oath wine abilities: perception sharing within 10 zhang, soul swap once a day, mind message within 50 zhang. The duration of each swap increases with the mutual understanding between the two parties. Growth reward: Peach Garden Oath wine gains further growth potential. Unknown abilities: the host can once again spend 20,000 national power points to conduct a special lottery. The prize is related to the Peach Garden Oath wine. Seeing the long prompt that was as long as my life, did the system quietly evolve again? Originally 25,900 points. After experiencing two nation-crushing events, gouching forces the palace and besieged on all sides, it has added back to 45,900. Thinking of this, I immediately spent 20,000 points. Then, a bottle of fine wine appeared in my hand. Hero's Green Plum Wine, the legendary wine drunk by Cao Cao and Liu Bei when they discussed the heroes of the world. Liu Bei, whose mind was disturbed by Cao Cao's comments on him, feigned that he was startled by the thunder that happened to sound to cover up his gaffe. The wine they were drinking at that time was this wine. Effect: when the host causes the drinker's mood to fluctuate, a lightning effect is passively triggered around the drinker. The lightning effect changes with the degree of mood fluctuation. I looked at the wine in my hand with a complicated expression. What's the use of a negative effect item that can summon lightning? lightning. Just as I was in a daze, Zhuge Sha suddenly spoke from the side. Your Majesty, you gave the last cup of wine to Xiao. This time it should be my turn to be rewarded. She then hugged me coquettishly. I suddenly had a headache. The effect of this wine is different from the last time. I suddenly reacted. Zhuge Sha is skilled in occult arts. Maybe this lightning attribute item can really be controlled by her. And with her easily out of control and berserk strange constitution, this thing might be able to greatly enhance her combat power. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated. In that case, I will bestow it on you this time. So I hooked his chin and poured all the fine wine into his mouth. But the next second, Zhuge Sha's whole body was crackling with lightning. I pulled my hand back in pain. This feeling is really refreshing. If the intensity is controlled, it can also be a fun item. Just as I was thinking this, Aina shouted at the top of her lungs. I helped you get rid of this assassin. You didn't even reward me, but I had no intention of rewarding her at all and cursed at her. I haven't even settled the score with you, and you're coming to me? When I was on the brink of life and death before, you were watching the show and waiting for an opportunity, right? If I hadn't beaten this assassin, you would have watched me get killed, right? Aina laughed. You just said it too. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. No matter what, the motive doesn't matter. The point is, I killed him, so I've made a contribution. So, where's my reward? Hearing her say this, I suddenly agreed readily. You want a reward, right? Come in with me. After saying that, I beckoned for Xiao and Zhuge Sha to come in too. Just right. I'll practice the practical effects of the peach garden wine and the green plum wine. Xiao cursed Letcher while obediently following behind. Before long, strange sounds came from the forest. But before long, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Then, thick smoke billowed from the forest. Meanwhile, a large number of horses heading this way were also stirred by the sound of thunder. Tu Su, who was riding at the front, suddenly pulled his horse to a stop. The army behind him also stopped in their tracks. Tu Shu looked at the position where the lightning had struck and a thick cloud of smoke was rising, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. However, as a series of illusory and weak footsteps sounded, Tu Shu finally saw me, safe and sound. But soon, he was deeply shocked by me again. That was a handsome face as pale as a corpse. At this moment, Tu Shu finally figured one thing out. That was why his little brother could make so many women devoted to him. It turned out that he was gifted. He then got off his horse first and knelt on one knee. This minister was late. I have caused your majesty to be so haggard. I just glanced back at Tu Su, but it made Tu Su, as the older brother, feel extremely scared. In his eyes, I was a pitiful creature who had been drained of his essence by 3 women, so he hurriedly expressed his apology to me. This minister was late. I have caused your majesty to be so haggard. I went forward and helped up the still reproachful Tu Su. You are not late. On the contrary, you came at just the right time. But seeing my extremely haggard face and my dark eye circles, a warmth suddenly rose in his heart. Little brother is still thinking of comforting me even in this state. He suddenly pulled me into his arms. Just as I was feeling confused by his action, Tu Shu's leisurely voice sounded in my ear. Little brother, you've worked hard. A trace of warmth from my family had just risen in my heart. But then I suddenly heard him say, 3 women, you must have had a hard time. I was instantly stunned. If I told you I fought with an assassin for 300 rounds last night and then got struck by lightning, would you believe me? But my words, in Tu Shu's eyes, were just excuses to cover up. He then gave me a look that all men would understand. No need to explain. Big brother understands. Just then, Xiao brought Xing Wushang's head and knelt before Tu Su. Last night, there was indeed an assassination attempt on His Majesty by the Southern Jing's Shadow Infiltration Camp's lieutenant, Xing Wushang. Fortunately, we killed him together. Tu Shu raised his eyebrows. I've seen him. It was he who led the Southern Jing army to ambush me and forced me to be trapped in Feng City. This person's martial arts are sinister and strange, and many of the northern garrison soldiers died at his hands. I originally wanted to deal with this person myself. I didn't expect him to be killed by you. I thank you on behalf of the soldiers. After saying that, he patted my shoulder hard. Little brother, when did you become so powerful? When can we have a match? I was speechless. You really didn't hear the word together, did you? But I didn't bother to explain these things. Instead, I brought the topic back to the main point. You're leading a large army south. Are you preparing for a big battle? Tu Shu's eyes lit up, and he said confidently, that's right. I wiped out several of the Southern Jing Dog's forces along the way. I got news that their commander, Han Being, is now holding Lu City. Lu City has a military port and crossing, and it's a strategic point opposite the Southern Jing. The Southern Jing is equivalent to having a bridgehead to transport troops north at any time. We must take it back. And that old fox Han Being is good at playing with people's hearts, even on the battlefield. It's a type I'm not good at dealing with, but now that we brothers are united, we are naturally invincible. My mind went blank. Big brother, do you have so much confidence in me? Then he heard the soldiers shout in unison, invincible and ever victorious. Seeing the majestic army in front of me, my heart couldn't help but surge. Invincible and ever victorious. Meanwhile, the events here had also been transmitted back to the Southern Jing. The 4 great noble families of Southern Qian had an internal strife. 3 of the family heads had died in one day. The power of the noble families had been greatly reshuffled. The Red Sleeve army had also gotten involved. Southern Qian was in a mess. Han Being, who was in the main seat, had a calm expression. What are you panicking about? The 4 great noble families were originally disposable pawns. The Red Sleeve army has been rebelling against the Qian kingdom for years. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it it is for us, the general below said hesitantly. Also, Tu Shu has led the northern garrison and is approaching Lu City. He will be at the city gates in a few days. All the Jing generals had instantly panicked. That's the god of war, Tu Su. We're finished. Hearing the weak words in the main hall, Han Bing said coldly, you bunch of good-for-nothings. You're scared just by hearing a piece of news. The day we marched north, we should have had this realization. We will have to fight Tu Shu sooner or later. A general carefully reminded, Admiral, Tu Shu is known as the god of war, and the northern garrison is extremely strong. How should we deal with them? But hearing this name, Han Bing suddenly smiled wickedly. These northern garrison soldiers are good at cavalry, archery, and charging. They're fine for fighting barbarians in the north. If they come here, let them try. Hearing this, the general's confidence instantly increased. The admiral is wise. You must have a countermeasure. Han Bing casually picked up a brush. I will give him a dilemma in Lu River City. He then drew a circle on 2 cities on the map. Meanwhile, Tu Shu was looking at the city in front of him with a troubled expression, hesitating to give the order to attack. And what made him so wary was not some powerful army, but a group of pitiful common people with weapons and linen clothes. And on top of the city behind them, one by one, soldiers in armor were drawing their longbows and aiming at their backs. If anyone dared to take a step back, a cold, sharp blade would ruthlessly shoot them down. At this moment, the common people standing at the very front also shouted out of fear, don't come over. We are the people of Lu City. We are citizens of the Great Qian. Hearing this, the Qian soldiers all gritted their teeth. Tu Shu's voice, filled with anger, also came from his throat. To actually use my Great Qian citizens as cannon fodder and human shields. Han Bing, I swear I will kill you. On the other side, hearing Tu Shu's roar, Han Bing couldn't help but be startled. As expected of a god of war, from such a distance, a single glance has a murderous aura. But now in front of you are your Qian citizens. If you want to retake Lu City, can you bring yourself to kill them? And if you really can, what about your soldiers? What about the hearts of the people in the south? Take your time and think about it. There are nearly 100,000 civilians in Lu City. I'm not in a hurry at all. Hearing this answer, I couldn't help but marvel at Han Bing's shamelessness. Even Li Tianyuan would have to kowtow to him. Tu Shu was somewhat ashamed. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, little brother. I was so confident I would take care of Han Bing before. I didn't expect to not even know what to do before it even started. But I really can't bring myself to attack the innocent citizens of the Great Qian. I answered nonchalantly, it's fine. Actually, not long ago, I encountered a similar situation, and my solution at that time was, cross the river. Hearing me say this, Tu Shu's eyes widened. You've already jumped back and forth and crossed the dragon-taming river twice before. You want to use this trick on Han Bing again? I'm afraid it won't work. I smiled lightly. Twice? That's not nearly enough. Next is the third crossing. Han Bing had already ordered his army to start setting up camp, continuing to maintain a siege posture. And at the Lu City River crossing, as well as on the southern Jing side of the river, Han Bing had deployed heavy troops. Even on the river, there was a huge southern Jing warship patrolling. Tu Shu told me with a heavy heart, the northern garrison soldiers are not good at naval warfare. If we force a crossing, we will be attacked from 3 sides, the warships in the river and the ports on both banks. I smiled confidently and told him that this was all within my expectations. The previous 2 times I crossed the river, I took the upstream shoal. Let's first go up the dragon-taming river and have a look. But when we arrived at the upper reaches of the dragon-taming river, we were shocked by the scene before us. I didn't expect even this place to have been prepared for by Han Bing in advance. Now it was full of Jing Kingdom military camps and sentry posts. Even the watchtowers and places where there was no place to land had been strengthened. Even on those difficult to climb cliffs, one was built every certain distance. The more Tu Shu looked, the more shocked he became. Although the troop deployment is not as tight as near Lu City, they support each other. No matter where we cross the river, if we alert the military camps and sentry posts, the upstream forces and warships can quickly come down the river to provide support. I, on the other hand, laughed out loud. It seems our previous few battles in the southern Jing were too dazzling, and they have strengthened their defenses. Just then, Xiao interrupted our conversation and said, Your Majesty, is it time to use them? Tu Shu was a little confused after hearing this. Them? Is there anyone else we can use? I smiled at him mysteriously. I haven't had a chance to go into detail, but haven't you noticed that Li Tianyuan is not by my side? Why should I care about him? Didn't he die in battle? I was a little embarrassed. He's still alive and well, but I have other arrangements for him. Tu Shu clicked his tongue, obviously very disappointed that Li Tianyuan was still alive. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan, who was busy, suddenly sneezed. He complained that someone was thinking of him even though he was so diligent. I continued to say to Tu Su, not just him, the former Lu City prefect, General Wen, and more than 1,000 Lu City soldiers are still lurking on the other side of the river. But after hearing this name, Tu Shu's eyes lit up. General Wen, he's safe and sound? I continued to explain my plan. When I crossed the dragon-taming river for the second time to return to the northern bank of the Qian Kingdom, the southern Jing blocked the roads everywhere. It was difficult for more than 1,000 soldiers to hide their tracks. I simply had them continue to lurk on the south bank. I only brought a few people to cross the river. Unfortunately, the number of people is too small. 1,000 soldiers can only form a useful combat force if I lead the northern garrison. I smiled and told him that wasn't necessarily true. The role of a unit is not necessarily reflected in direct combat. With the wisdom of our ancestors and that kind of courage, we can definitely turn the tide and save our great Qian's country. So I ordered Zhuge Xia behind me, prepare to use the communication talisman to send instructions to Li Tianyuan. Let's wait patiently for a few more days. They will soon be able to create an opportunity for our third crossing. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan and Wen Yuan were waiting for my orders. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan noticed that the communication talisman I had left had a movement. Seeing the instructions appearing on the talisman, Li Tianyuan's eyes became excited. As expected of His Majesty, you've already calculated this step. After saying that, the talisman slowly disappeared. His Majesty has an order. Hulu Guan, listen to my order. His Majesty has already pinned down the main force of the southern Jing army along the dragon-taming river. Now the heartland south of the dragon-taming river is empty of troops. His Majesty orders you to lead 500 men to launch a surprise attack on the southern Jing capital, Anling. Hearing this order, Hulu Guang immediately shouted, just me, with 500 old men, a surprise attack on Anling? When Yuan couldn't help but stand up and remind him, Anling is more than 300 miles away from here. Even if the troops are empty, the scattered forces encountered along the way are not something 500 men can handle. What's more, there must be southern Jing Imperial Guards in Anling City. My small group of men isn't even enough to fill their teeth. But faced with their questioning, Li Tianyuan showed a smile. Who said you had to capture Anling? Hulu Guang's heart was different. Then he heard Li Tianyuan continue, His Majesty just wants you to make a scene, to make it look like you're attacking their capital. But to make a big scene, 500 men is still a bit too few. Don't we have 1,000 men? Li Tianyuan shook his head. The remaining 500 men are to be given to General One. He will continue to lurk here and wait for the opportunity to have another mission. Besides, these 500 men are just the capital I'm giving you. Although you are a refugee from the southern Jing, you are skilled in archery and martial arts. Not only that, but in the previous Lu City incident, you were able to seize the opportunity to protect yourself. Your judgment of the overall situation is also extraordinary. Ordinary refugees don't have your skills. Your past in the southern Jing was actually not simple, right? Hearing this, Hulu Guang was greatly shocked. Li Tianyuan patted him on the shoulder. A person who is not suspicious of others. He said these words to me in private just now, but he has no suspicion of you. He just feels that the southern Jing is your home turf. If he gives you 500 men, you will naturally have a way to make them more. Hulu Guang had a look on his face as if he had eaten shit. These men were originally painstakingly gathered by me. How did they become as to give me? But he did not say this out loud, just sighed deeply. This arrangement is also good. I have long wanted to deal with those bastards of the current Chu family. At the mention of this name, Hulu Guang's body exuded a murderous aura. I have long wanted to give them a lesson. Seeing his appearance, Li Tianyuan thought to himself, His Majesty was not wrong. Hulu Guang's reaction, he has a deep-seated hatred for the southern Jing's Chu family. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Not long after, Hulu Guang led 500 men to Anling. There were stone statues everywhere. Looking at the empty mountain top, Hulu Guang couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, this place is still the same. Soon, a figure attracted his attention. He took off the bamboo hat on his head and shouted at the mountain top, Stop hiding. See who I am. In an instant, the soldiers on the mountain top suddenly froze. Their voices were filled with shock. It's the young master, the eldest young master. One by one, the soldiers were excited. The eldest young master is back. It turned out that Hulu Guang's real name was Wu Lu Guang, and he was a remnant of the former royal family. Big Wu had come to the territory of the Jing kingdom and seen the great statue passed down through generations of the Wu family. The usually carefree Big Wu was now extremely serious, and he and his younger brother bowed to the statue. After bowing to the statue, little Wu finally voiced his confusion. Big brother, father had only just passed away 5 years ago when you snuck out of the stockade. You've been gone for years without a word, leaving me to manage this place all by myself. I'm so tired. It turned out that several hundred years ago, the Chu clan had risen to prominence in the south of the dragon-taming river with the help of a small portion of the dragon vein's energy. At that time, the once glorious Great Wu dynasty had already declined and become a small regime that controlled a corner of the south. The Chu clan, in alliance with other noble families in the south, jointly attacked the old capital of the dynasty, Anling. The Great Wu dynasty finally fell with the fall of the city. The fleeing remnants of the dynasty were scattered throughout the south, falling into a state of hiding and lying low for hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Big Wu patted little Wu's shoulder. It's not that old man who made me destroy Jing and restore the country all day long. I'm a lazy person by nature. Restore the country. I'm simply not cut out for it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was directly vetoed by little Wu. Big brother, your courage and decisiveness, I can't compare to you at all. Besides you, no one can shoulder this responsibility. Hearing little Wu's approval, Big Wu looked to the side with a guilty conscience. You know I've admired that nameless imperial emissary since I was a child, especially his line, I'm not good at chess, but I'm best at flipping the chessboard. Every time I hear my father tell his story, I think it's so cool. Seeing his increasingly strange big brother, little Wu just felt a headache. Big brother has been like this since he was a child. He hasn't changed after so many years. But then, Big Wu spoke up. I can charge into battle, but the forbearance and planning needed to restore the country, it's harder for me than death. But although restoring the country is difficult, but if I have to cause some trouble for the Jing dogs, I can still do it. Hearing this, little Wu's face became strange. Could it be that you've been during your disappearance all these years? Big Wu smiled confidently. I hid my identity and ran to the opposite Qian kingdom. The Qian kingdom is the mortal enemy of the Jing kingdom. I thought with my martial arts, as long as I could make a name for myself in the Qian kingdom, naturally have a chance to viciously deal with those Jing dogs. Hearing this, little Wu had a sudden realization. No wonder I recently received intelligence that the Jing kingdom and the Qian kingdom are at war. The Jing kingdom's troops have been frequently mobilized, and I heard they have suffered a lot of losses. It turns out this was all you're doing, big brother. Big Wu scratched his head sheepishly. Your big brother did participate, but the one who led the matter was someone else. That guy is full of bad ideas, sinister and cunning, and completely disregards martial ethics. Even I have been tricked by him. Logically speaking, that person is completely different from that nameless imperial emissary and is also the type I hate the most. But when I became his teammate and watched him dig pits for the Jing dogs, it was really satisfying. Hearing his big brother's muttering, little Wu became even more confused. This person who can make big brother both hate and admire. Who is he? Big Wu was silent for a long time before he spoke seriously. The emperor of the great Qian. When you see him, you will know. To restore the country is to be an enemy of his Qian kingdom. You will not want to be his enemy. On the contrary, if you follow him, even if there is no great Wu dynasty from now on, our family's situation will be much better than it is now. Seeing his big brother's appearance, little Wu couldn't help but think, big brother has always been flamboyant and impulsive, but also carefree. In the past, he would never speak in such a domineering tone. Could it be that this is the change that Tu Yi has brought him? So you came back this time to mobilize the power of the Wu clan's remnants to do something for that Tu Yi? Before Big Wu could answer, little Wu said on his own, I believe in big brother's judgment. The future of the Wu clan's remnants is in your hands. Big Wu was excited after hearing this and asked, how many troops can we use? These years our situation has become more and more difficult. The number of young men I can mobilize who can serve as soldiers is less than 2,000, and they are scattered throughout the south of the dragon-taming river, not living together in one place. Big Wu patted his shoulder encouragingly. It's okay, plus my 500 men, that's more than 2,500 in total. This number of troops is naturally not enough to fight Anling City head-on, but what Tu Yi asked me to fight is called mobile warfare. Meanwhile, in a paddy field in the Jing kingdom, a soldier in armor was monitoring the peasants working in the distance. The long-standing peace had gradually made the soldier relax his guard, and he had even forgotten his true duty of guarding. It was precisely this opportunity when the man yawned that a sharp sickle pierced the back of his head. This scene instantly woke up the surrounding peasants who were working. I saw a large group of peasants in the same clothes as him walking towards him. For the next 10 days or so, Big Wu connected with the scattered remnants of the Wu dynasty in the heartland of the southern Jing, and they all rose up in rebellion. The noble families of the southern Jing were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. As their ranks grew, they set their sights on the Jing kingdom's merchant caravans. One by one, the warriors drew their longbows tightly. A rain of arrows shot towards the soldiers' necks. They targeted the supplies and provisions sent by the southern Jing to the military formations along the dragon-taming river. Through ambushes, raids, and harassment, they greatly hindered the southern Jing's logistical transportation. And after doing all this, Big Wu was still not satisfied. He then set his sights on the Jing kingdom's most important weapons workshop. Little Wu was incredulous at Big Wu's decision and couldn't help but remind him, Big brother, this weapons workshop of the Jing kingdom is heavily guarded. With our small force, even if we launch a night raid, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. Big Wu told him not to worry. Don't you know your big brother yet? I will never fight a losing battle. Just then, a warrior who was following him came to his side. Chief, the demolition charges that Lord Zhuge left for us have all been planted. Hearing the desired answer, Big Wu's spirits were instantly lifted. Very good. I've long wanted to play a game of flipping the chessboard. As he spoke, Big Wu suddenly shouted loudly, everyone, open your mouths, cover your ears. He then lit the talisman. Meanwhile, inside the weapons workshop, large and small lights also lit up. As a loud explosion sounded, a towering mushroom cloud illuminated half of the southern Jing's night sky. Big Wu jumped up and shouted excitedly, brothers, it's time for us to clean up the mess. And on the other side, I was leisurely roasting a fire with my big brother, but suddenly, a huge explosion came from a distance. Then, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose on the horizon. Tu Shu's eyes were filled with shock. Could this be your arrangement? My lips curled up. Now, the southern Jing dogs guarding the dragon-taming river should be restless. Our plan to cross the dragon-taming river for the third time is just around the corner. Not long after, Chuyun Chao, who was in charge of the Jing kingdom's navy, came here. As soon as he arrived, he specifically asked to see this genius military strategist, Han Bing. At this moment, Chuyun Chao was coldly calling out Han Bing's name. You abused your authority as an admiral and deployed the Jing kingdom's heavy troops to both sides of the dragon-taming river for so many days, wasting military supplies and manpower. What are you trying to do? Hearing Chuyun Chao's words, Han Bing did not dare to directly refute, all because Chuyun Chao was a relative of His Majesty. This time, he was probably here to make a fuss because he saw that my battle was not going well. However, now was a critical moment in the battle, and he absolutely could not have a falling out with him, and he also had to praise his contributions. After thinking it through, Han Bing said softly, Admiral Chu, please listen to my explanation. Now that the northern expedition has dragged on into a war of attrition. We have occupied Lu City, which is equivalent to strangling the throat of the Qian kingdom. They are about to be dragged down. Admiral Chu's navy is stationed on the river, making Tu Shu and his tens of thousands of elite soldiers not dare to act rashly. It is truly a great contribution. After this battle, I will personally ask for a reward for Admiral Chu, but Chu Yunchao's expression remained cold. Let's not talk about the reward for now. I never agreed to this nationwide northern expedition from the very beginning. Before the war, you boasted that you could quickly destroy the Qian kingdom, but now you've made it into this situation. I'm too embarrassed to say I have any merit. Seeing this, Han Bing could only continue to explain. Before planning the northern expedition, I really didn't expect the rumored foolish and absurd Tu Yi to be able to act so unconventionally and turn a dead-end situation around. But we paid a very small price. Not only did we capture Lu City, but we also plunged the south of the Qian kingdom into turmoil. This battle, no matter what, is worth it. Hearing this, Chu Yunchao was instantly enraged. Do you know that we ourselves are also in turmoil? Just a few days ago, the heartland of the Jing kingdom was successively attacked. The route of the attacks points directly to the capital, Anling. I suspect that Tu Shu has mastered a route we don't know and has sent a cavalry unit across the river. The number of people is at least 5,000. Han Bing's face suddenly turned pale. Impossible. Tu Shu's main army is still looking for a place to cross the river along the river. Now that both banks are heavily guarded, he has no chance at all. The commotion in the heartland of the Jing kingdom should be a diversionary tactic to mislead us. Chu Yunchao sneered. Your so-called diversionary troops have looted several noble family manors and destroyed many of our weapons workshops and supply teams. The explosion that night, even from this far away, you should have been able to see it, right? The hard facts made Han Bing fall silent. Although I don't know how Tu Yi did it, I firmly believe he used a diversionary tactic. The noble family manors were looted. Could it be the Red Sleeve Army again? But the Red Sleeve Army does not have a large-scale force in the Jing kingdom. Chu Yunchao did not say anymore. He turned and walked out of the tent. The foundation of the Jing kingdom is Anling. It's His Majesty. Even if you think it's a diversionary tactic, I can't gamble. So now the heavy troops stationed along the dragon-taming river must return to reinforce. My navy's warships will also return along the tributaries of the dragon-taming river to defend the capital. Just as Chu Yunchao was about to leave, Han Bing reached out and stopped him. I understand. Admiral Chu, let's each take a step back. I will withdraw half of the troops stationed on the other side of the river and search the mountains and seas in the direction of Anling to deal with that diversionary force. Your navy's fleet, please leave half of it to continue to blockade the river. And believe me, Admiral Chu, you will definitely be able to achieve great things here and have your name recorded in history. Chu Yunchao hesitated for a moment. All right, I'll trust you one more time. When he saw the millions of soldiers on the other side of the river really retreat, even the usually calm god of war, Tu Su, couldn't help but be amazed, because in his eyes, this was a completely impossible thing. So he asked me with a look of joy how I did it. Hearing this, my lips curled up slightly. It's just a pity that only half of them retreated. These southern Jing dogs are really hard to deal with. But Tu Shu's laughter did not stop. Half is enough. Now with their remaining troops, this river defense line is like a sieve. If we choose a point upstream and force a crossing, there will be no problem at all. However, I did not agree with his approach. Although the chances of a successful forced crossing are high, the losses to the soldiers will also be great. I don't want the soldiers under my command to be sacrificed meaninglessly. What's more, the southern Jing is not like the Qian kingdom. Within its borders, it has a dense network of rivers and waterways. These warships are highly mobile in the rivers and will become a big trouble. This is not what I want. In my vision, this crossing of the river will not only allow the soldiers to pass safely, but also send the southern Jing's so-called invincible navy to the bottom of the river. Hearing my ambitious words, Tu Shu's eyes also grew brighter and brighter, because he believed that his little brother could really do it. So he went on to talk about a piece of intelligence he had just received. The Navy commander, Chu Yunchao, has always been at odds with Han Bing. His appointment as the Navy commander was also a consideration of the Chu royal family to balance Han Bing. My heart instantly understood. In other words, when the two of them work together, they may be able to maintain a superficial coordination, but as long as they are given enough pressure, the cooperation between the Navy fleet and the land forces will definitely have problems. Thinking this through, I called for Xiao to prepare paper and a brush. I want to send a message to Li Tianyuan. The plan to destroy the southern Jing Navy still needs his support on the other side. That night, Li Tianyuan and Wen Yuan came to the place I had designated. Before the battle, Li Tianyuan still reminded Wen Yuan with concern, "General, remember His Majesty's instructions. We don't have many troops, so we don't need to fight hard in this night raid." Wen Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. This general understands. We just need to create a commotion and attract all the guards along the river. As he spoke, Wen Yuan led the soldiers under his command and rode towards the enemy camp. When they were less than 100 meters from the camp, General Wen called a halt to the men. He then took out the longbow he had prepared. As Wen Yuan gave the order, one after another, arrows flew across the night sky. The sentries who heard the noise also looked over. However, in less than half a second, their bodies were pierced with arrows. But Wen Yuan did not stop. He shouted again, "Second wave, fire!" Soon, flames engulfed the entire enemy camp. But Wen Yuan's orders were still being shouted out out one after another. In just 5 minutes, the enemy camp was already in complete chaos. It wasn't until he heard the sound of pursuit from the enemy camp that when Yuan gave the order to retreat. Seeing the plan succeed, Li Tianyuan seemed to have expected it. It's time to inform His Majesty. He then pinched the communication talisman and reported all the news here. On the other side, I was also well prepared. The plan has been successfully implemented. Prepare for the third crossing.